Chapter 71. In the corner of her eyes, Lin Wei noticed that Lao He and others were looking through the men in black, and her heart moved. She touched the smooth, cold, metal-like skin of the main stem of Mao Mao, and murmured in a low voice, "Mao Mao, if you want to stay here, I support your choice, but if you still want to continue to follow me, then you have to think of a way quickly." As she said, Lin Wei sighed lightly. As for whether Mao Mao can return to its original state, Lin Wei was unsure, and she believed that she could not help Mao Mao in this regard. This matter can only be solved by Mao Mao himself. In Mao Mao's status bubble, the still shy white centaur seemed to have noticed Lin Wei's emotional fluctuations. Slowly put down the small round hand covering his face, blinked, and looked at Lin Wei in confusion. Its confused look seemed to be asking Lin Wei, "Master, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy again?" Mao Mao didn't do anything naughty. Mao Mao didn't do anything. It could clearly feel Lin Wei's depression, but it couldn't understand the meaning of what Lin Wei said to it, and it didn't understand the dilemma of its huge body in Lin Wei's eyes. The snake-like main stem raised its head, and rubbed Lin Wei with its few leaves. Lin Wei knew that it didn't understand anything when he saw it like this, and felt a little powerless. There will always be a way. Bai Yi comforted him, and his eyes turned from the huge alien plants in front of him to Lin Wei, who was helpless and reluctant. It is almost impossible to bring Mao Mao back to the Star Federation and the civilized society where people live. Even Bai Yi, the general chairman of Green Source, could not do it. But he could buy this exotic star island as his personal property. In this way, Mao Mao's living environment could be guaranteed, and Lin Wei could come to see Mao Mao often, although the journey was a little far. Lin Wei nodded slightly without saying much. Now that things had come to this, it was useless for her to worry about it. She stepped out of the encirclement of Mao Mao's main stem, patted the main stem that wanted to catch up and continue to pester her, and signaled Mao Mao to stop making trouble. Lin Wei shifted her attention and said to Bai Yi, "That person knows me." When Bai Yi looked at her inquiringly, Lin Wei described to him the black-clothed man who opened the wood warehouse at her before, and called out her name before opening the wood warehouse. Bai Yi frowned and his eyes were dim. "Go and have a look." Lao He and Gao Jian had already looked through all the black-clothed people who were swept together by Mao Mao. After only looking at the faces of the men in black, Lao He and Gao Jian exchanged a look of confirmation. At this time, Lao He walked over quickly and reported, "Mr. Bai Yi, the identities of the 8 people have been confirmed. They are all members of the Seed Hunter Team Xingshi." While Lin Wei walked towards the man in black, who opened the wooden warehouse towards her, she listened silently to Lao He's introduction to the Seed Hunter Team Xingshi. According to Lao He, this Seed Hunter Team named Xingshi is not poachers, but a formally registered Seed Hunter Team. 2 years ago, this team was also in the Seed Hunters Union. So it makes sense that they were able to use the sending device to type the Union code before. Was expelled from the Union a year ago, Lao He said. Because this team not only suppressed the newly formed Seed Hunter Team, but also secretly collected protection fees from some relatively weak teams. I didn't expect that they would now do the work of Star Bandits and Star Pirates. Lao He seemed to be angry at their lack of resistance, and said with a little disdain in his tone. Obviously, in Lao He's view, these men in black would attack them because they wanted to kill people and rob them of their collection results. If there was no preface from the man in black who called out her name, Lin Wei might still agree with Lao He's conclusion, but with this preface, Lin Wei could not easily agree. After the fear subsided, Lin Wei, who had calmed down, went through the people she knew and the things she had experienced since she came to this world in her mind. The man in black who called out her name had 2 strong negative emotions towards her. Even though the black-clad man and Lin Wei were still some distance apart at that time, Lin Wei could still clearly feel the malice emanating from the other party, as if it were real. But Lin Wei believed that, after coming to this world, she had not done anything that would make people want to kill her. Whether it was the couple of the Lin family or Zhou man, they were just ordinary people in this world. Lin Wei did not think they could do such a thing as hiring a killer to kill someone. For a moment, Lin Wei really couldn't think of who would hate her so much. The black-clad man who opened the wooden warehouse at Lin Wei was the only exception, who was not swept away by Mao Mao, and was also the one who suffered the most and the worst attack from Mao Mao among all the black-clad men. It may be because the other party was closest to Mao Mao, who had exploded and transformed at that time, and opened the wooden warehouse at Lin Wei, and exuded a strong malice and murderous aura all over his body. Mao Mao treated other black-clad men at most by whipping and playing with them, like a cat playing with a mouse, but only used strangulation on this man. If Lin Wei hadn't called for a stop in time, the man in black would have been minced into pulp by Mao Mao. However, Even if Lin Wei had called for a stop, the other party's situation was not much better. Mao Mao was afraid that Lin Wei would be angry at that time, so he was eager to pretend to be innocent. While retracting the sharp thorn vine, he threw the man in black away casually, as if he was throwing away garbage. Lin Wei even heard a muffled thud when the man in black fell heavily to the ground. Just now, Lao He reported that the 8 men in black that he and Gao Jian had checked were seriously injured, but none of them were in danger of life. Lin Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, she only looked at the man in black lying on the ground from a distance. Thinking of his previous experiences, she felt that he should not be alive. To be honest, Lin Wei was curious about the identity of this man in black who could call her name and deeply hated her, but she was somewhat resistant to facing a dead man with blood thorns. Fortunately, Lao He stepped forward and took off the broken helmet and mask on the face of the man in black. Lin Wei heard Lao He, who was checking the identity of the man in black, say, "There is still a breath." In other words, this man is still alive. Lin Wei was shocked at the moment. Could it be that this man has a body of iron and steel? He was tortured so hard by Mao Mao, but he was still alive. But fortunately, the other party was not dead. Lin Wei's resistance in her heart was slightly reduced, and she walked forward slowly. The other party's extremely pale face due to a large amount of blood loss came into view. After seeing the face clearly, Lin Wei felt that it was familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen it. Just as Lin Wei was recalling where she had seen this man in black, she noticed that Bai Yi beside her suddenly bent down and picked up something on the ground. The man in black was seriously injured, bleeding all over the floor, and the place where Bai Yi picked up the things was a pool of blood. Bai Yi's hand was inevitably stained with the blood of the man in black. Lin Wei didn't know if it was her illusion, but after picking up the things, Bai Yi's aura seemed to have changed, becoming cold and cold. The thing Bai Yi picked up was like a thin piece. Because it was completely soaked in blood, Lin Wei had no way to recognize the original appearance of the thing. The sticky blood made Lin Wei unable to look directly at the thing. She turned her eyes away and asked Bai Yi softly, "What did you pick up?" After a while, she heard Bai Yi say in an unusually cold tone, "A special identity chip." Then, Bai Yi looked down at the man in black lying on the ground and called out his name, Wang Weili. Hearing this name, Lin Wei's memory instantly became clear. An S-level wanted order emerged from her mind. The photo and face on the wanted order belonged to the man in black in front of her. Wang Weili, an S-level wanted criminal, a key figure in the new addicted drug case. But Lin Wei didn't understand. The only tiny intersection between her and Wang Weili was Lin Fei. And Lin Fei had been imprisoned in the reformatory. Lin Wei didn't believe that Lin Fei had the ability to instigate a person like Wang Weili to kill her. Bai Yi's voice sounded again in her ears, interrupting Lin Wei's thoughts. "Are you from Mila?" Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, followed by Ye's line of sight, and found that Wang Weili actually opened his eyes. Perhaps because he lost too much blood, the toxins left in his body by Mao Mao also disappeared with the blood. Because of this, Wang Weili regained consciousness faster than the other men in black. Bai Ye's words seemed to shock Wang Weili. He opened his eyes weakly and glared. But soon the shock faded from Wang Weili's face. He grinned at Bai Yi with contempt, revealing his bloody white teeth. Then, as if he was very unwilling, he narrowed his eyes dangerously, and his sinister eyes fell on Lin Wei. Lin Wei was deeply impressed by Wang Weili's eyes. At first, just looking at the photo on the wanted poster could give her nightmares. Now that she looked at him face to face, Lin Wei felt a chill from the back of her heart. At this moment, right in front of Lin Wei, Wang Weili suddenly did something that Lin Wei had never expected. He suddenly raised his hand, put his 5 fingers together as a blade, and stabbed at the biggest wound on his chest without hesitation at a speed that was not at all like that of a seriously injured person. Lin Wei was stunned by the cruelty and determination in the eyes of this desperate man, but Bai Yi seemed to have predicted the other party's behavior in advance. He took action the moment Wang Weili raised his hand, grabbed Wang Weili's wrist in time, turned it over to the ground, and at the same time chopped Wang Weili's neck with a sharp knife, knocking Wang Weili unconscious. Lin Wei came back to her senses at this time, and said in disbelief, "He wants to die." Unexpectedly, the other party was not only ruthless when opening the wooden warehouse at her, but also ruthless to herself. Bai Yi responded in a low voice, and let go of his hand after confirming that Wang Weili was indeed unconscious. But seeing the large and small wounds on Wang Weili's body, Bai Yi frowned again. "Find a way to save him." Bai Yi looked up at Lao He, with a rare coldness in his eyes. "Can't let him die like this. Shall we," who had just helped Xia Yujia, who was in pain all over, onto the spaceship to rest, heard Lao He calling her and hurried over. Xiao Wei was the logistics of the Seed Hunter team and had a certain medical care foundation. However, Wang Weilei's injuries were too serious. Xiao Wei used all her first aid knowledge, special trauma spray, special hemostatic agent, and physical supplements, and used them on Wang Weili as if they were free, but the effect was not obvious. The internal organs were injured, and the bleeding will not stop for a while. Xiao Wei said to Lao He with a worried face. The vital signs of the injured under her hands were visibly weakened. Lao He looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not look at him, but stared at the injured on the ground without blinking. Lao He gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Wei, "Give him negative ion repair fluid." "Ah?" Xiao Wei seemed to think that she had heard it wrong, and looked at Lao He to confirm. Lao He nodded at her vigorously. For Lao He and his team of seed hunters, Vaiyuan is definitely a good employer. Not only do they get generous salaries, but they also get various subsidies when they go out to collect seeds. For example, the medicines they just used were all purchased by Vaiyuan. In addition, to protect their lives, Vaiyuan will provide them with 2 bottles of negative ion repair liquid every time they go out to collect seeds. Of course, if they don't use these 2 bottles of negative ion repair liquid, they still have to return them to Vaiyuan after returning. Then, they can collect them next time. Lao He glanced at the wounded on the ground, feeling somewhat unwilling. You know, their team has not used negative ion repair liquid so far. It's not that they are strong and have never been seriously injured, but they know that Vaiyuan is kind, and this medicine is expensive, so unless it is really a last resort, they will try not to use it. Even though they were seriously injured, they gritted their teeth and persevered to return to the medical center for treatment. Now, they haven't used it yet, and it's cheap for such a villain. The negative ion repair fluid lived up to its expensive price and reputation of universal repair. Xiao Hui injected a shot, and the wounds on Wang Weilei's body stopped bleeding immediately, and those deep wounds they could see the bone healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Hui checked Wang Weili with a vital sign instrument and breathed a sigh of relief. The vital signs are stable, there should be no problem. Bai Yi asked Lao He and Xiao Hui to take the people on the spacecraft and take good care of them, and turned to find Lin Wei. This trip can only be postponed. We have to go back and hand these people over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lin Wei had no objection to this. She didn't understand why Wang Weili wanted to kill her, and she also wanted to understand the matter as soon as possible. In addition, for the name Bai Yi mentioned before, Mi Lu. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the name of the leader of Hailan Tu Baixiangjing, who is as high and mighty as a god. Lin Wei looked up at Bai Yi. She had many doubts in her heart, but now was obviously not the time to talk about them. Lin Wei turned her eyes to Mao Mao. She didn't look at it for a while, and this guy started to act naughty again. At this time, the Seed Hunter team was carrying the black-clothed men who were still unable to move onto the spacecraft. Mao Mao secretly hung his sharp thorn vines over the heads of the busy Seed Hunter team members, and then suddenly dropped them down, scaring them. Lin Wei looked helpless, took a deep breath, and said to Bai Yi, "Give me some time, I will talk to Mao Mao again." This chat lasted for more than an hour. Seeing that everyone was done, even the black-clothed man's spaceship had swept through, and now everyone was waiting for Lin Wei next to the spaceship. "You have to become smaller, change back, understand?" Lin Wei, who had said all the good and bad words, held up 2 pieces of flower pot fragments and made a final attempt. However, Mao Mao was still confused. It might feel Lin Wei's anxiety, but it didn't understand why Lin Wei was anxious. It used the thornless head of the main stem to touch the flower pot fragments in Lin Wei's hand. The force was not controlled, and the flower pot fragments were directly knocked from Lin Wei's hand to the ground. Lin Wei glanced at the flower pot fragments on the ground, and did not reach out to pick them up. He said in a frustrated tone, "Okay, in this case, I leave. You are the boss here, and you shouldn't be bullied. Be good, I come to see you when I have a chance." After speaking, Lin Wei took another look at the white centaur in the status bubble, then turned and walked towards the spaceship. Mao Mao's main stem followed Lin Wei all the way. Halfway through the walk, Lin Wei turned around helplessly. She was reluctant to leave Mao Mao, but there was no way. Mao Mao was too big now. Reluctance, anxiety, and helplessness intertwined together. Lin Wei felt her eyes getting hot. Knowing that this couldn't go on, she closed her eyes and pretended to be angry. "Go away, don't follow me anymore." Mao Mao was frightened, and the main stem trembled and froze there. Lin Wei ignored it, endured the burning eyes, and walked forward without looking back. But at this moment, Xiao Wei suddenly exclaimed, "Wow," and pointed behind Lin Wei as if she was shocked to the point of being speechless. Blooming, so beautiful." Lin Wei turned around and saw the overwhelming red. But he saw that those scary black thorny vines were all covered with gorgeous red roses. Black thorny vines, dazzling red roses, the most beautiful scene. Mao Mao's main stem also bloomed roses, and the one near the top was the largest and most beautiful. Mao Mao lowered the head of the main stem to show the rose in front of Lin Wei, obviously wanting to give it to Lin Wei. However, Lin Wei did not reach out. Mao Mao had shown Lin Wei similar blooming tricks many times when he just learned to transform into a small rose. It knew that Lin Wei liked it and would be happy to see the flowers, so this was Mao Mao's ultimate move to please Lin Wei, and of course, it was Mao Mao's last move. In fact, Lin Wei had already studied it a long time ago, and the flowers that Mao Mao bloomed were not real flowers. It just looks like a flower, but the structure is strange and there is no stamen. Lin Wei even guessed that if Mao Mao wanted, it could not only bloom flowers similar to roses, but also iris or sunflowers, or any flower shape it wanted to bloom. It's useless, Mao Mao. Lin Wei tried to make her tone more resolute, but unfortunately, facing the bright red flowers in front of her, she couldn't do it. She could only sigh helplessly and said, "I really have to go." After saying that, Lin Wei pushed Mao Mao away and continued to walk forward. She didn't see that after being pushed away by her, the little white centaur began to cry. All the red roses withered, and the dry petals were blown up by the wind, dissipating in the air like carbonization. Lin Wei walked all the way to the bottom of the spaceship and reunited with everyone, and she never looked back. She said to everyone in a hoarse voice, "Let's go!" Mao Mao seemed to have really given up, and no longer forced Lin Wei to stay. It retracted the main stem. In fact, it understood. It knew that Lin Wei wanted it to become smaller and return to its previous appearance. Maybe it didn't understand at first, but Lin Wei told it again and again, especially when Lin Wei took out the broken flower pot. When it touched the broken flower pot, Mao Mao understood. Lin Wei hoped that it would return to that small container. But that container was too small for it, not only for the current it, but also for the past it. If it didn't really like Lin Wei, it wouldn't want to stay there at all. In that container, it couldn't grow normally, it was uncomfortable, and it had to suppress itself. It was very comfortable now, all the roots were stretched out, and it felt that it could grow bigger and stronger, but if it had to separate from Lin Wei because of this, it didn't want to. Mao Mao came back, using the hard leaves on its main stem to push the broken flower pot fragments, and rushed to Lin Wei at high speed. Lin Wei was about to yell at it to stop making trouble. The head of the main stem raised up. It put away its leaves and sharp thorns, and just leaned towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei finally couldn't bear it, so he spread his arms and thought, "Let's give it a farewell hug." Plop. Plop. Lin Wei felt that the main stem leaning against him was actually beating, like a heartbeat. After this beating lasted for a few seconds, the head of the main stem suddenly cracked open a small hole, and a healthy rose branch poked out from it. Chapter 72. On the spaceship, Lin Wei was holding a flower pot in both hands, just like when he came. But if you look closely, you will find that the flower pot Lin Wei was holding has a deep crack on it. Obviously, it should have been a broken flower pot, but somehow, there was no trace of bonding, and the flower pot fragments were completely and tightly pieced together. A small rose, with green leaves sticking out from the mouth of the flower pot. Lin Wei, who was holding the flower pot, seemed to have noticed something and looked down. There was almost no soil in the flower pot, only dense white roots like spider silk, crawling all over the wall of the flower pot. It was these roots that glued the broken flower pot fragments together. It was such a thin little rose, and even the branches had not grown out, but its root system was so developed, which was obviously abnormal. However, Lin Wei seemed to be used to it. She touched the leaves of the small rose, her expression full of heartache. Time went back to before the spaceship took off. Mao Mao's main stem was leaning against Lin Wei's arms. Lin Wei clearly felt the pulsation from Mao Mao's main stem, which was like a heartbeat, and also like the birth pains of a new life. Lin Wei watched with her own eyes, as a tender rose branch broke through the epidermis of Mao Mao's main stem. If Mao Mao was a person, then the tender rose branch was absorbing its blood and flesh to grow. As the tender branch grew rapidly, Mao Mao's main stem leaning against Lin Wei's arm seemed to be in great pain, twitching violently, and Lin Wei almost couldn't hold it. This process lasted about half an hour. Finally, Lin Wei felt the twitching of the main stem in her arm subside. At the same time, the rose twigs, which had grown to about 20 centimeters long, fell off the main stem, like ripe fruits, and fell to the ground. Lin Wei looked down, and saw that one end of the rose twig began to take root at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, Lin Wei felt the changes in the main stem of Mao Mao in her arms. Not only the main stem of Mao Mao, but all its vines lost their vitality in an instant, collapsed and fell, shriveled and lifeless on the ground. Faced with this scene, Lin Wei was briefly at a loss, and then the theory in Baiye's father's research records emerged in her mind. Maternal consciousness. Lin Wei understood, maybe not entirely correct, but Lin Wei felt that everything happening in front of her should be what she understood. Baiye's father said in his research records that the high-quality flowers and plants in the wild are reborn at the cost of suicide for the continuation of the tribe. Lin Wei guessed that the series of changes that Mao Mao was undergoing were its suicide and rebirth. Even though Mao Mao was special and had a magical ability to transform, it was obviously difficult for it to return to its original small size after growing to such a large size after the explosion. Because of this, Mao Mao could only abandon that huge size, start over, and grow again. But rebirth is easy to say, but the risks involved are obvious to Lin Wei, and it is bound to be a life and death struggle. Otherwise, those alien plants that wanted to continue their population would not commit suicide and rebirth with the best growth and highest activity. Obviously, it is easy for weak alien plants to commit suicide, but rebirth is probably impossible for them. It is the instinct of living things to seek benefits and avoid harm. In order to reproduce, the strong alien plants in the alien plant group will go against their instincts and willingly die in the face of high risks. But what about Mao Mao? At that time, Lin Wei let go of the lifeless thick vine in her arms. She stared at her feet. The roots of the rose branches were growing wildly, at an almost urgent and anxious speed. However, those roots did not go into the soil, they kept extending, as if they were anxiously searching for something. Soon Lin Wei knew what they were looking for. The white and dense roots reached a petal of the flower pot fragment, and they almost cheered to take root on the petal of the flower pot fragment. The owner wanted it to return to the flower pot, so it had to be faster, otherwise the owner would not want it. The flower pot was broken into 2 petals, and now the white roots found 1 petal, and went to find the other petal. Unfortunately, when Mao Mao used the main stem to push the 2 petals of the flower pot fragments over, the speed was too fast and too urgent, and one of the petals fell far away. Lin Wei looked at the white roots, and was anxious because he couldn't find the other petal of the flower pot fragment. He looked at the status bubble emoticon package above the rose branch. The little white centaur had just experienced rebirth. He was so weak that he could only lie on the ground, but he tried again and again to stand up. The expression on his round face was anxious and distressed. As if he couldn't bear it anymore, Lin Wei closed his eyes, then ran to pick up the piece of flower pot fragment that fell far away, and put it where the weak white roots could reach. The white roots that finally found the flower pot fragments were very happy. They were like a spider's sticky web, gathering the 2 petals together and sticking them tightly. Even without soil, the small rose shoots still firmly took root in the broken flower pot with their extremely developed root system. The expression on the face of the white centaur finally turned into joy. It raised its head and looked at Lin Wei proudly, as if saying, "Look, I'm back in the flower pot, so you can't leave me behind." Lin Wei felt her vision gradually blurry, and then she realized that she had cried without knowing when, and the tears fell on her goggles, making her unable to see clearly. Taking off the goggles, Lin Wei carefully picked up the broken and reglued flower pot with both hands and held it in her arms. "Ms. Lin Wei?" Xiao Hui's voice sounded in her ears, making Lin Wei distracted from her memories. "Just call me Lin Wei." Lin Wei turned to look at Xiao Hui. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Hui showed Lin Wei what she was holding in her hand, and said with a smile, "This is what I used to grow by Qingqing before. The flower pot. Sterile mud and nutrients, I thought you might need it." The eyes were very restrained and stayed on the flower pot in Lin Wei's arms for only 1 second. They all saw the scene of Mao Mao's rebirth before. Although they didn't see it very clearly, they were still very shocked. "Thank you." Because of holding the flower pot, it was inconvenient for Lin Wei to reach out and take it, so she could only signal Xiao Hui to put it next to her seat. "You can put it here." Mao Mao suffered a lot in rebirth, and now he is very delicate. It must have sensed Lin Wei's love for it, so it kept acting coquettishly with Lin Wei. Lin Wei couldn't let go of the flower pot at all, otherwise the white centaur, who was still in a weak period, would pout and cry. Xiao Hui was about to return to her seat after putting down her things. When she noticed that Lin Wei's eyes were still red, she couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you okay?" Lin Wei had cried only a few times since she was a child. She remembered that the last time she cried was because she fell down due to hemiplegia. She was angry and almost hopeless about her body, so she couldn't hold it back. This time, Lin Wei cried because she felt sorry for Mao Mao. However, no matter what the reason was, for Lin Wei, crying itself made her feel embarrassed, not to mention that she had cried in front of so many people before. Now that she thought about it, Lin Wei felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately, she could still hold it together. She gave Xiaowei a comforting smile and said, "Well, it's okay now." Lin Wei didn't change the flower pot for Mao Mao. From the way Mao Mao's roots were clinging to the wall of the flower pot, it was not difficult to see that Mao Mao would not want to change the flower pot in the short term. The flower pot Xiaowei brought was one size larger than Mao Mao's, so Lin Wei stacked Mao Mao's flower pot into Xiaowei's flower pot like a nesting doll. In this way, Lin Wei could hold Mao Mao with confidence, without having to control the strength all the time, for fear of accidentally breaking the flower pot that was only stuck by the roots. After adding some sterile mud to Mao Mao's flower pot and spraying nutrients, the white centaur nestled on the ground looked up at Lin Wei and made a rubbing gesture. The little expression on his face was gluttonous, and it was obvious that he was being served comfortably. Lin Wei looked at its appearance, and then looked at the small rose in the flower pot, whose leaves were trembling, as if it was acting coquettishly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It would be good if she could recover slowly. Lin Wei thought that she always complained about Mao Mao's noise before, but now that Mao Mao was weak and could not make noise anymore, she realized that there was nothing wrong with noise. After touching Mao Mao's small leaves for a while, Lin Wei tilted her head to look at the empty chair beside her. Bai Yi was not sitting there. He and Liang Fei were guarding the supply cabin where the men in black were imprisoned. Bai Yi's attention to those men in black, or more accurately, his attention to Wang Weili, could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Lin Wei knew that he was guarding in person, mainly to guard Wang Weili, who committed suicide without blinking an eye. Wang Weili. Lin Wei could not help but frowning when she thought of this person. Leaning back on the chair, Lin Wei was exhausted. First, she went on a hiking tour of the alien planet Xingyu. Then she was inexplicably attacked and her life was hanging by a thread, and she almost died. Later, she had a lot of emotional ups and downs because of Mao Mao. Lin Wei was not only physically exhausted, but also mentally exhausted, but she couldn't completely clear her mind and rest. After closing her eyes and pretending to sleep for a while, Lin Wei finally couldn't stand the myriad thoughts in her mind. So she stood up with a flower pot and walked towards the supply cabin. The men in black were all tied up and gagged. Even Wang Weili, who was seriously injured and still not awake, was tied up like this. In fact, he was tied up more carefully than other men in black. The atmosphere in the supply cabin was quiet and solemn. Noticing Lin Wei coming in, Liang Fei stood up and nodded silently to Lin Wei as a greeting. Lin Wei nodded back and glanced at the men in black. Seeing that most of them were awake, Lin Wei guessed that Bai Yi and Liang Fei might have interrogated them from their state. Lin Wei finally fixed her sight on Bai Yi. Rubbing the chip he had picked up between his fingers, Bai Yi stood up and walked towards Lin Wei in a silent understanding. Before walking out of the supply cabin with Lin Wei, Bai Yi did not forget to remind Liang Fei, keep an eye on them, especially Wang Weili. The two walked to the rear cabin of the spacecraft, where there was a small window. Through the window, you can see the dark blue Interstellar, the sparse meteorites, and the uninhabited planet that looks very desolate. In short, the scenery between the stars is not as beautiful as Lin Wei imagined. Lin Wei retracted her gaze from the window and turned to look at Bai Yi, asking directly, did they confess anything? Why did they attack us? What was their purpose? Bai Yi responded with a hum, facing Lin Wei's puzzled eyes, and said after a while, they were hired by Wang Weili, and Wang Weili's ultimate goal is to kill you. Lin Wei's eyes widened suddenly, thinking that she had heard it wrong, and repeated as if to confirm, kill me? After receiving Bai Yi's affirmative look, Lin Wei was even more unbelievable, and even the voice she spoke was unconsciously raised a point. Why? The sudden emotional ups and downs made the leaves of the small rose in her arms tremble. Bai Yi told Lin Wei about his speculation before accompanying Lin Wei to Luo Qinqing to sever ties with the Lin family, and at the end, he added a sentence rigorously, these are just some of my personal guesses. Whether it is true or not, we have to wait until Wang Weili wakes up and asks before we know. After listening to this, Lin Wei laughed dryly for a long time. This is simply too absurd. So, her understanding of the connection between Lin Fei's poisoning case and the new addictive drug case has always been wrong. Lin Wei had always thought that the two cases were parallel. In simple terms, while the Unlicensed Case Investigation Bureau was investigating Lin Fei, the Law Enforcement Bureau was investigating the new addictive drug case and found that Lin Fei was suspected of selling it, so Lin Fei was punished for multiple crimes. But now Bai Yi told her that this was not the case. The reason why the Law Enforcement Bureau was able to crack the new addictive drug case was that when the Unlicensed Case Investigation Bureau was investigating Lin Fei, it happened to find some important clues related to the production and sales dens of new addictive drugs. They submitted the clues to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the Law Enforcement Bureau solved the case. In other words, she, Lin Wei, can be said to be a great contributor to the cracking of the new addictive drug case to a certain extent, even if she herself knew nothing about it. Although Bai Yi made it clear that these were just his speculations, Lin Wei knew that with Bai Yi's character, he would not say unfounded words and exaggerate unless he was sure in his heart. What's more, apart from this, Lin Wei couldn't think of any other reason for Wang Weili to hate her so much and must kill her. However, despite this, Lin Wei was still speechless about the whole thing. She was too wronged. She just wanted to seek justice for her hemiplegia. But how could she get involved with a killer like Wang Weili, S-level wanted criminal? Lin Wei shuddered even when she thought of the other party pointing a wooden cane at her. If it weren't for her Mao Mao's big move, she would have been dead by now. The more Lin Wei thought about it, the more speechless she became, and the more angry she became. In the end, this matter should be blamed on Lin Fei. He was so young and didn't learn well. He poisoned her and involved addictive drugs. If it weren't for Lin Fei, she would have lived an honest life and would not have been hunted down by an S-level wanted criminal. Bai Yi did not miss the changes in Lin Wei's expression. He watched the girl's face change from disbelief to speechlessness, then to indignation, and finally to helpless relief. Bai Yi thought to himself, this is good? He did not tell Lin Wei, because Wang Weili was too dangerous in his opinion, so after the trip to Liqingxing, he still followed up on some investigations of the Law Enforcement Bureau on new addictive drug cases. Therefore, Bai Yi learned that Wang Weili had a daughter. Wang Weili's daughter had severe lung and respiratory tract lesions since birth, which made her barely able to stabilize her condition only when surrounded by high-concentration green oxygen and green stone. The Law Enforcement Bureau's encirclement was unexpected, and Wang Weili failed to take care of his seriously ill daughter. His daughter died. Wang Weili's confidant, who was arrested, confessed that his daughter was Wang Weili's life. If his daughter died, Wang Weili would be almost half crazy. In order to get his daughter's body back from the law enforcement officers, Wang Weili was almost caught in the encirclement. It seems that in addition to the new addictive drugs, the main reason why Wang Weili hired Xing Shi and chased the alien plant Xingyu to kill Lin Wei was to avenge his daughter. Bai Yi did not intend to tell Lin Wei about this, nor would he let Wang Weili say it in front of Lin Wei. There was no need. Although Wang Weili's seriously ill daughter died innocently, Lin Wei did nothing wrong from beginning to end. Chapter 73. Lin Wei digested the cause and effect of being hunted down. It was a bit unlucky, but it was a good thing to think that he accidentally helped the Law Enforcement Bureau to crack the new addictive drug case. If the new addictive drug is allowed to circulate rampantly in the market, it will not only be Lu Qingqing who will be persecuted. Like the male protagonist who filmed the music video with Xiao Xiao, because of a moment of carelessness, he was deceived by the new addictive drug. Such examples will only happen more. Moreover, now that the only key fugitive in the new addictive drug case has been captured by them, the whole incident should come to an end. Lin Wei felt that he did not need to think about it anymore. Thinking back, Lin Wei's eyes seemed to fall on Bai Ye's right hand, which was clenched into a fist. Lin Wei knew that there was a special identity chip in Bai Ye's hand. She still clearly remembered the sudden change in the aura around Bai Yi when he picked up the identity chip. The identity chip obviously had some special meaning to Bai Yi. It seemed that the identity chip was related to Wang Weili, and the famous leader of Hai Lan Tu by Xiang Jing. Lin Wei raised her eyes, and stared at Bai Ye's profile with a clear jawline. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to ask Bai Yi, but not knowing where to start. But at this moment, Bai Yi suddenly looked over. Lin Wei met his eyes, and saw her own reflection in his eyes, as well as some complex emotions that Lin Wei could not distinguish for the time being. The look was gentle, but it seemed to be mixed with something heavy that could not be dissolved. As if helpless, and as if it was a kind of self-compromise, Bai Yi called out, "Lin Wei?" From Bai Ye's expression, Lin Wei could roughly guess that Bai Yi should have something to say to her, something very important. Because of this, she waited patiently, without saying much or urging. "There are some things that I originally thought you didn't need to understand. I thought I could protect you and me with my current abilities," Bai Yi said in a tone that was almost self-deprecating. "But what happened today made me understand my arrogance." Recalling the scene where Wang Wei used the wooden can to point at Lin Wei, Bai Ye's eyes became dim. He looked at the flower pot held by Lin Wei. If it weren't for the special plant in it, he would have lost Lin Wei now. Wang Weili and his wooden kin are not only Lin Wei's nightmare, making her terrified whenever she thinks of it, but it will also become Bai Ye's nightmare. Lin Wei didn't know what Bai Yi wanted her to know, but she could hear the frustration in Bai Ye's tone. She smiled softly at Bai Yi and said, "It's all over." Bai Yi looked at the smile on her face and shook his head. "What we are doing, and what we will do in the future will only bring you greater danger than today." Hearing this, Lin Wei was stunned. Then, Bai Yi spread his palm. In his palm lay the identity chip that had been simply cleaned. Lin Wei subconsciously lowered her eyes to look at the chip, and at the same time, Bai Ye's low voice sounded in her ears. Bai Yi stated in an almost calm tone, "My father has been assassinated many times." Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat, and she raised her eyes suddenly. Until she returned to her seat after chatting with Bai Yi, Lin Wei pressed her chest with one hand, feeling her pounding heartbeat, and still felt that she was unable to calm down. According to Bai Ye's statement, his father had been assassinated many times. Although the assassins failed in the end, his father was also injured a lot. His father's health deteriorated and his hypoxia worsened, which was closely related to these assassinations. The identities of the assassins have not been found out yet. They either escaped without a trace, leaving no trace, or exploded before being caught, leaving no trace, making it impossible to find out. My mother believes that my father was assassinated because his research touched the interests of some people, Bai Yi said in a low voice. At that moment, Lin Wei, who came back to his senses from the shock, immediately reacted. Baixiangjing? Bai Ye's father's research aims at the selection and breeding of flowers and plants. If he succeeds, flowers and plants can be bred in batches. In this way, the one who suffers the most is undoubtedly the Baixiangjing Chamber of Commerce, which mainly sells high-priced flower and plant pots. Bai Yi just stared at Lin Wei without making any comment. The identity of the assassin was unknown, which meant that there was no way to verify whether Bai Xiangjing had sent someone to assassinate Bai Ye's father. Then Lin Wei looked at the chip in Bai Ye's palm. From Bai Ye's attitude towards the chip, it was not difficult to judge that the chip might be of great use. The fact was just as Lin Wei thought. Bai Yi turned on his communicator and took out a few photos from a hidden folder for Lin Wei to see. It could be vaguely seen that the photos were taken of the same thing, a chip that looked very similar to the one in Bai Ye's palm. They both had a totem mark similar to a flower shape in the middle. It's just that the edge of the chip in the photo is charred, as if it was burned by something. Bai Yi explained several photos. This was found in the wreckage of an assassin who blew himself up. This identity chip is very special and has a code restriction. It must be decoded and read with a specific reader, otherwise it will self-destruct. The chip in the photo was destroyed because of improper reading. However, Bai Ye's mother always said that Bai Ye's father was stubborn in selecting flowers and plants, but in fact she herself might be a stubborn person. Even though the chip was destroyed, and all the evidence related to the assassination of Bai Ye's father was destroyed, Bai Ye's mother was still unwilling to give up. She relied on these photos, and secretly used all her connections to pursue the matter. God will not let down those who work hard. Bai Ye's mother did find some useful information in the end, although it was not enough to prove that Bai Xiangjing was the one who assassinated Bai Ye's father. After Bai Yi took over the position of chairman of Green Source, his mother handed all the information she found and several photos to Bai Yi. It was not to let Bai Yi take over and continue the investigation, but to warn Bai Yi not to follow his father's old path easily. And this old path was obviously not just what Bai Yi had told Lin Wei before, his father's obsession with flowers and plants, and the many dangers hidden behind the research on flowers and plants. It was precisely because of this danger that Bai Ye's mother made the agreement with Bai Yi to breed 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables. Bai Yi did not hide the information his mother found from Lin Wei, and Lin Wei also had a deeper understanding of the distant Heilantu Empire. Through Bai Ye's description, Lin Wei's understanding of the Heilantu Empire is probably that it is a feudal dynasty with a king, royal relatives, and nobles, and it still uses the feudal system. Their royal relatives and nobles have their own armies in their fiefdoms or fiefdoms. Of course, these armies are open and regulated by the king. And secretly, royal relatives and nobles have the tradition of raising private soldiers and death soldiers. Although the successive kings of Heilantu are very disgusted with this tradition, they have been banned repeatedly. My mother found out that some royal relatives and nobles in Heilantu would implant this chip in their capable private soldiers and death soldiers. Bai Yi picked up the chip in his hand and said so. As for the purpose of this chip, Lin Wei's understanding is that it is probably like the police and gangster movies in the world she lived in the past. Private soldiers and death soldiers are just like excellent undercover agents. They will change their identities when they are sent out to do dirty things or lurk. In order to avoid the situation in police and gangster movies where the undercover's identity is unclear because the contact person dies or the superior has a traitor, this chip can activate the other identity of the private soldiers and the dead soldiers, their real identity. Mi-Lu is a nobleman with his own fiefdom in Hailan too, Bai Yi added. And these are all the information that Bai Ye's mother has found over the years. They can only barely prove that the person who assassinated Bai Ye's father was from a royal noble in Hailan too, but they can't prove that the other party was assigned by Mi-Lu, the head of Baixiangjing. Lin Wei's eyes were fixed on the chip in Bai Ye's hand. This chip should have been implanted in Wang Weili's body. Because of Mao Mao's attack, the sharp thorns penetrated deeply into Wang Weili's body. When it was pulled out, the chip with blood and flesh was also taken out. Lin Wei couldn't help but give Mao Mao a thumbs up in her heart. Mao Mao has made another great contribution. With this chip, there is no doubt that the case of the assassination of Bai Ye's father will be reopened. Perhaps the truth will come out soon. At that time, Lin Wei was still happy for Bai Yi for getting the key evidence. But Bai Yi looked at her with a heavy gaze, as if asking a question without thinking. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Lin Wei also asked herself in her heart. Of course, she knew what Bai Yi was asking. What they are doing now, and will do in the future is not the will of Bai Ye's father, and Lin Wei is sure that they will succeed in the selection and breeding of potted flowers and plants. Then, the danger that Bai Ye's father faced in the past will also follow. Lin Wei did not answer Bai Yi directly, but asked back, if I say I am afraid and I want to quit, will you continue? Bai Yi only replied with one word, yes. Lin Wei then smiled. Bai Ye's answer was within her expectations. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, I think I am a person who is quite keen on adventure. What do you think? And I think it may be more interesting to face the challenges head-on. When she was little, she was able to fight for her legitimate rights and interests. She knew that she would be abandoned, but she did not succumb to her adoptive parents like her original self, but went against her adoptive parents. Now, of course, she can also face the giants of flowers and plants in this world head-on to realize her dream, knowing that danger is always around. Bai Yi saw the determination in the girl's eyes, and thought of the girl who had swung down the dangerous peak with only a safety rope regardless of the danger. The girl may be frail, but she is quite courageous. Bai Yi also smiled like Lin Wei, a clear smile that was rare on his face. Lin Wei lifted the flower pot in her arms and said proudly, Besides, I still have Mao Mao. When it grows well, if someone dares to assassinate me, my Mao Mao will beat him to death. The lying little white centaur seemed to understand Lin Wei's words. As soon as Lin Wei finished speaking, it straightened its chest and revealed its chest muscles with simple lines. Lin Wei was amused by its arrogant appearance, but Bai Yi couldn't see it, but Bai Yi could see the relaxed smile on Lin Wei's face without any disguise. Bai Yi looked at Mao Mao and Lin Wei, and analyzed in a serious tone, Wang Weili is the key figure in the new addicted drug case. If he is indeed Mi-Lu's man, then Mi-Lu is most likely related to the new addicted drug case. Lin Wei continued, with the assassination in front and the new addicted drug case in the back, if the evidence is solid, even if he is a nobleman in Heilantu, it should be difficult for him to escape the crime. In this case, let alone sending people to assassinate them, Mi-Lu may not be able to take care of himself and cannot protect himself. Bai Yi nodded and responded with a him. It may not be as simple as Lin Wei thought to bring down Mi-Lu in one fell swoop, but at the moment Bai Yi does have some confidence in this. Baixiangjing Chamber of Commerce is a business empire in Heilantu, a giant with deep roots, and Mi-Lu has been the head of Baixiangjing for many years. Not only in Baixiangjing, but also in the whole Heilantu, he has accumulated a lot of power. From today's perspective, prestige and deification are halos bestowed upon Mi-Lu, but from another perspective, they are also shackles that could easily put Mi-Lu to death if he is not careful. After all, Heilantu still has a king who is granted the imperial power by heaven. In recent years, Bai Yi has followed his mother's footsteps, and has also secretly investigated Mi-Lu. Baixiangjing's continuous expansion, and scrupulous money-making, and Mi-Lu's blatant deification behavior all seem to Bai Yi like the last carnival before the building collapses. The current king of Heilantu was supported by Baixiangjing, and Mi-Lu to the throne. It is reasonable for him to take care of Baixiangjing and Mi-Lu. However, the current king is already old, and his successors are eyeing him covetously. Mi-Lu still wants to continue the glory of Baixiangjing, and support the new king to the throne again. Unfortunately, in Bai Ye's opinion, Mi-Lu's vision is too poor. The successor he values is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and he is probably not up to the task. After the spacecraft passed through the circumsphere and entered the inner circle of the capital star, before it landed at the starport, another spacecraft came up and secretly took Wang Weili and others away. Lin Wei noticed that the uniforms those people were wearing looked familiar. After asking Bai Yi, she confirmed that those people were indeed investigators from the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. Really? Lin Wei was surprised to learn from Bai Yi that the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau really had a high-end instrument that could read people's memories. Then, she suddenly realized and said, no wonder. No wonder those who assassinated Bai Ye's father wanted to self-destruct before being caught. After all, once they were caught, even if they said nothing, the memory images in their minds would be dug out by the instrument. Thinking of this, Lin Wei was happy. So, as long as Wang Weili and Mi Lu are involved, they will have nothing to hide in front of that instrument. Yes, Bai Yi said affirmatively. He did not tell Lin Wei that he paid an extremely high price for this. Bypassing the Law Enforcement Bureau and handing the person over to the Undocumented Investigation Bureau, and requiring a secret interrogation, not making the interrogation results public for the time being, and calling for that special instrument, all of these violated the normal interrogation process of Star Law. Bai Yi spent all his Star Citizen honor points for this. But it was worth it. Chapter 74. After getting off the spaceship, Lin Wei found Xiao Hui. I almost forgot. Please send me the photos you took for me now. Before, on the alien Star Island, Lin Wei thought that the cluster of alien daffodils looked pretty, so he asked Xiao Hui to help take some photos. Later, when climbing up the dangerous peak to see the loquat trees, Lin Wei asked Xiao Hui to help take some bird's-eye views of the alien Star Island. Xiao Hui did not refuse, but after she sent all the photos to Lin Wei, Xiao Hui seemed a little embarrassed and asked, Lin Wei, if you go to the extremely dangerous Star Island in the future, can you take us with you? Don't blame Xiao Hui for asking this question. She was also instigated by other members of the team. Of course, she herself is also yearning for the dangerous and mysterious extremely dangerous Star Island. For many of them, who are seed hunters, their lifelong wish is to go to the extremely dangerous Star Island in their lifetime. Before, they could still think of themselves as tour guides who could lead the way for Lin Wei, but after seeing the abilities of Lin Wei and her special plant, the seed hunters clearly realized that they might not be of much use to Lin Wei. Lin Wei can walk sideways on any alien plant Star Island with just herself and her pot of alien plants. It is precisely because of this cognition that the seed hunters have a sense of crisis. Now it is not that they take Lin Wei to play, but whether Lin Wei is willing to take them to play. Lin Wei flipped through the photos of the exotic daffodils taken by Xiao Hui, and when she heard Xiao Hui's question, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Hui. Noticing the expectation hidden in Xiao Hui's eyes, Lin Wei smiled and replied without hesitation, Okay. We will set off to the extremely dangerous Star Island in a week at the shortest and half a month at the slowest, and contact you then. This departure time was agreed upon by Lin Wei and Bai Yi on the way back. First, since they were back, they should take a break. Crossing the gyre layer would put a lot of strain on the body. Second, Bai Yi also needed to follow up on Wang Weili's interrogation. Finally, Lin Wei found that the vitality of both the Narcissus and Loquat samples they collected was not very good. After she told Bai Yi about this, Bai Yi decided to start breeding Loquats immediately after returning, and Lin Wei would also plant Narcissus during this rest period. Of course, the most important thing is Mao Mao. In Lin Wei's opinion, Mao Mao's recovery ability is very strong, but it would be better for Mao Mao, who has just been reborn, to have a relatively stable recuperation period. Lin Wei had a good impression of Xiao Hui and her team of seed hunters. They had experienced the rain of bullets, and had experienced life and death together. Since they wanted to go to the extremely dangerous Star Island together, Lin Wei had no reason to reject such a well-trained team. Xiao Hui and her team thought that Lin Wei could walk around the alien Star Island with Mao Mao, but it was because Lin Wei had no way of knowing their thoughts, otherwise she would be in tears. She might be able to travel around the extremely dangerous Star Island with Mao Mao alone, but the problem was that she couldn't get a spaceship license in a short time, right? Besides, seed collection also requires manpower, and Xiao Hui and her team obviously have more experience in this regard than others, and are the most suitable helpers. Xiao Hui, who got the promise, returned to the seed hunter team and shared the good news with her teammates. Lin Wei and Bai Yi got on the special car that came to pick them up and went back to Liuyuan. As for Xia Yujia, the usually talkative man, didn't say much on the way back. From this point, it was not difficult to see that Xia Yujia was indeed trapped in pain. Therefore, as soon as he got off the spaceship, Bai Yi asked the bodyguard to take Xia Yujia to the medical center for examination and treatment. Before being taken away by the bodyguard, Xia Yujia glared at the little rose in Lin Wei's arms with a sad face, and shouted, I am one of us, remember. Next time you hit me, remember to be gentle, okay? No, there will be no next time. You are not allowed to hit me in the future, hiss. The bodyguards didn't know the reason, and just thought that Mr. Xiao was talking nonsense again. Lin Wei touched her little rose, with an innocent face, not much guilt, and still had the energy to yell, which meant that the injury should not be very serious. Back to the apartment. Lin Wei gave Misha, who opened the door for her, a big hug. Long time no see, Misha, miss you? Lin Wei's trip to the alien plant Star Island took nearly 10 days, although most of the time was spent on the journey. It takes 4 days to get from the capital star to the dangerous second-level alien plant Star Island, and it takes more than 8 days to go back and forth. That is to say, Lin Wei actually stayed on that dangerous second-level alien plant Star Island for less than 2 days, but it was full of real dangers. Misha stretched out her mechanical arm and gently hugged Lin Wei back. Before she could respond to Lin Wei's thoughts, she heard a ding-ding sound similar to metal hitting and colliding from her chest. Misha and Lin Wei looked down at the same time. The little rose held by Lin Wei had turned back into a black thorny vine at some point, and was now whipping the metal shell on Misha's chest. Seeing this, Lin Wei did not blame Mao Mao, but was happy. Pulling the distance between him and Misha, Lin Wei said to Mao Mao in a joking tone, "Oh, you can turn back into a caterpillar again." Mao Mao has been in the form of an ordinary rose since its rebirth. Although the leaves can move, it seems that it can't change back to its original state of a sharp thorn vine. It's impossible to say that Lin Wei is not worried, but she saw that Mao Mao's state bubble expression package was still a white centaur, thinking that Mao Mao's bidirectional mutation nature should not have changed. So she guessed that Mao Mao couldn't change back to a sharp thorn vine, maybe just because it was too weak. Now it seems that her guess is right. Mao Mao has turned back into a sharp thorn vine. Although it looks much thinner than before, Lin Wei believes that as long as she takes good care of it, Mao Mao will definitely recover completely. Putting Mao Mao's flower pot back to its original position on the terrace, Lin Wei sprayed some nutrients on Mao Mao and turned on the music. The black caterpillar twisted with the music for a while, as if tired, and coiled itself into a ball and stopped moving. Lin Wei looked at the white centaur lying on the ground, with Zizi on his head, sleeping peacefully, and felt relieved. She carefully looked at the other fruits, vegetables, and potted plants on the terrace. It was obvious that Misha had taken good care of them during her absence, some of them even a little too well. Lin Wei looked at the 4 pots of tomato trees that had stopped blooming and fruiting and had entered the leaf withering period, and at the water spinach vines that had grown too lush and dragged to the ground because they were taken care of too well, but no one consumed them. While planning in her mind how to deal with them later, Lin Wei walked slowly towards the bedroom. I didn't feel very tired during the journey. Even if the gyre crossing made my body uncomfortable, my spirit was still high. But as soon as I returned to the apartment, facing the familiar living environment, and Misha, who was like a family member, my tense nerves relaxed instantly, and fatigue and sleepiness followed. Lin Wei took a hot bath, then fell into the soft quilt with a familiar smell, and fell into a deep sleep like Mao Mao. Lin Wei came back at noon and slept until dusk. The fatigue and sleepiness of the body dissipated together. Lin Wei got out of bed, ate something, and prepared to start work. At that time, Misha was using the green oxygen extractor to extract green oxygen from several potted plants according to her work schedule. Lin Wei ate cold water spinach and sent a message to Bai Yi, asking him about the loquat breeding samples. Knowing that Bai Yi had gone to the research center and put the loquat seeds and the loquat branches they collected this time into the reverse electromagnetic storm instrument for gene correction, Lin Wei understood his workaholic nature, but couldn't help but worry about his health. Lin Wei, have you rested? Bai Yi, I slept for 2 hours. Lin Wei saw Bai Yi's reply and said nothing more. He confirmed with him that he would go to do the initial screening of the loquat breeding samples early tomorrow morning. Lin Wei and Bai Yi had previously tested soybean and radish seeds. To make them show the orange status bar representing gene stability, they need to put the 2 seeds in the reverse electromagnetic storm instrument for at least 10 hours for gene correction. Bai Yi, the breeding base has started breeding radishes, and soybeans are now in the second half of breeding. Seeing 2 good news in a row, Lin Wei felt that the water spinach in his mouth became particularly delicious. Lin Wei, great. Come on. After replying to the message, Lin Wei counted happily in his heart. The radish is number 00009, the soybean is number 00010, and the loquat that is about to start breeding is expected to become number 10008. With this calculation, they are getting closer and closer to completing the breeding goal of 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables. Lin Wei was feeling happy when a beeping sound rang in her ear. Following the sound, she saw that it was the green oxygen extractor that was reminding her that the bottle of green oxygen was full and needed to be replaced immediately. Lin Wei had just finished eating, so she got up and went to replace the bottle of the green oxygen extractor before Misha. Holding the gas bottle full of green oxygen, Lin Wei casually opened the storage cabinet beside her and was about to put the gas bottle in. When she saw the situation in the storage cabinet, she was shocked. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 bottles. Lin Wei carefully counted the gas bottles in the storage cabinet. They were all full of green oxygen. There were actually 8 bottles stored. Lin Wei clearly remembered that she had only collected 2 bottles before she left, which meant that Misha had helped her collect 6 bottles during her absence. No, it was 7 bottles including the one in her hand. A total of 9 bottles of full green oxygen. Lin Wei believed that Misha would not mess around. After all, it was a robot, and would not easily change the method that Lin Wei taught it on how to safely extract green oxygen for potted plants. So, the fundamental reason why she could harvest 9 bottles of full green oxygen in such a short time could only be because the green oxygen output of her potted plants was really impressive. Lin Wei put the 9th full bottle of green oxygen in her hand into the storage cabinet, with a smile on her face. When she closed the cabinet door, Lin Wei had already made a decision in her mind that she would donate it when she collected 10 bottles. I just don't know how much Star Citizen honor points 10 bottles of green oxygen can bring her. Lin Wei is not greedy. It is obviously impossible to get a lot of Star Citizen honor points casually. Anyway, as long as she can get it, even if it is 1 point or 2 points, Lin Wei will not despise it. She will only grow more and more potted plants. According to the output of green oxygen from her potted plants, she will always save more and more Star Citizen honor points. Arriving at the entrance, Lin Wei took the small crossbody bag she had been carrying when traveling before, and took out a small box from the bag. The box contained the root bulbs and root buds of narcissus that Lin Wei had dug. There were 7 root bulbs and 3 root buds in total. There are actually many root buds growing in the main root bulb of narcissus, but to dig out the root buds, you need to cut open the bulb skin of the main root bulb of narcissus, that is, the dermis of the root bulb, which will cause greater damage to the narcissus that is still in the growth sequence and flowering period. Because of this, Lin Wei only dug 3 root buds and stopped. But now looking at the survival of the root bulbs and root buds in the box, Lin Wei felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have dug more. Lin Wei had just used his external green plant eye to check the vitality status bar of the root balls and root buds. Only 3 of the 7 root balls still had green life bars, and the 3 root buds were even worse, with only 1 still alive. Lin Wei was sure that there was no problem with his method of storing narcissus root balls and root buds, so their death should be caused by the environment and their own genes. Since they were already dead, it was useless to worry about it. Lin Wei thought that it would be more appropriate to plant these survivors as soon as possible. For narcissus potted plants, hydroponics is still the main method. It is also possible to plant narcissus potted plants in soil and sand culture, but compared with hydroponics, these 2 planting methods are not very friendly to planting novices. Whether it is soil culture or sand culture, narcissus root balls and root buds have relatively high requirements for the looseness of the soil, and there are many requirements for watering. For example, if you are not careful, water too much, the sand becomes stagnant, and it is very likely that the root balls and root buds of narcissus will directly become diseased and rot in the sand. It is much easier to grow daffodils in water. During the non-leaves vigorous growth period and the flowering period, the root ball and root buds of daffodils have very low nutritional requirements. Even using clean water to cultivate the root ball and root buds directly is no problem. Of course, it would be better to add a little liquid fertilizer to the water. Lin Wei directly replaced the liquid fertilizer with Green Source's nutrient agent here. Add clean water to 4 bowls and spray the nutrient agent. Lin Wei peeled off the outer layer of shriveled stem skin, removed all the old roots, and washed the root ball and root buds of daffodils, and put them into 4 bowls in turn. Note that the water level line is best controlled at the halfway point of the root ball and root bud of the daffodil. It's that simple, and the daffodils are planted. Lin Wei's eyes wandered over the 4 bowls of daffodils, thinking that it was still a bit unsightly to plant them in bowls, so he had to buy some beautiful containers for them. After taking care of the narcissus, Lin Wei rolled up her sleeves and asked Misha to help clean up the 4 tomato trees that were taller than her. Collect the dead leaves of the tomato trees, cut off the stems of the tomato trees, and crush them with a grinder, and then bury the broken pieces and dead leaves deep in the soil of the flower pot. Undoubtedly, this is also a way to quickly make humus soil. For pots of overflowing water spinach plus 2 bottles of hydroponic water spinach, Lin Wei, holding a pair of scissors, pulled out a total of 6 handfuls of water spinach stems from them. Lin Wei certainly couldn't finish eating so many water spinach by himself, but he couldn't throw them away either, which would be a waste. Lin Wei thought of Qiao Qiao. Looking at the darkening sky outside, Lin Wei sent a message to Qiao Qiao, and also sent Qiao Qiao the scenery photos of the alien plant Xingyu, and the image photos of the Narcissus alien plant. This is what Lin Wei promised Qiao Qiao before he set off to the alien plant Star Island. Only 10 seconds after Lin Wei sent the message, Qiao Qiao called in. "Didn't you say you would be gone for 2 or 3 months? Why are you back so soon?" Lin Wei didn't intend to tell Qiao Qiao about the dangers he encountered in detail. He just said lightly, "I came back early because of a sudden situation. I will go again in a few days. Did you see the video photos I sent you?" "I saw it." Qiao Qiao raised her voice unconsciously, obviously very excited. "So the alien plant Star Island looks like this. It doesn't seem so scary, and that? Is it a mutant plant? It looks so beautiful." After a brief chat about the situation of the alien plant Star Island, Lin Wei turned to the main topic. Knowing that Lin Wei had too many green vines to eat and wanted to send her some, Qiao Qiao was not polite at all and replied hurriedly, Yes, I like to eat green vines." Lin Wei listened to Qiao Qiao's cheerful tone, and her eyebrows and eyes couldn't help but relax. Perhaps the greatest satisfaction of giving something to someone close to you comes from the other person's willingness to accept it. Lin Wei thought for a moment and asked again, "I still have some yellow pearl dried fruit and red bubble dried fruit that I can't finish eating. Do you want some?" The sea buckthorn and raspberry that Lin Wei planted began to bear fruit some time ago, and the yield is quite high. She can't eat them all by herself. Lin Wei sent it to Bai Yi twice, but there were still a lot left. The most important thing is that the fruit trees are still growing. Lin Wei doesn't know how to make complicated jams and candied fruits, so she just asked Misha to help harvest and dry them, and then store them. Now Lin Wei has stored 2 full bottles of this original dried fruit, which can be packed together with a green vine and sent to Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao's answer was still crisp, yes. Chapter 75. The breeding process of vegetable soybean number 00010 was so smooth and fast, which was unexpected by the researchers involved in the breeding. The breeding process of vegetable radish number 00009 was fast enough in the eyes of the researchers. Who would have thought that it could be even faster? It has been less than a month, and the breeding of soybeans has entered the second half, the breeding of environmental adaptability. At this point, as long as there are no major mistakes in the future, the breeding of soybeans can basically be declared successful. While the researchers were rejoicing, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that Mr. Bai Yi had indeed mastered the key to fruit and vegetable breeding. This time, the breeding of soybeans was so fast, and the hard work of these researchers day and night was of course indispensable, but the researchers knew in their hearts that Mr. Bai Yi played a key role in the breeding process of soybeans. If Mr. Bai Yi had not roughly determined the correct answer to the stable gene of soybeans before the trip, their subsequent work would not have progressed so smoothly. For researchers, the breeding of fruits and vegetables for environmental adaptability is easy and effortless. Compared with their usual work intensity, it is like a holiday. Although they always look forward to the holiday, when the holiday comes, the researchers feel infinite emptiness in their hearts. It must be said that those who can work under the workaholic Bai Yi are essentially a little bit crazy about work. Therefore, when they received the news from the research center's co-manager AI, they asked some researchers to go to the number 2 breeding monitoring room, which had not been open for a long time, to participate in the breeding of new fruits. The researchers, who were feeling empty, suddenly became more enthusiastic than ever. However, when the researchers came to the number 2 breeding monitoring room and prepared to edit the genome and simulate the genetic data of the seeds of the new fruit before breeding, they were stunned when they saw the breeding samples. "What is this?" One researcher couldn't help but ask, "Is it a mistake? These don't look like seeds, do they?" In the display cabinet that was originally used to display seeds, what was arranged in sequence according to the serial number looked like branches. Those branches were very short, each only about the length of 2 knuckles of a finger. Most of them were bare, with only a few side leaves, and those leaves looked like they had been cut by humans. The loquat tree that Lin Wei saw when he risked his life by swinging down the cliff was unlikely to grow well. In order to avoid damaging the loquat tree as much as possible, and to collect as many cutting samples as possible, Lin Wei could only resort to this last resort. Pruning is done according to the minimum standard for the survival of cuttings, that is, there are only 1 or 2 buds on a cutting. Because of this, the loquat cuttings seen by the researchers are so short. As for the leaves cut off by Lin Wei, it is simply to avoid excessive transpiration of the leaves, which will cause the loss of water in the cuttings. At this time, facing the doubts of the researchers, Bai Yi said calmly, "These are indeed not seeds. I want to try a new breeding method with everyone, using branches to cultivate plants for breeding." The researchers are all very exploratory. When they heard Bai Yi say that he wanted to try a new breeding method, they were eager to try. However, can it really work to cultivate plants with branches? Looking at the short branches in the display cabinet, can they also take root and sprout like seeds? Some researchers are not optimistic about this. Another part of the researchers thought of the new method of planting green vines, which can hydroponically grow new plants with branches, and thought that Mr. Bai Yi's new breeding method should be inspired by this. These researchers are mainly looking forward to the new breeding method. Soon, the preliminary preparations for breeding were completed. The researchers followed Bai Yi's instructions, and positioned the branches like positioning seeds. As the robotic arm inserted the branches one by one into the planting point, just like after sowing, the induced laser and powerful nutrients were infused into the branches at the same time. Whether the researchers were optimistic about the new breeding method or not, they all held their breath and stared at the monitoring screen at that moment. Can it really take root and sprout? The answer was soon revealed. On those short branches, the buds first turned slightly green, then expanded, and then the bright green and curled leaves slowly stretched out in front of the researchers. The new leaves, with vigorous vitality, gave people an opportunity for unlimited hope. "It's grown! It's really grown!" The researchers couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't know that these short branches might not look good, but they were all preliminarily screened by Lin Wei in advance. When judging the vitality of branches, Lin Wei's pair of green plant eyes is definitely not less accurate than the detection instruments in this world. After the branches grow leaves and shoots, how to observe them and monitor their data, these no longer need Bai Yi to say more. These branches have grown into plants, just like plants grown from seeds, so the researchers only need to follow the routine. Some smart researchers became very excited when they saw the short branches grow into plants. It was obvious that they had realized something in the process. In this way, we don't have to wait until it blooms and bears fruit before we can continue the next round of breeding. One researcher couldn't help but said excitedly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the researchers of this batch also reacted, "Yes, we only need their branches to breed, and the breeding speed will definitely be much faster." The breeding of fruits is different from that of vegetables. Fruit trees grow slowly. Even if lasers and powerful nutrients are used, some slow-growing fruit trees will take nearly a month to bloom and bear fruit. This undoubtedly greatly slowed down the progress of breeding. Now, they can use branches to cultivate plants for breeding. They no longer have to wait for the fruit trees to bloom and bear fruit. They only need to wait for the fruit trees to pass the high incidence period of mutation and grow to the point where their genes are determined. Then, they can cut off their branches and quickly enter the next round of breeding. This good news caused a stir among the researchers. Bai Yi waited until the commotion subsided before he rigorously stated the facts to the researchers. Not all fruit trees can be cultivated using branches. The researchers were happy to accept this fact. They and Bai Yi had experienced too many difficulties in breeding. Therefore, their tenacity had long been tempered. The researchers were calm, and they did not expect that all fruit trees could be bred using this new method. However, not all fruit trees grow slowly. For example, yellow pearl fruit, red bubble fruit and water red fruit grow very fast. Therefore, the optimistic researchers think that among the 10 kinds of fruits they have selected, as long as 2 or 3 of them grow fast, and 1 or 2 can be selected with new methods, it means that most of the fruits can be selected and bred at a fast speed like vegetables. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Wei did not show up, but just watched for a while in the lounge next to her. Seeing that everything was going well, she left quietly. After leaving the research center, Lin Wei walked towards the breeding base. As soon as she stepped into the breeding base, Consultant Lin, who had not appeared for a long time, was surrounded by a group of enthusiastic growers. After a round of greetings, Lin Wei could not refuse the hospitality, and was surrounded by the growers to the fruit tree test field proposed and formed by her. Consultant Lin, look, this is our new grafting achievement. It turned out that during the time when Lin Wei was away, several planters worked together to successfully complete the interspecific grafting of yellow pomelo and gala. A planter introduced to Lin Wei, Consultant Lin, these are the gala trees we grafted with yellow pomelo as the rootstock. The ones next to them are the yellow pomelo trees grafted with gala as the rootstock. They are all alive. We found flower buds on those grafted gala trees 2 days ago. But we have already picked the flower buds as you said before. Lin Wei looked at the grafted gala fruit on the left, then the grafted yellow pomelo on the right, smiled and nodded, and praised without hesitation. You are really amazing. The planters who were praised all smiled, and scratched their heads, and faces a little embarrassedly. Lin Wei did not expect that the yellow pomegranate and the gala fruit could be grafted together. However, since Lin Wei did not have a deep understanding of the yellow pomegranate and the gala fruit, she personally preferred the former grafting, that is, using the yellow pomegranate as the rootstock to graft the gala fruit. In Lin Wei's opinion, the yellow pomegranate has only one shortcoming, which is that it is not delicious. Its fruit trees grow very fast, with thick trunks and stable roots. In addition, it blooms and bears fruit early, and has a high yield. In comparison, the growth rate of the gala fruit is much slower, and it still has slender branches. The time it takes to bloom and bear fruit is comparable to that of loquat. Therefore, grafting the gala fruit with the yellow pomegranate as the rootstock is still very economical. But on the contrary, unless gala can pass on the fragrance and sweetness of its own fruit to the grafted yellow pomegranate, using a slow-growing fruit tree as a rootstock has no feasibility value. However, the final result is still unknown, so Lin Wei did not say much. After watching the finished version of the interspecific grafting of yellow pomegranate and gala, Lin Wei was pulled out of the circle of planners by Jiangyan and Yin Lin. Consultant Lin, what do you see? Jiangyan pointed to a field at his feet, and his eyebrows danced with joy when he spoke, with a proud look on his face. Lin Wei looked down. What? She only saw a few tender tomato seedlings growing there. Seeing the doubt in Lin Wei's eyes, Jiangyan smiled and looked at Yin Lin. Yin Lin was not like Jiangyan who liked to be mysterious, so he said directly, these red fruit trees were not grown from seeds, but from cuttings. Consultant Lin, you don't know this, right? The axillary buds broken off from the water red fruit tree can be used for cuttings. Jiangyan smiled like a fox who had succeeded. He raised his hand and hooked Yin Lin's neck like a good brother. These water red fruit seedlings you see are the ones that old Yin and I planted with axillary buds. Lin Wei pursed his lips, wanting to say something but stopping. Jiangyan asked in confusion, Consultant Lin, don't you praise us? Consultant Lin had just praised the planters, who grafted yellow pomelo and gala fruits, but why did he stop praising them when it was their turn? Lin Wei hesitated and prepared before speaking. Actually, I have tried using axillary buds of water red fruit for cuttings before. Jiangyan and Yin Lin were stunned when they heard this. Lin Wei continued, if I'm not mistaken, then the water red fruit seedlings that survive from cuttings can only grow to this height at most. Lin Wei compared a height of about 30 centimeters, and then threw out a fact that was like a bolt from the blue for Jiangyan and Yin Lin. They will grow very slowly, and will not bloom or bear fruit. After Lin Wei said this, she stepped forward and patted the shoulders of Jiangyan and Yin Lin, who were both stunned and about to cry. On the third day after Lin Wei planted the 4 pots of daffodils in water, one of them showed signs of mutation. Lin Wei, who was already familiar with this, gave the pot of daffodils whatever they wanted when they had frequent demands. When the status bubble option box popped up above it, she chose the option of vegetative transformation for the daffodils without hesitation. Watching the status bubble emoticon of the daffodil turn into the frustrated little face she was familiar with, Lin Wei was no longer the novice, who would worry about this frustrated little face, and couldn't sleep or eat. Lin Wei just changed the water, and sprayed the daffodils with nutrients every day as usual, and then waited for the day when the daffodils would undergo a vegetative transformation. At the same time, the medical department, located in District 1 of the capital Star and managing all public medical centers in the entire Star Federation, received a rare donation that day. There were a total of 10 bottles of high-purity green oxygen, and after testing by relevant staff, the chlorophyll content of these 10 bottles of green oxygen was generally higher than the average, and more than half of them were nearly 1 percentage point higher. Green oxygen donations were rare in the first place. After all, potted plants are expensive, while green oxygen output is low. Usually, those rich people who have potted plants in their hands also spend money to open a personal green oxygen reserve in the medical center, and store the collected green oxygen in it for emergency needs for themselves and their families. You know, once hypoxia breaks out, the human body's demand for green oxygen is a bottomless pit. Therefore, even if donating green oxygen to the medical department can gain Star Citizen honor points, the green oxygen donations that the medical department can receive each year are still very few. Now, 10 bottles of high-purity green oxygen were received at once, and the quality was still so high. The staff did not dare to neglect it, and directly reported the detailed information of this batch of donations to the director of the medical department. The quality of green oxygen is judged by its purity and chlorophyll content. Although the chlorophyll content of these 10 bottles of green oxygen is only a few tenths of a percentage point higher than the average, it may be just these few tenths of a percentage point that can save the acute attack and dying hypoxia patients. After reading the electronic information form submitted by the staff, the usually serious director of the medical department smiled rarely. When the staff asked how to convert the Star Citizen honor value to the donor, the director of the medical department waved his hand and said, "Just convert it according to the highest standard." Such a good source of green oxygen, of course, should be given more sweet incentives to encourage the other party to continue donating, right? Since donating all the 10 bottles of green oxygen in stock, Lin Wei has developed a bad habit in the past 2 days. From time to time, she has to open the communicator to refresh her Star Citizen certificate. Lin Wei learned from Bai Yi that usually, within 7 days after the donation, the medical department will issue the Star Citizen honor value. This value will be displayed in the lower right corner of your Star Citizen certificate, and along with it, there will be a small star that may only light up in one corner. This is the 4th day since Lin Wei donated green oxygen. At this time, she lazily leaned on the sofa and swiped at the communicator. While refreshing the Star Citizen certificate, Lin Wei recalled Bai Ye's words. Bai Yi told her that there is a conversion ratio for the amount of green oxygen donated to get the amount of Star Citizen honor points. That is, not one bottle of green oxygen donated can get 1 Star Citizen honor point. According to the conversion ratio that Bai Yi learned, it is about 0.5 to 2. Lin Wei did not have high requirements for this, and she would be satisfied if her 10 bottles of green oxygen could bring her 10 Star Citizen honor points. Just thinking about this, Lin Wei felt a flash in front of her eyes. There seemed to be something in the lower right corner of the Star Citizen certificate, which was originally blank. Lin Wei looked closely, and saw that the number 20 was clearly branded there, and below this number, a dotted line, with only one corner of the edge lit up with a bright yellow star. Lin Wei's eyes widened when she saw the number 20. 20! It was 20. The 10 bottles of green oxygen she donated received the highest conversion rate for Star Citizen honor value. Lin Wei jumped up from the sofa with joy. There was a noise outside the door. It should be Bai Yi, who came back from the research center. When she opened the door, Lin Wei's voice was full of joy. "Bai Yi, look!" Lin Wei raised her arm, and couldn't wait to show Bai Yi her Star Citizen certificate on the holographic screen of the communicator. She didn't know why. She knew that Bai Yi had thousands of Star Citizen honor values, and several stars were lit up. Her 20 Star Citizen honor values were nothing to Bai Yi, but Lin Wei wanted to share her joy with him. Lin Wei's attention was almost all on the Star Citizen honor values she had just obtained, so she didn't notice that the moment she opened the door, Bai Ye's aura was still cold. It wasn't until he saw the smile on her face that the coldness faded away. Chapter 76. Bai Yi cooperated by lowering his eyes to look at Lin Wei's Star Citizen certificate. He knew that Lin Wei had donated 10 bottles of green oxygen. 20 Star Citizen honor points were indeed nothing to him, but seeing the rare childish smile on the girl's face, he still opened his lips and said in a tone of praise, "It seems that the green oxygen you donated is of high quality. The medical department gave you the highest conversion rate." Lin Wei nodded proudly, retracted his arm, and stared at the 20 Star Citizen honor points with a smile like a gluttonous cat, as if he couldn't see enough. In fact, when he calmed down and thought about it, Lin Wei felt that he was quite funny now. Although he got the Star Citizen honor points, he didn't have any specific goals on how to use them and where to use them. "I just think that the Star Citizen honor value is a good thing, and she should have it. Anyway, it's better to have it than not. What if it can be used someday?" Lin Wei's bright eyes moved as if she had thought of something, and she said, "Bai Yi, show me your Star Citizen certificate." Remembering the previous trip to Luochen Star, Lin Wei glanced at Bai Ye's Star Citizen certificate. The value in the lower right corner was a 4-digit number, and several bright yellow stars were lit. Lin Wei didn't look at the specific value at that time. Now she was a little curious about the corresponding ratio of the value and the little stars. She wanted to use Bai Ye's value and the stars to calculate how many values she had to reach to completely light up a little star. It must be said that Lin Wei might have some obsessive-compulsive disorder in this regard. Looking at her little star that was only lit a little bit, she was very uncomfortable. Bai Yi was startled. Seeing that he didn't move, Lin Wei looked up at him with some doubts. Bai Yi raised his arm, turned on the communicator, and showed his citizen ID to Lin Wei. Huh? Lin Wei couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise after seeing Bai Ye's citizen ID clearly. How could it be? On the lower right corner of Bai Ye's citizen ID, there was only a single digit 8, and the small stars lit up at the bottom were fainter than Lin Wei's, almost invisible. Bai Ye's citizen honor value was still in the 4 digits when he went to Luochen Star. Lin Wei was sure that he was not wrong about this. So, what did Bai Yi do to make his citizen honor value almost empty? Is it because of Wang Weili? It was a questioning sentence, but Lin Wei's tone was affirmative. Apart from this vicious S-level wanted criminal, Lin Wei couldn't think of anyone or anything else in the near future that could make Bai Yi spend thousands of citizen honor points in an instant. Bai Yi did not deny it. In fact, because of Wang Weili's matter, Bai Ye's star citizen honor points were completely cleared. The 8-star citizen honor points that Lin Wei saw now were obtained temporarily by making large donations to charity organizations because Bai Yi would need them later. Thinking of Wang Weili and the investigation results just obtained from the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, Bai Ye's eyes darkened. Bai Ye's expression did not change, but Lin Wei felt that he was in a bad mood. Indeed, it must have been difficult for Bai Yi to save up those thousands of star citizen honor points. Now all of them were spent on a villain. Lin Wei put herself in his shoes and thought about it. Not to mention thousands of star citizen honor points. Even if she spent all the 20 points on hand at once, she would feel painful for a while. Lin Wei then comforted Bai Yi, the old will not go, and the new will not come. If you use it up, you can save it again. You will always save more and more. Then he said generously, my potted plants can now draw about 2 bottles of green oxygen in 3 days. Anyway, I don't need the star citizen honor points now. If you need them urgently, I have a few more bottles stored there. You can donate them first. Bai Yi was obviously comforted, and the darkness in his eyes was replaced by soft light. He nodded with a smile in his eyes, and said to the girl, who was proud because the potted plants could draw 2 bottles of green oxygen in 3 days, it just so happens that there should be some green oxygen reserves on my private star island. We can donate them together when the time comes. Lin Wei couldn't help but ask curiously, how many bottles have you saved? After she donated 10 bottles, there are now 3 bottles stored in the locker. Bai Yi seemed to be thinking for a while, and said, there should be dozens of bottles. I have to ask the manager of Star Island to know the exact number. There was a hint of mischief in his tone that others could hardly detect. Lin Wei, She was not so shocked, she just always forgot that the person in front of her was the chairman of Green Source, who had a big family and a lot of wealth. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and she didn't need to worry about the star citizen honor value. What Lin Wei didn't know was that Bai Yi rarely donated green oxygen to the medical headquarters in his personal name, but usually donated in the name of Green Source. And if he donated in the name of the company, Bai Yi could get very little star citizen honor value. His thousands of star citizen honor value were basically obtained through industry. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't say anything, Bai Yi tilted his head to look at her face, coughed lightly, and said, your green oxygen is of good quality, and can get a higher conversion rate. If my green oxygen is donated together with your green oxygen, maybe I can also benefit from the high conversion rate. Lin Wei looked up at him, and decided not to argue with him. She could see that Bai Yi was a serious person most of the time, but sometimes he would have some bad intentions, and tease her with words. Lin Wei thought about it, and suddenly said seriously, if you want to donate, you should donate as soon as possible. Huh? Bai Yi looked puzzled. Lin Wei explained with reason. Think about it. When we have completed the selection of flowers and plants, then green oxygen will definitely not be as scarce as it is now. The conversion rate of green oxygen for star citizen honor points will definitely decrease. The tone was taken for granted, as if they would definitely be able to complete the selection of flowers and plants. If it were in the past, Bai Yi might occasionally have similar aspirations, but in his imagination, achieving the selection of flowers and plants should be an achievement in his lifetime. He will succeed, but the process is bumpy, and there is no end in sight. Unlike now, after listening to the girl's words, he nodded in approval. I think what you said makes sense. It seems that as long as they want, the flower and grass breeding can be completed tomorrow. At this point, Lin Wei yawned with her hands covering her mouth. She was sleepy. Pointing to the half-open door behind her, I'm going to sleep. Okay, good night. Good evening. Bai Yi didn't look away until Lin Wei closed the door. He entered his apartment, and with the sound of the door closing behind him, the warmth around Bai Yi faded away. Taking off his coat, Bai Yi came to the optical computer. After a seemingly complicated operation, The video communication connection logo appeared on the holographic screen of the optical computer in front of Bai Yi. At the same time, if Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi's Star Citizen certificate now, she would find that his only remaining 8 points of Star Citizen honor value have now been reset to 0. This is an encrypted communication that requires the Star Citizen's honor points to open a dedicated line. Soon, the video communication was connected. The man who appeared on the optical brain holographic screen had mediocre features and slightly fat cheeks, but because of his natural smile, he gave people the illusion of being rich and approachable. Yes, an illusion. Looking at this face, Bai Yi couldn't help but think in his heart that many royal ministers, who claimed to be smart in Hylon 2 were fooled by this non-aggressive face. They thought that the other party was just a rich and idle person, who could not accomplish anything great. But according to Bai Yi's understanding of this person, this is the younger brother of Hylon 2's current king, and the only prince of Hylon 2 who is still alive. He is determined to get Hylon 2's throne. Long time no see, Prince Mord. Bai Yi opened his lips and greeted softly. Perhaps because he was used to pretending, Prince Mord greeted people with a smile and a familiar tone. Bai Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. Let me calculate how long it has been since we last contacted each other. I remember the last time we... Bai Yi obviously had no intention of reminiscing about the past with him, and interrupted. The things have been sent to you. Prince Mord looked at Bai Yi with disapproval, shook his head, and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, Bai Yi, why are you still the same old way, so boring? Suddenly, a dark light flashed in Prince Mord's eyes, and he lowered his voice slightly and said, The things are good, but it's a pity that you are too naive to think that you can defeat Milu with these things. As he said this, Prince Mord sighed helplessly, and analyzed with Bai Yi in a serious tone, You should have heard that my brother is seriously ill, and should be in the late stage of hypoxia. His body cannot undergo mechanical lung transplantation, so Milu, who has the gift of flowers and plants to make him feel more comfortable, is now favored by my brother. None of my nephews and nieces, who are more capable of doing things, can compare to him now. After a pause, Prince Mold said, Believe it or not, even if you hand these things in your hand to my brother in the name of your Star Federation government, he will still protect Milu. Bai Yi did not comment on this, just staring at Prince Mold on the holographic screen, and said concisely, You want the throne, Milu is your biggest stumbling block. As far as I know, the heir he supports is not you. Toppling him is a win-win for both of us. So, just tell me your conditions. Prince Mold, who was seen through, the king smacked his lips impatiently, but then he laughed again and said, Okay, I won't beat around the bush with you. I want your Lvyuan energy stone conversion technology, and when I succeed to the throne, I hope that your Lvyuan's achievements in fruit and vegetable breeding can be shared with Beixiangjing in the future. Bai Yi said bluntly, The energy stone conversion technology can be sold to you. Lin Wei was once amazed that a small stone could sustain the energy demand of an apartment for a whole year. This is the credit of Lvyuan's energy stone conversion technology. Lvyuan's technology greatly reduces the loss of energy stone when it is converted into usable energy, and greatly improves the effective utilization rate of energy stone. Known energy stone is a non-renewable resource. There is no doubt that Lvyuan's technology is of great benefit to both the country and the people. Prince Mold heard Bai Yi's agreement. Although Bai Yi said that he was selling, which was suspected of stealing the concept, he was obviously very satisfied with the result. Bai Yi added, It is impossible to fully share the results of fruit and vegetable breeding. However, Lvyuan can provide Beixiangjing with relevant professional advice for a fee. In addition, Lvyuan should expand the sales of fruit and vegetable seeds in the future. I can guarantee that the price of fruit and vegetable seeds sold directly by Lvyuan to Helantu will be the same as the local price after deducting all miscellaneous expenses. After saying this, Bai Yi looked at Prince Helantu on the holographic screen with clear eyes. Prince Mold looked at him. After a moment, in the silence of both sides, as if a little frustrated, Prince Mold spoke first and said loudly, Deal. Bai Yi knew very well that the other party was just pretending to be weak. In this negotiation where both sides got what they wanted, the other party had occupied an advantageous position from beginning to end. All he could do was to gain as much benefit as possible for himself and Lvyuan in the given disadvantageous position. Finally, Prince Mold restrained the smile on his face and said, But let me say in advance, Bai Yi, Milu has a very high reputation not only in my royal brother, but also in Beixiangjing and even in the whole Helantu. I can't kill him for you immediately. I have my own plans and layout. In fact, if Bai Yi hadn't approached him, Prince Mord would have even pretended to win over Milu first, and it wouldn't be too late to deal with him after he had secured the throne. This was within Bai Yi's expectations. After all, the dispute over royal power was not a small matter. It was impossible to overthrow Milu in one fell swoop, so Bai Ye's main purpose today was actually, I don't want assassinations to happen around me again. Lin Wei said she was not afraid, but Bai Ye was more and more frightened after reading Wang Weili's memory. He finally understood his mother's concerns, how dangerous the assassinations against his father were, and Milu was not even fully grown at that time. Prince Mort immediately understood Bai Ye's weakness. It was indeed difficult for Bai Ye, who was in the Star Federation, to grasp Milu's movements in real time, and assassinations were something that you could not avoid even if you were on guard against them. Fortunately, this matter was difficult for Bai Ye, but it was easy for him, Prince Hailan too. Don't worry. Prince Mort put on a natural smile and assured Bai Ye, although I can't kill him for you for the time being, it's no problem to make him unable to take care of himself. The video call was interrupted, and Bai Ye turned off the light brain and stood up. In the corner of his eye, he could see 2 potted plants that were growing well under the bedroom window. That was where Lin Wei put it to improve the air in his apartment. Bai Ye stood up and walked over, squatting beside the 2 potted plants to take a closer look. Both potted plants have passed their flowering period, but they are still pleasing to the eye. The iris with fan-shaped leaves looks very elegant, and the morning glory vines next to it are entangled, and have completely covered the simple small shelf built by Lin Wei, blending into one. Bai Ye stretched out his fingers and outlined the outlines of the 2 potted plants bit by bit, and his fluctuating mood calmed down. Chapter 77. Because a narcissus plant has mutated, it is obviously impossible for Lin Wei to set off for the extremely dangerous Xingyu within the shortest week. She has to wait until the narcissus plant completes its plant metamorphosis before she can set off. So, what key items will the narcissus need to break through its metamorphosis bottleneck? While Lin Wei was guarding the mutated narcissus and waiting for its status bubble emoticon package to change, she often guessed unconsciously in her mind. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, in her hometown, the naturally beautiful and extraordinary narcissus was the favorite of many literati and elegant guests. It has many elegant names, such as Lingbo Fairy, Jinjian Yin Tai, Snow Flower, etc. According to the temperament given to narcissus by literati, its key items for metamorphosis may be calligraphy and paintings. Lin Wei pondered that this world seemed to have no works related to calligraphy, but there were paintings. I just don't know if the abstract paintings in this world can meet the aesthetics of narcissus. And if we speculate based on the growth habits of daffodils themselves, the cool and cold golden and silver platform that blooms in winter probably has some unique preference for pure white frost and snow. It is probably extremely difficult to get natural frost and snow in this world, but fortunately, Lin Wei thought, while her eyes drifted towards the freezer. She can use the freezer to make ice, and then use the crusher to crush it. If there is no natural frost and snow, there can still be artificial frost and snow. Of course, Lin Wei just doesn't want to think about it casually without an empty mind. In fact, from the key items of potted plant transformation that she has come into contact with, whether it is music to roses, colored stones to irises, or wind to gardenias, the connection between the two feels very empty. Anyway, if Lin Wei is asked to guess it herself, she will definitely not be able to guess it. Only the key item of sunflower, sunlight, is completely in line with the characteristics of potted plants and can be traced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Lin Wei's mind, and she sat up straight from her relaxed position on the sofa. Why can the key items of sunflowers be traced, and why are they so simple? Maybe it's just a coincidence, but if not, Lin Wei thought, could it be because sunflowers were also tried to be domesticated by the ancestors of this world? After all, in addition to being potted plants, sunflower seeds can be eaten as nuts, and even used as agricultural and sideline products to extract oil. It's just that the domestication may not be so successful, unlike other fruits and vegetables that are domesticated so thoroughly. What kind of ecological environment was this world more than 10,000 years ago? Could it be that all the plants were originally mutated, but they were domesticated into flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables by the ancestors of humans? The strong electromagnetic storm was actually the return of plants, and now they are just repeating the domestication of plants by the ancestors of humans. If this is the case, it is consistent with the conclusion put forward by scholars in the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, that history is constantly developing in a spiral. Holding his forehead that was swollen due to thinking too much, Lin Wei leaned back on the soft sofa chair and warned himself not to think any more. 10,000 years ago, and it was not specifically more than 10,000 years or tens of thousands of years ago, the truth had long been lost in the long history of this world. It is useless to think too much, and it is only right to focus on the present. And just as Lin Wei was thinking wildly, The frustrated expression pack of the mutant daffodil finally changed at noon on a sunny day. Lin Wei stared at the status bubble emoticon package above the mutant narcissus. It was clearly a simple white man like the other mutant potted plants. Lin Wei didn't know if it was because of the filter she had for narcissus. She always felt that the simple white man of narcissus looked a little more delicate than the white men of other potted plants, exuding a noble and cold temperament. But then, a move by the white man of narcissus shattered Lin Wei's noble and cold filter for it. The white man took out a mirror from nowhere, held his face with one hand, winked at the mirror, and took pictures non-stop. The most important thing was that when he looked at his simple face in the mirror, his cheeks flushed, and his pair of black eyes turned into two red hearts. In Lin Wei's opinion, the narcissist of the white man of narcissus was simply shocking. Even if he couldn't see it, he still had to find the key items. Fortunately, Lin Wei, a girl, always had mirrors. Even though Narcissus's white man asked Lin Wei for more than one mirror, Lin Wei moved her makeup mirror to the terrace, and placed some cosmetics with built-in mirrors around Narcissus, and even the mirrors in the bathroom of her and by Ye's apartment were removed. This was considered to satisfy Narcissus's narcissistic white man's key item needs. Finally, the mutant Narcissus was dealt with, and Lin Wei breathed a sigh of satisfaction. The family of excellent potted plants has added another powerful general, which is a cause for celebration. In the corner of her eyes, a long black caterpillar quietly crawled to her feet. Lin Wei lowered her eyes and looked at it. The black caterpillar raised its head, and a few leaves quickly closed, as if it was smiling at Lin Wei, and as if it was greeting Lin Wei. Lin Wei squatted down, touched Mao Mao's leaves, and asked to herself, "Is the new flower pot comfortable?" 3 days ago, Lin Wei saw that Mao Mao had almost recovered, so she started to change its flower pot. Mao Mao probably didn't understand at first, thinking that Lin Wei didn't want it again, and was very resistant to changing the new flower pot. On the round face of the white centaur, there was both resentment and tears. Lin Wei didn't want to force it, but considering that she had to take Mao Mao to explore the extremely dangerous Star Island, the broken flower pot where Mao Mao took root was too fragile, and it was difficult for Lin Wei to hold it, and it would leak when watering, and it couldn't keep it moist. The flower pot with Shall We nested outside could barely solve the problem of the broken flower pot being fragile and leaking, but holding two flower pots was somewhat heavy and inconvenient for Lin Wei. Because of this, Lin Wei could only patiently talk to Mao Mao at cross purposes again, trying to make Mao Mao understand as much as possible that changing the flower pot did not mean not wanting it, but just wanted them both to be more comfortable. Lin Wei didn't know whether Mao Mao understood in the end, but she did take action after the white centaur nodded his head. Having been saved by Mao Mao, and Mao Mao committing suicide to follow her, Lin Wei could no longer regard Mao Mao as a simple potted plant. Even though Mao Mao was in a confused state most of the time, in Lin Wei's heart, Mao Mao was still a family member that she couldn't let go of and needed to cherish. However, it was precisely this mentality of Lin Wei that caused her to encounter a big trouble when she changed the flower pot for Mao Mao. Mao Mao's roots were too firmly attached to the broken flower pot. Those roots were so thin that they were almost like capillaries, and even Mao Mao herself couldn't pull them off completely. What about Lin Wei? If it was not Mao Mao, who was repotted, but other ordinary potted plants, she would cut off the roots without hesitation. After all, according to Lin Wei's experience, as long as the main root system of the potted plant is not damaged, some minor branches can be cut off, which will not have much impact on the subsequent growth of the potted plant. However, Mao Mao is different. Lin Wei is not sure whether Mao Mao, who has a certain intelligence, has a sense of pain, and whether cutting its roots will make it feel painful. So, every time Lin Wei cuts, she has to look up to check Mao Mao's status and asks as if she is talking to herself, "Does it hurt?" Mao Mao seems to feel Lin Wei's concern and worry. From beginning to end, the little white centaur is happy, and does not show any expression of pain. Lin Wei changed Mao Mao to a large and light flower pot. The flower mud inside was prepared by Lin Wei herself. It was made of loose and fertile humus soil, mixed with eggshell bone fragments, and then watered with diluted nutrients. After Mao Mao was transplanted, the little white centaur shuddered first, then lay on the ground with a slightly red face, sighing with satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Wei's eyes were full of smiles. Obviously, Mao Mao was very satisfied with its new home. Lin Wei scraped off all the thin roots that Mao Mao had cut off and left on the broken flower pot, and stored them in a sealed bag. Lin Wei did this because the idea was actually very simple. Just like some wild animals use their urine and smell to mark their territory and deter their own kind and intruders, Mao Mao can deter mutant plants, so Lin Wei thought that Mao Mao's roots might also have a certain deterrent effect on mutant plants. According to Lin Wei's observation, Mao Mao's thorny vines are very hard, and the thorns basically won't fall off. The rose-like leaves on the top of Mao Mao also almost never fall off, so these fine roots can be said to be rare treasures that can be pulled from Mao Mao. Although Lin Wei has no way to determine whether these fine roots are useful for the time being, it is always right to collect them for emergency use. Shortly after helping the mutant Narcissus complete the plant metamorphosis, Lin Wei simply packed up his bag, took Mao Mao, and embarked on a mysterious journey to the extremely dangerous Star Island with Bai Yi, the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team, and Xia Yujie, who was crying and shouting to go with him. After a long flight, Lin Wei finally saw the rumored extremely dangerous alien plant Star Island through the window next to the seat. The extremely dangerous Star Island is very large, much larger than Lin Wei imagined. The dangerous second-level alien plant Star Island that Lin Wei went to before can only be regarded as a small island in front of the extremely dangerous Star Island. Lin Wei even thought that this extremely dangerous Star Island should not be called a Star Island, but a planet. In fact, the extremely dangerous Star Island does look like a small planet. It is different from the Star Islands that Lin Wei has seen, which are like islands hanging in the sky. It is almost round, with several obvious depressions. Lin Wei guessed that it might be caused by the fall of meteorites or some other impact. Anyway, according to Lin Wei's rough visual estimation, the volume of this extremely dangerous Star Island is about 1/10 of the capital star, and the capital star is the largest planet in the entire Star Federation. Passing through the thin circulation layer on the outer edge of the extremely dangerous Star Island, the spacecraft entered the inner ring of the extremely dangerous Star Island. However, when Lin Wei looked out through the window, she found that her vision was blocked by thick fog, so she could not see the appearance of the extremely dangerous Star Island below. The spaceship continued to descend, and the thick fog in front of them dissipated, and Lin Wei's eyebrows also frowned. At this moment, Lin Wei's spaceship had been hovering in the air for a long time, but it had never landed. This was not a problem with Lao He and Gao Jian's spaceship driving skills, but that below them, there were all alien plants everywhere, and they could not find a suitable landing point for the spaceship. Lin Wei looked out the window. His eyes were heavy. The main purpose of their trip to the extremely dangerous Star Island was to find as many new fruits and vegetables as possible, so as to reach the agreement between Bai Yi and his mother to breed 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables as soon as possible. It is known that mutant plants are not friendly to fruits and vegetables that have reverse mutations. They will invade the growing areas of fruits and vegetables. In the case of alien plants everywhere in the extremely dangerous Star Island, it is mostly difficult for fruits and vegetables to stand out. In other words, they should be able to find a lot of new flowers and plants this time, but new fruits and vegetables may be difficult. After a turbulent period, the spaceship finally landed successfully. Lin Wei stood at the door of the cabin and looked around. This is a valley surrounded by rocks on all sides, and it doesn't cover a large area. Perhaps there is something wrong with the soil and geology here, which is not suitable for plant growth. There are only a few small mutant plants growing in the whole valley, which looks relatively clean, so their spaceship was able to land here. When Lin Wei got off the spaceship, the Seed Hunter team had already cleared all the mutant plants in the valley, but Lin Wei saw that they seemed to be discussing something, and their expressions were not good, as if they were troubled by some problems. So Lin Wei walked up with Bai Yi and Xia Yujie and asked, "Is there a problem?" Lao He looked at Lin Wei and explained the whole story. Although this valley seems safe now, the mutant plants around it are so dense that they almost completely surround it. Lao He is worried that the mutant plants around the valley will attack their spaceship after they leave, especially after Lin Wei leaves. Lao He analyzed with everyone. As far as I know, it is not uncommon for mutant plants to occupy and destroy spaceships. Although the outer shell of our spaceship is strong, it is hard to guarantee that we will encounter highly corrosive mutant plants. If this is not an extremely dangerous Star Island, but a Star Island of other levels, then even if the spaceship is broken and cannot be repaired, we can wait for the rescue team, wait for other Seed Hunter teams to pass by and take us back, but this is an extremely dangerous Star Island that is rarely visited by people. There is no need for Lao He to explain the latter part, they all understand. This is an extremely dangerous Star Island, so it is almost impossible for other Seed Hunter teams to pass by. As for the rescue team, do they dare to come? Even if they dare to come, based on what Lao He saw in the cockpit, he was afraid that the rescue team would need rescue more than them. Lao He could see clearly that those huge mutant plants had a very wide attack range. When the spaceship was falling, some mutant plants tried to kill them in midair. But when they got close to a certain distance, they all shrank back as if they were frightened by something. It can be seen that if Lin Wei was not in charge, it would be difficult for them to land safely. My personal idea is to clear a buffer zone around here, but this will take some time, maybe 2 or 3 days, or even longer. Lao He said this, looking at Lin Wei and Bai Yi inquiringly. Mr. Bai Yi, Ms. Lin Wei, what do you think? Bai Yi agreed with Lao He's caution and prudentness, but did not make a clear statement. He looked at Lin Wei, who was looking thoughtful with his eyes down, and asked in a low voice, what do you mean? Xia Yujia on the side joined in the fun and echoed, I'm asking you, Mr. Lin Wei, what do you mean? Lin Wei glared at Xia Yujia, who was grinning, and then looked at Lao He seriously, saying, I have a way, but I don't know if it will work. Let's try it first. Chapter 78. How is it? Lin Wei took a few steps to meet Lao He and Gao Jian, who had hurried back. In fact, there was no need to ask more. Just looking at the expressions on Lao He and Gao Jian's faces, and the fact that there was no trace of fighting on them, the answer was obvious. Sure enough, Lao He and Gao Jian, who were standing in front of Lin Wei, looked at each other. Lao He took a breath and said with a firm tone and a hint of excitement, no problem. As he said that, he spread out his palm, revealing a transparent sealed bag that he had just held tightly in his palm. In the transparent sealed bag, there were white whiskers. Yes, this was the root of Mao Mao that Lin Wei collected. Gao Jian, who went to do the test with Lao He, smiled and added, all the alien plants we encountered along the way, without exception, retreated to us too. In other words, as Lin Wei expected, the roots of Mao Mao also have a deterrent effect on alien plants. Before, on that dangerous alien plant Star Island, they had done a simple test of Lin Wei's special ability. Of course, at that time, they had not seen Mao Mao's true strength, so they only attributed the alien plant's non-attack to Lin Wei's special ability. But in fact, in Lin Wei's view, her plant affinity is far less useful than Mao Mao's deterrence. The so-called affinity means that Lin Wei can be liked by mutant plants, and this ability basically only works on Lin Wei herself. And being liked by alien plants may not be a good thing sometimes. For example, if some powerful alien plants like Lin Wei very much, they want to keep Lin Wei to accompany them. Then even if they will not hurt Lin Wei, they will pester her and try their best to imprison her and not let her go. Obviously, if this is the case, affinity will become a problem for Lin Wei. Mao Mao's deterrence is different. The mutant plants are in awe of Mao Mao and submit to him. They dare not act rashly in front of him. Therefore, the test they did before was actually testing the radiation range of Mao Mao's deterrence. The final test result was about 100 meters in diameter. Others will not be attacked if they encounter alien plants within the 100-meter diameter of Mao Mao's deterrence radiation. If it exceeds this range, the alien plants will not buy it. Maybe they will not launch a fierce attack on them immediately as usual, but will make a similar attack posture. Just now, after Lao He and Gao Jian took Mao Mao's roots from Lin Wei, they ran 200 meters away. All kinds of strange alien plants they encountered along the way did not attack them, and some alien plants even made obvious avoidance. The result is gratifying. The only regret is that Lin Wei collected too few roots of Mao Mao. On the way back, Lao He and Gao Jian sighed at the scarce bag of roots. If there were more, they might be able to share them, and then divide into teams to explore separately. The extremely dangerous Star Island is so large that their exploration efficiency can be higher. But then again, it is their first time to come to the extremely dangerous Star Island, and it is too risky to explore separately. Now it is not bad. With this bag of Mao Mao's roots, at least they have no worries during the exploration process, and no need to worry about the situation of the spaceship. After putting Mao Mao's roots safely into the cabin of the spaceship, Lin Wei and his team's journey to the extremely dangerous Star Island began. The density of alien plants in the extremely dangerous Star Island is not comparable to that of the dangerous second-level alien plant Star Island. Here, although there are certain barriers between alien plants of different groups, the barriers are not clear because there are many small alien plants growing there. Take the rugged path that Lin Wei and his team are walking on now. It is sandwiched between two terrifying alien plants with bared fangs and claws. Although the road surface looks wet and sticky, it is flat and clean at first glance, as if there are no small alien plants growing here. However, when you step on this path, you will immediately notice the clues of this path. It is not that there are no small alien plants growing here. On the contrary, it is full of alien plants such as carpets and thorns that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Out of instinctive habit, the Seed Hunter team deliberately avoided them at first, and tried not to step on these ground-covering alien plants as much as possible. But soon, they had to accept the reality. If they did not step on the ground-covering alien plants, they would not be able to move at all. For the first time, even though they knew there was a carpet in front of them, they still stepped on it without hesitation. Lao He, Gao Jian and Sister Ling were older, experienced, and relatively calm, and they managed to keep their faces expressionless. Liang Fei shuddered after stepping on the carpet. This feeling is really tingling. Xiao Hui also subconsciously stiffened her back, and after a long time, she relaxed slightly and agreed dryly, "Yes, I always feel that I will be dragged down by it in the next second." "Relax?" Xia Yujia laughed and said, "It's soft and it will rebound. Isn't it quite comfortable?" While saying this, Xia Yujia still stepped on the spot twice, neither lightly nor heavily. It can be seen that the road surface under his feet, which looks like an ordinary road surface, has obvious depressions when he steps on it, but it rebounds quickly and returns to its original state. The whole road surface is like a water surface with a stone thrown into it, with undulating ripples spreading from the place where Xia Yujia stepped on it as the center of the circle. These ripples will bring a slight vibration to the feet of other people. How to say it? If the Seed Hunter team can delete all the images of the carpet preying on humans that they have seen in their minds, then they may be able to enjoy the unique physical feeling of stepping on the carpet without any burden like Xia Yujia. Lin Wei felt the feeling of the carpet on the dangerous second-level alien plant Star Island. As Xia Yujia said, it was a duang comfortable touch. In comparison, the feeling of the ground spikes is a bit hard to describe. It was hard, and even though the shoes Lin Wei was wearing had special devices on the soles, they were very thick, and he could still feel the clear granularity when he stepped on the spikes. After walking for a long time, it was like walking on a massage mat, and the soles of his feet would feel tingling, hot and painful. After walking for a while, they made their first discovery. There. Xiao Hui pointed to a place not far away, motioning everyone to look over there. The place she pointed to was home to a large patch of mutant plants that looked like enlarged anemones. Lin Wei saw a large cluster of wild chrysanthemums in bloom among the alien anemones. Perhaps due to natural bud mutations, a few golden chrysanthemums were mixed in this large cluster of wild chrysanthemums, which were very common in the world where Lin Wei used to live, and were picked and used to make tea. "Should we wait until they wither?" Sister Ling asked. Seed hunters usually choose to wait by the side when they encounter flowers and plants in bloom. After all, the flowering period of wild flowers and plants is usually not long. After the flowers fall, they will produce seeds. By waiting by the side, they can pick the seeds in time to avoid the seeds being scattered on the ground for various reasons and becoming worthless seeds. "No." Lin Wei shook his head and said, "Mark this place first and wait until we return to see it. There are many ways to propagate chrysanthemums, but cuttings are the main method. Cuttings are not easy to preserve if they are cut too early. Even if they bring a refrigerated dormancy box, according to Lin Wei's observation of loquat cuttings before, dormant cuttings still have a very high mortality rate." Lin Wei's words were naturally not refuted. Lao He took out an electronic map recorder and marked the place where the chrysanthemums grew. The electronic map recorder automatically draws the path they have walked, which is very useful. This is of course one of the electronic products developed by Green Source, and the one used by Lao He is a special customized version, which can be well applied to the special environment of Xingyu. In the subsequent exploration journey, Lin Wei and his team discovered carnations, feather-leaved morning glory, impatiens and mimosa, etc. As they discovered more and more flowers and plants, everyone gradually changed from being excited at the beginning to being able to look at them calmly. Among them, only when mimosa was discovered, everyone's reaction was enthusiastic again. The reason is that except Lin Wei, no one else present has ever seen healthy flowers and plants that move. The mimosa they found was just in the seed pod maturity period. When Lin Wei went forward to pick the seed pods, his hand inevitably touched the leaves of the mimosa. Bai Yi, who had been paying attention to Lin Wei's movements and observing carefully, was the first to notice that the leaves of the mimosa moved. His words, "the leaves are moving," immediately made others notice that the slender leaves of the mimosa folded up, as if frightened by Lin Wei's touch. Then, as if the shock was relieved, they slowly stretched out. "It really moves." Xia Yujia, who was bold and playful, relied on Lin Wei's presence, and the rake-like alien plants next to him did not dare to attack him. He came forward and played with the leaves of the mimosa with great interest. "Ha ha ha, why do I feel like I'm teasing a shy little girl?" He only touched the leaf lightly with his finger, and the leaf folded up extremely sensitively. It took a long time for the leaf to stretch out again. Then he touched it again, and the leaves retracted again. He opened his big hand and stroked all the leaves. The mimosa that he teased directly closed itself, and all the leaves retracted, as if it had only grown thin branches. Lin Wei couldn't bear to watch, and whispered, "You've had enough." Xiao Yujie smiled slyly, and finally stopped playing, but he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this okay?" Healthy flowers and plants can actually move, which is really unprecedented. Without waiting for Lin Wei to answer, Bai Yi said the fact in a calm voice, "If there is a problem, do you think the hand you just played with it can still be there?" Xiao Yujie glanced at his hand that had just poked the leaves and scrupulously scratched his head, and said shamelessly, "That's right." On the third day of exploring the extremely dangerous Star Island, dark clouds covered the sky, strong winds blew, and heavy rain fell in bursts of thunder. At first, when Lin Wei saw the dark clouds in the sky and the dazzling tree-shaped lightning streaking across the sky, she was more impressed by the long-lost weather change. How long had she not seen such dark clouds and lightning? The weather on the capital star of the Star Federation remained almost unchanged all year round, with pleasant temperatures and small fluctuations. Even if there was occasional rain, it was very short-lived, and the air outside was always dry. The rain was getting heavier, and the temperature dropped sharply. Although the combat uniforms worn by Lin Wei and his men had good waterproof and heat-insulating effects, the gravity of this extremely dangerous Star Island was originally too high, and the strong wind and heavy rain increased the difficulty of their progress, making them spend more effort than usual for every step they took. Find a place to shelter from the rain. With a command from Bai Yi, this difficult exploration in the rain was terminated. In such a place with dense alien plants, the only place Lin Wei and his men could find to shelter from the rain was the alien plants. At this time, a group of people stood under a huge umbrella-shaped alien plant. "Is it cold?" Bai Yi walked to Lin Wei's side, and silently used his body to block one side of the wind for Lin Wei. Not bad. The wind blowing on her body was weaker, and Lin Wei could naturally feel the difference. She looked up at Bai Yi, pursed her lips, and said, "Based on what we have seen in the past 3 days, it may be difficult for us to find new fruits and vegetables on this extremely dangerous Star Island." The alien plants grew too densely, and there was no room for fruits and vegetables to grow. The main purpose of their trip was fruits and vegetables. As for flowers and plants, they had already harvested a lot in the 3 days of exploration. When Lao He heard what Lin Wei said, he suggested, "Why don't we go back to the second and third dangerous islands? I feel that the probability of encountering fruits and vegetables there is even higher." Lin Wei also had this idea, but it was a rare trip to the extremely dangerous Star Island. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's explore for another 2 days, and then go back to the nearest 3 dangerous Star Island." As he spoke, Lin Wei swept his eyes over everyone, and everyone had no objection. For the Seed Hunter team and Xiao Yujie, it was worth it for them to be able to take this trip to the extremely dangerous Star Island. Although the extremely dangerous Star Island was not dangerous at all because of Lin Wei, from the perspective of exploration and adventure, they were like visiting a huge and strange plantation. It was interesting, but it would become boring after a long time. Then it's decided. Bai Yi spoke, and the final word was given. At that time, a flash of lightning fell from the sky, making everyone present bright in front of their eyes. "Huh?" Xiao Yujie said excitedly, Look over there." Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. It was undoubtedly an amazing scene. A light and shadow suddenly appeared on a cluster of strange plants not far away. In Lin Wei's view, the light and shadow and the strange plants were like the screen and projection of the old outdoor movie. And the picture presented by the light and shadow was Lin Wei and his group hiding under the strange plants to avoid the rain. To be honest, if you face such light and shadow alone, the sky is dark, the wind and rain are strong, and there are all strange plants around you. Under such circumstances, you will face yourself in the light and shadow unexpectedly. For Lin Wei personally, it is still quite creepy. However, there are many people now, and there is also Xiao Yujie, a chatterbox, so when they see the light and shadow, everyone's first reaction is not fear, but freshness and strangeness. It feels like looking at a group photo of their trip, which was taken secretly. "Hey, shall we? Is this the kind of scary mutant plant you mentioned before that creates light and shadow to defeat the 20-man team?" Xiao Yujie patted Xiao Wei on the shoulder and asked, emphasizing the pronunciation of the last few words scary mutant plant with sentence breaks. Right." Looking at the warm group photo in front of her, and comparing it with the scary rumors she had heard, Xiao Wei knew in her heart that the mutant plants would become less scary because of Lin Wei, but she couldn't help but doubt her life. Maybe the 20-man team didn't encounter this bunch, or this kind. Chapter 79. The next day, Lin Wei and his team discovered a cluster of peonies with mature seed pods during their exploration. "What's wrong?" Bai Yi noticed that Lin Wei, who had just returned from the exotic plant cluster after picking seeds, looked a little strange. Lin Wei shook her head at him. She didn't know what was wrong. Lin Wei handed the full handful of peony seed pods to Sister Ling for processing and preservation. The peony seed pods are regular pentagons. When the seed pods mature, their 5 corners will crack open, revealing the round seeds inside, which are either black or dark brown. Sister Ling and the others had never seen a pentagonal seed pod before, so they were particularly curious. Lin Wei, who had enough space in both hands, turned around and picked up Mao Mao, who was placed next to the exotic peony cluster. Lin Wei held Mao Mao for Bai Yi to see. I don't know what happened to it. Lin Wei looked down at Mao Mao in the flower pot, and said with some worry, it seems a little anxious. Bai Yi then noticed that Mao Mao in the flower pot had changed without knowing when. Mao Mao had always been a quiet little rose before, but now it suddenly turned back into a black thorny vine, and kept twisting and turning in the flower pot. It should like this state more. Bai Yi guessed, maybe the previous state lasted too long, making it feel uncomfortable. Lin Wei listened and felt that what Bai Yi said made sense. The little rose is Mao Mao's transformed state, and the black thorny vine is Mao Mao's normal state. Mao Mao is active and must like his normal state more. But Lin Wei looked at Mao Mao's status bubble expression pack again. The small white centaur had no complex expression on his round face. He just kept pacing in the same place, and he didn't know what he wanted to express. This day was already the 5th day of their exploration of the extremely dangerous Star Island. According to the previous agreement, they would set off to return after today. Mao Mao's strangeness made Lin Wei distracted and pay attention to it during the rest of the journey. Lin Wei suddenly stopped and said, everyone stopped for a moment. The others stopped where they were, and looked at Lin Wei in confusion. But Lin Wei had no time to care about their doubts at this time. She was staring at Mao Mao's status bubble emoticon package. Just now, the little white centaur seemed to be touched by something, stopped pacing, and then looked east. After looking for a while, it turned its head to look at Lin Wei, as if a little anxious, stretched out its simple round hand, and gestured to Lin Wei to point to the east. East, Lin Wei tried to figure out what the white centaur meant. From the anxious expression on its little face, it was not difficult to judge that there must be something in the east that Mao Mao was concerned about. Mao Mao likes her. He can give up his huge alien body to be with her, and is willing to be just an ordinary potted plant in a flower pot. Obviously, such a Mao Mao will never hurt her, and put her in danger. Huh? Is it showing us the way? Xia Yujia's sudden voice interrupted Lin Wei's thoughts. Lin Wei looked closely. It turned out that not only the white centaur in the status bubble emoticon package stretched out his hand to show her the way, but even Mao Mao's body, the black thorn vine, also made a similar gesture of pointing to the east. Yes, it is showing us the way. Lin Wei looked at everyone and said what Mao Mao meant without hesitation. It wants us to go east. Then go east. Everyone was very happy to satisfy Mao Mao's wish. After all, in the previous trip to the level 2 dangerous Star Island, if Mao Mao hadn't exploded to protect everyone, they would have had a hard time escaping unscathed. For this reason alone, Mao Mao was their lifesaver. In addition, they were all visiting the extremely dangerous Star Island for the first time, and they didn't have any preset routes or a definite destination. They just went wherever they wanted. So whether they went east or west, it was actually the same for them. As for the danger. Are you kidding? This is the extremely dangerous Star Island, and it's normal to have danger. It was completely thanks to Lin Wei and Mao Mao that they treated the extremely dangerous Star Island as a plantation as they did before. What's more, they were not stupid. If there was danger and they couldn't fight, wouldn't they run away? In this way, Lin Wei and his group headed eastward. This journey lasted for 2 full days. Of course, Lin Wei and his group didn't always move forward. They would rest when they needed to, and would stop to pick flowers and plants whose seeds were ripe. However, Mao Mao still pointed to the east stubbornly, and the meaning was clear. It had not yet reached the place it was going to, and Lin Wei and the others had to continue to go east. As Lin Wei and the others continued to move forward, the white centaur became more and more anxious, but Lin Wei didn't know if it was her illusion. She always felt that the anxiety of the white centaur seemed to be mixed with a little excitement and expectation. During this period, Mao Mao's body, the blackthorn vine, became more active, often splashing the soil in the flower pot. Lin Wei saw that the white centaur was so anxious that it was about to jump out of the state bubble, and the blackthorn vine also seemed to want to leave the flower pot and chase eastward by itself, and it couldn't wait for a moment. Let's fly. Lin Wei suggested helplessly. The shoes they wore on their feet were the flying shoes newly developed by Green Hung Flying Car, and not yet sold to the public. As long as they installed the small propulsion device they all carried in their backpacks, they could fly into the sky. However, due to the problem of energy storage, Lin Wei and his team had not used the flying shoes yet. Originally, they planned to use them when they turned back to speed up the return trip. As for now, since Lin Wei mentioned it, everyone naturally responded. Everyone saw Mao Mao's unusual movements. To be honest, they were more and more curious about what was in the east that made Mao Mao so impatient. The speed of the flying shoes was not fast, but it was still much faster than walking on the ground with just 2 legs. Under Mao Mao's guidance, after another half-day of flying, Lin Wei and his team were suspended in the air, overlooking a huge black alien plant forest not far away. Judging from the performance of the black thorny vines and the white centaurs, Lin Wei deduced that this was where Mao Mao wanted to go. In fact, the entire extremely dangerous Star Island was densely covered with alien plants, and almost everywhere was an alien plant forest, with no space at all. However, the pure black alien plant forest that Lin Wei saw in front of him looked different from the alien plant forests around it. The alien plants were too dense. Lin Wei frowned and looked at the endless black. Even if the alien plants in the alien plant forest next to it grew densely, under the scorching sun, light would still seep down, and a little land below could always be seen in the mottled light and shadow. But this pure black alien plant forest was so dense that it was like a wall, a thick barrier, blocking all the sights that wanted to look deeper down. It looked so black, as if it would absorb light. Lin Wei drove the flying shoes forward, and hovered about 100 meters away from the edge of the black alien plant forest. Suddenly, several dazzling and fragmented lights flashed in front of her eyes. Lin Wei instinctively closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw the composition of the black alien plant forest clearly. It looked like many black vines intertwined together, and the vines had some dark green crystal-like leaves growing in rows. The leaves that just caught Lin Wei's eyes were those that were illuminated by the scorching sun and reflected light only at a specific angle. At that time, Xia Yujia also noticed those small leaves and was very curious about them. He flew forward for a while, still saying in amazement, "This is too dense, we can't fly in it all." Swish. No one had expected that a thin black vine would pierce Xia Yujia's face like a flying sword without any warning. "Be careful." Lin Wei, who seemed to have noticed something, looked stern, but was still a step too late. Luckily, Xia Yujia's reaction was fast enough. He tilted his head to avoid it, and the black vines brushed his neck and stabbed into nothing. Xia Yujia covered his bleeding neck, activated his flying shoes, and quickly retreated in the air. At the same time, not only Xia Yujia, but also Bai Yi and the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team were attacked by the black vines to varying degrees. The only difference was that the black vines' attack on Xia Yujia was serious and fatal, while the attack on Bai Yi and the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team was just a little bit. The vine tips emitting crystal light were just pointing at them from a distance, like a silent warning or expulsion. "What's going on?" Xia Yujia put down his hand that was covering his neck and looked at the blood on his palm. Fortunately, it was just a scratch on the oily skin, and there was no bleeding, but he was still indignant. "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Except for Lin Wei, everyone else was forced to retreat a distance by the black vines. Shall we took out the trauma spray and treated Xia Yujia's wound while guessing, "You were closer than us just now." But this actually doesn't make sense. They were clearly in the protection circle of Lin Wei and Mao Mao just now. According to previous experience, as long as they were still in the protection circle, they could even do whatever they wanted in the alien plant bush. Take Xia Yujia as an example. He ran directly into the alien plant bush to tease the moving flowers and plants before. Even so, he was not attacked by the alien plants at that time. Lin Wei flew over to join everyone. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Lin Wei, who was also confused about the sudden attack of the alien plants just now, could only shake his head and answer. "Are you okay?" She asked about Xia Yujia's injury. Xia Yujia grinned, indicating that he was fine. Lin Wei turned her head and took another look at the black alien plant forest, and said in a deep tone, "This alien plant forest is not right." She just used the green plant eye to patrol the black alien plant forest, and thought she would see many status bubble emoticons, but she didn't. She only saw the green vitality status bar, but didn't see a status bubble emoticon. And this was not the most shocking thing for Lin Wei. It's not surprising to see the vitality status bar. After all, just looking at the swift attack posture of those vines, you know that they can't be dead. But the problem is that Lin Wei only saw a vitality status bar after looking at it many times. What does this mean? Lin Wei retracted his gaze and told everyone a terrible fact. There should be only one alien plant in this entire alien plant forest we have seen. As soon as Lin Wei finished speaking, Xiao Yujie, who always expressed his emotions exaggeratedly, stared with wide eyes and repeated in disbelief, "One?" He looked at the black alien plant forest that seemed to be connected to the sky at the end. It's impossible. How big is this alien plant? He didn't want to question Lin Wei's words, but the alien plant forest in front of him was really too big. Although the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team did not speak, they obviously had the same idea as Xiao Yujie. They have seen many large alien plants, but if it is true as Lin Wei said, this vast alien plant forest is just one alien plant, then if this alien plant grows on a dangerous first-level alien plant Star Island, it can basically cover the entire Star Island completely. However, Lin Wei didn't need to intimidate them at this time. She had special abilities against alien plants, and they relied on Lin Wei to come and go freely on this strange and extremely dangerous Star Island. So even if it was incredible, they seemed to have to face this terrible fact. Looking at the boundless alien plant forest, the Seed Hunter team and Xiao Yujie couldn't help but roll their throats and swallow their saliva. Bai Yi asked in his usual low voice without rushing, "Advance or retreat?" Lin Wei lowered her eyes and looked at Mao Mao in her arms. It was out of tune with the solemn atmosphere of their group at this time. The blackthorn vine twisted happily like dancing, and its expression package white centaur was even more exaggerated, as if it was crazy with joy. Lin Wei looked at the white centaur in the status bubble in silence, jumping up and down excitedly. She felt that it was like a naughty and smart husky, who suddenly knew that he would see his favorite Samoyed soon, and was full of excitement and energy that had nowhere to vent. Lin Wei answered decisively, "Go in." She wanted to see what this Samoyed that made Mao Mao so excited looked like. She said, "Let's go down first." They were attacked by alien plants in the air, and they had almost no power to fight back. It was too dangerous. Chapter 80. After landing, Lin Wei thought for a moment and said, "I will lead, and you will follow me in a column." According to the attacking posture of the black vines in the air just now, Lin Wei guessed that she had not been attacked at all, which meant that her external plant affinity was still effective, and the reason why others were intimidated or even attacked was probably because of Mao Mao's deterrent power. Mao Mao's deterrent power, which was invincible for most alien plants, did not work in front of this huge and strange black alien plant. Thinking of this, Lin Wei, who was walking slowly, sneered and thought, "It seems that this is still a Samoyed with a temper." The closer to the black alien plant forest, the slower and more stable Lin Wei's steps. She walked at the front of the team, with the purpose of using her plant affinity to ask the black alien plants for a safe passage for her teammates behind her. Of course, Lin Wei's idea was good, but it was a pity that this Samoyed had a bad temper and was particularly vigilant. As soon as Lin Wei and her team crossed a certain safety critical line, it was as if they had stepped on some kind of trap, and dozens of black vines swished through the air and shot out. They did not attack Lin Wei, but they also did not grant safety immunity to her teammates behind her because of Lin Wei. Lin Wei turned her head to check, and saw that the dozens of black vines were like cobras hanging in the air. Each of her teammates was being watched by at least 2 cobras on the left and right. Obviously, if her teammates took even one step forward, these alert cobras would surely launch a fierce attack on them. Seeing this, Lin Wei couldn't help but frown. She estimated the distance between herself and the black alien plant forest, and said to her teammates behind her, "Don't move, I go over and take a look." After saying that, Lin Wei considered every step she took and slowly approached the black alien plant forest. She had to ensure that she and Mao Mao were close to the black alien plant forest, while not being too far away from others. If they did not exceed the safe range, not only the cobras, but also other alien plants around them might attack others. As she got closer, Lin Wei looked at the barrier in front of her, which was interwoven with black vines. It was an airtight wall, leaving no room for people to step on. Lin Wei tentatively reached out to the vine wall. Huh? She saw those black vines spread out to both sides, like a door curtain under her palm. Lin Wei stepped forward and went deep into the vine wall. She didn't know how thick this vine wall was. Lin Wei only felt that the vines spreading out in front of her were like endless onion skins. After walking a distance, Lin Wei suddenly realized that she was about to go beyond the safe range and could not go any further. There were still dense vines in front of her, and she didn't know where the end was. Lin Wei turned her head and looked behind her. Her teammates were still staying where they were. After she left the team, Bai Yi, who was behind her, became the first person in the column and was looking at her from afar. Lin Wei turned around and went back. The vine seemed reluctant to let her go. Wherever Lin Wei passed, the black vines hooked around her, but fortunately, there was no substantial obstruction. After walking out of the vine wall, Lin Wei pondered at the vines that were stretched straight after launching the attack. After a moment, she reached out and grabbed a cobra in the air to try to comfort it. Since Mao Mao can sense and interpret her emotions, maybe the Samia that Mao Mao is obsessed with can also do so. Lin Wei relaxed her emotions and tried her best to express her goodwill to the cobras, as well as her desire to go deep into the vine wall with her teammates. I won't hurt you, and neither will my teammates. We have no ill intentions, we just want to see you. The process of conveying emotions is slow, but fortunately it is effective. Seeing that under Lin Wei's comfort, the cobras became less tense and seemed to have the intention to retreat. Hey, retreat! Xia Yujia suddenly spoke, not without surprise. Almost instantly, the cobras that were about to retreat returned to alert and forced towards everyone. Xia Yujia was so scared that he immediately raised his hands to surrender. Lin Wei glared at him unhappily, and Xia Yujia responded with an apologetic look and pursed his lips to show his determination not to speak casually again. Ignoring him, Lin Wei continued to appease the alien plant. To say that Xia Yujia's disruption was not all bad. In Lin Wei's opinion, this strange and huge alien plant was a bit like a wild animal that had no trust in humans. If she wanted to appease it completely and desensitize it to the approach of other people, it was necessary to give it a sudden stimulation like Xia Yujia just now. She didn't want to just appease the alien plant for a short time, and then wait for something to happen, and the alien plant would lose control and attack again because of its distrust of others. Therefore, in the subsequent appeasement process, Lin Wei even took the initiative to let Xia Yujia and others speak or do some relatively radical actions to desensitize the alien plant. Finally, after spending most of the day, the cobras would still wander around them no matter they were running or talking loudly beside the alien plant forest, but they no longer showed any signs of attacking. With Lin Wei's efforts to appease them, her teammates were finally trusted and accepted by the alien plants. They walked deep into the alien plant wall, and the vines spread like water waves. After walking for a while, Lin Wei felt that the scene in front of her eyes suddenly became bright, and then her breath was completely taken away by the scene in front of her. Who would have thought that under the dense black vines, there was such an incredible and beautiful peach blossom land? Yes, at that moment, Lin Wei really felt that she had seen the legendary peach blossom land. Walking into the peach blossom land, Lin Wei looked up and looked at the bright sky with great novelty. From the outside, the black vines were so dense and thick, but inside it was as bright as day. The dome above, interwoven with black vines, seemed to be covered with small scorching sun lamps, illuminating the entire peach blossom land, and providing the necessary light for the growth of the flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables in the peach blossom land. It was so amazing. Lin Wei couldn't help thinking that maybe the vines she had seen outside before had crystal-like leaves, and they could really absorb light. They absorbed the scorching sun from the outside, and then projected it into the peach blossom land. It seemed that only in this way could the strange light in this enclosed world be explained. This is so beautiful, so many flowers and plants. I'm not dreaming. What's going on? It's actually bright inside. Where does this light come from? Is this really not my illusion? Other people also gradually came back to their senses from the excessive shock, and expressed their feelings of disbelief or dreaminess. Bai Yi walked to Lin Wei's side, and looked at the endless meadow. It's so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen so much green. He pulled down the gas mask on his face, took a deep breath, and then put it back on and said, the air is refreshing. This is probably the most suitable air state for us to live in. Lin Wei turned her head, and glanced at Bai Yi. The gas mask and goggles blocked the expression on Bai Yi's face, but Lin Wei could still hear excitement and joy from his tone and words. And she herself was in the same mood as Bai Yi. Lin Wei felt as if her toes touched something. When she lowered her head, she saw a pumpkin with green skin and orange stripes. Looking at the grass next to her, there was a fist-sized green watermelon rolling. Looking up again, there is a pear tree on the left, with snow-white pear flowers blooming all over the branches. Several cherry trees on the right are already bearing fruit, with small green fruits hanging in bunches. Under the tree, you can also see orange-red or dark red cherries that have ripened and fallen. Looking further away, there is a short peach tree with flat branches and pink buds on the leafless branches. There are also juju trees with star-shaped flowers, and the sweet fragrance of honey, and plum trees with lush green leaves and white flowers dotted in between. Under the trees and in the grass, all kinds of vegetables can be seen everywhere. There are some that Liyuan has successfully cultivated, such as lettuce, Chinese cabbage, and water spinach with vines that have grown into a large patch, and there are also many new varieties, such as the pumpkin at Lin Wei's feet, the kale under the pear tree that looks like a potted plant, the leeks growing everywhere, the cucumbers climbing the juju trees and blooming ostentatiously, and a large clump of corn stalks that are taller than a person. Lin Wei, who took in all of this, couldn't help but sigh. It's simply a paradise for growers. After a period of digestion, everyone happily accepted the beautiful reality in front of them. They rested, ate, and drank in this paradise, and then they started to collect seeds of various fruits, vegetables, and flowers without stopping. Lin Wei did not immediately participate in the collection work. After she greeted others, she followed Mao Mao's guidance to find the samoyed she had been thinking about day and night. There were almost flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables under her feet, which made Lin Wei be extra careful with every step she took. The paradise was not small. Lin Wei stopped after walking for a while. She tapped her right heel with the toe of her left foot, and then tapped her left heel with the toe of her right foot, and turned on the switch of the flying shoes on her feet. Let's fly. It's fast and there's no need to worry about stepping on flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables. Soon, a lake appeared in front of Lin Wei. This lake is not very big, and the lake surface is as smooth as a mirror. You can see a lot of aquatic vegetables and flowers growing on the lake and the shore, such as wild rice, water chestnuts, water caltrops, calamus in bloom, and penawort with cute round leaves. Of course, there are also lotus flowers that are both ornamental and useful. However, these failed to retain Lin Wei's attention. At this moment, Lin Wei's sight was fixed on the other side of the lake. There is a tall willow tree growing there. On the side of this willow tree opposite to Lin Wei, the green and slender branches swayed and fell on the lake surface, looking particularly soft and beautiful. However, on the other side of it, because of the angle, Lin Wei could not see the specific appearance of the back, but could only see the black roots like thick blood vessels rising into the sky, connecting with the black vines that built the dome of this paradise. Lin Wei was hanging more than 10 meters away from the willow tree, and looked into the eyes of the centaur in the status bubble emoticon package above it. As expected, Lin Wei looked at the centaur that was similar to Mao Mao, but not exactly the same, and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, along the way, due to Mao Mao's various abnormal behaviors, Lin Wei had some guesses in her mind. But in the end, she denied them all. In the wild environment, the probability of the emergence of a plant that is compatible with both plant and animal metamorphosis like Mao Mao is too low. In Lin Wei's view, the appearance of Mao Mao itself can be regarded as a miracle. Lin Wei had deduced the process of Mao Mao's appearance in his mind. The first choice was plant metamorphosis, which Lin Wei chose for Mao Mao. In the wild environment, this requires the plant to go against its nature to choose. Afterwards, when it was on the verge of death during the critical period of transformation, it was forced to use external force to prolong its life, and in a way similar to the reverse electromagnetic storm to correct genes, it forced the plant transformation and animal transformation to merge. If the former item is against nature and still has a certain possibility, then the latter item, Lin Wei really can't think of how the alien plants in the wild environment can achieve it. Take a step back. Even if both elements are combined, the alien plants that can complete the two-way mutation and fusion are probably the best. But perhaps nature is so wonderful that even if the probability is low, when it happens, it is a fact. Lin Wei flew under the willow tree, and saw a clear burnt mark on the trunk of the willow tree. Lin Wei held Mao Mao's flower pot with one hand, and used the other hand to touch the mark. Thinking that she had compared the transformation of alien plants to the tribulation of cultivating immortals, it now seems that the transformation of her excellent potted plants cannot be regarded as tribulation. The willow tree in front of her is the real one in a million thunder tribulation and ascension. The white centaur of the willow tree looked taller and stronger than Mao Mao, with black spots scattered on its body, unlike Mao Mao, who was pure white without any other colors. This spotted centaur seemed to be shy. It was obviously very comfortable being touched by Lin Wei. It was motionless, with two blushes on its cheeks. It lowered its head slightly, and glanced at Lin Wei with its small eyes from time to time, looking very shy. Lin Wei has always had no immunity to these quiet and well-behaved little things, especially when there was Mao Mao, who was like a husky possessed and making a fuss beside him. Lin Wei looked at the shy spotted centaur, and felt that his heart was about to melt. Although the spotted centaur was tall and strong with clear muscle contours, it was not very suitable for the expression of shyness. The soft willow branches beside him moved without wind at this time, and one of them just floated to Lin Wei's hand. Just as Lin Wei was about to grab it, A swift black shadow flashed before her eyes, knocking the willow branch away. Confused, Lin Wei looked at Mao Mao, who suddenly took action. The white centaur, who had been jumping up and down at the spotted centaur and making a hard gesture to him just a moment ago, now had changed his appearance, with a vigilant look on his face, glaring at the spotted centaur with sharp eyes. Another willow branch floated to Lin Wei's hand. This time, before Lin Wei could react, the black thorny vine knocked the willow branch away like a ghost. After that, whenever a willow branch floated to Lin Wei's side, the black thorny vine would quickly knock them away, not giving Lin Wei a chance to touch the willow branch at all. Lin Wei went from being confused to watching with great interest. She probably understood Mao Mao's little thoughts, so she reached out to the trunk of the willow tree again with a very bad intention. The black thorny vine immediately raised its head alertly, retracted its thorns, and wrapped around Lin Wei's wrist, as if silently shouting, "Don't touch it, don't touch it." "Okay, I won't touch it," Lin Wei said with a smile, and finally followed Mao Mao's wishes and retracted his hand. At this moment, the spotted centaur, who was quiet and well-behaved in Lin Wei's eyes, suddenly slapped the white centaur hard with a cold face. The unprepared white centaur was slapped by the slap from the sky, and his head tilted, as if he was stunned. After a while, he touched his beaten head, as if he suddenly realized something, narrowed his small black eyes dangerously, and stared coldly at the spotted centaur. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wei saw a very strange and unique cross-state bubble fight of emojis. Lin Wei didn't think of trying to stop the fight. Could this emoji fight end in a fight? Instead, she was a little puzzled. These two were not of the same species. How could they fight across state bubbles? Or was it because bidirectional mutation was extremely rare, so some natural laws were particularly tolerant of them? Lin Wei thought about it for a while, but didn't figure it out, so she didn't bother about it. When Bai Yi saw that she hadn't replied for a long time, he flew over to find her. The willow tree was wary of Bai Yi's approach, but it might be because its emoji was busy fighting with Mao Mao and Lin Wei's previous desensitization therapy. Although there were black vines shooting down from the sky, they only stopped at a certain point and did not hurt Bai Yi. "What are you laughing at?" Seeing Lin Wei looking at a certain place in the void, smiling helplessly, Bai Yi asked out loud. "They are fighting." Lin Wei smiled and said, "Mao Mao's emoticons and Willow's emoticons are fighting each other now." Bai Yi asked in his usual serious tone, "Can Mao Mao win?" Lin Wei shook his head and explained to Bai Yi, "The size difference is too big. My Mao Mao is being beaten." "Oh, he is crying because of being beaten." Lin Wei and his friends stayed in this paradise for half a month, mainly to wait for the seeds and fruits of some fruits and vegetables to mature. When they left, their backpacks were full, without even a trace of space. Lin Wei had no way of knowing whether it was accidental or inevitable in the genes that the willow built such a paradise and provided healthy fruits, vegetables, flowers, and plants to thrive. But no matter what, she was infinitely grateful to the willow. Walking out of the thick black vine wall, Lin Wei turned on the switch of the flight shoes on her feet. As she took off, she shouted in a rare and energetic way, "Successfully bred 50 varieties of fruits and vegetables, go for it." Chapter 81. Baixiangjing Huishou Private Residence. Milou sat back in his chair, rubbing his forehead with one hand. When he got up early that morning, Milou felt uncomfortable, especially his head, which was swollen and painful. He felt better after taking a little fragrance extracted from Madame Faisset. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that time was unforgiving. In the past, no matter how many things there were, no matter how big the storm was, he could handle it with ease, unlike now. When he thought of the recent troubles of the third prince, Milou's headache, which had just been cured, began to throb again. He had repeatedly emphasized to Imorue, that idiot, that now was a critical period, and asked him to restrain his behavior and be patient. When he succeeded to the throne, he would have any beautiful concubines he wanted. But that idiot was good, and completely ignored his words. His Majesty was ill, but he didn't go to take care of him. Instead of taking this opportunity to show off in front of His Majesty, he went to the entertainment venues to have fun, and the eldest prince, who was in the limelight, caught him and reported him to His Majesty. He finally managed to smooth things over in front of His Majesty, but that idiot caused him another disaster within 2 days. This time it was a real disaster, and even he couldn't help Imorue. He never thought that Imorue would be so bold as to get involved with His Majesty's favorite concubine, and was caught by His Majesty, whose health had slightly improved as if it was a last gasp. His Majesty was so angry that he suffered another attack of hypoxia on the spot. Mila thought of this, and loosened his hand, rubbing his brow. His brows did not relax, but were even more tightly knitted than before. Which eye of his was blind in the beginning? Why did he have a crush on a useless guy like Murray? At this time, a capable subordinate hurried in and bowed respectfully to Milou, who was sitting on the throne. Head. Noticing that the head of the meeting looked unhappy, the subordinate paused for a moment. Milou glanced down and said impatiently, "Speak." The subordinate immediately reported, "Yesterday afternoon, Green Source launched 4 new fruits and vegetables." Hearing this, Milou's face became even worse, and his expression was so gloomy that water could almost drip out. "Another 4 kinds." As if the voice squeezed out from the teeth, 3 consecutive months, 4 kinds every month? The subordinate lowered his head even lower. "Yes. It's really internal and external troubles," Milou thought with a gloomy face. "Compared to the past half year, it may not be possible to launch a new fruit and vegetable. Now Lvayuan can stably launch 4 new fruits and vegetables for 3 consecutive months. This is obviously a major breakthrough in the selection and breeding of fruits and vegetables." The room was silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. After a long time, Milou asked, "What about flowers and plants? Has Lvayuan started to do research related to flowers and plants?" "No," the subordinate replied, and his tone sounded quite firm, which made Milou's expression slightly eased. In fact, even if Lvayuan started to do research related to the selection and breeding of flowers and plants again, Milou felt that it would be difficult to think of countermeasures. Lvayuan today is not as easy to deal with as before. There was another moment of silence, and the subordinate asked tentatively, "Head, the bonsai appreciation meeting is about to start. Do we still need to send invitations to Green Source this year?" In previous years, they basically sent them, but since the current chairman of Green Source took office, the invitations they sent out have fallen into the sea. Not only did no one show up, but there was not even a response. Milou straightened his clothes and said, "Send." The annual bonsai appreciation meeting is a good time for him to consolidate his reputation and bonsai status. He sent an invitation letter to Lvayuan at first, because the former chairman loved to contradict him. He wanted to let the other party see his success, and let the other party understand that everything he did was just useless. It is not so easy to complete the selection and breeding of flowers and plants, and now, continuing to send letters to Lvayuan is just following the routine. Since it is sent every year, it doesn't matter this year. It can only be said that he underestimated the current chairman of Lvayuan. However, at this point, the most important thing for him now is to consolidate his position in Helantu. Milou stood up and paced for 2 steps, thinking to himself that the third prince is now useless, and he has to find a new master as soon as possible. Milou waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to come forward, whispering, "Go and give a bottle of flower and grass gift to the first prince, the second prince, and the 5th prince, and tell them that I see that they have been working hard to help His Majesty with government affairs during this period, and I am worried about their health." After a pause, "How to send it? Don't I need to teach you?" The subordinates understood and responded, "Yes." As soon as there was a slight movement on Milou's side, Prince Mold, who was closely watching his every move, immediately received the news. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Prince Mold stroked his chin and smacked his lips. "TSK, he sent it to my eldest nephew, second nephew, and 5th nephew. It seems that Milou has learned a profound lesson from my 3rd nephew, and is ready to cast a wide net." With a kind smile on his face, he turned his head to look at his subordinates, as if talking to himself and asking, "He has cast a wide net. Why didn't he think of sending me a bottle of flower and grass gift? Does he think I am not worthy?" The subordinate pursed his lips and remained silent. Prince Mold said to himself, "So, I was right to choose to cooperate with you. At least you have better vision than Milou." It turned out that Prince Mold was not looking at his subordinate, but at the light computer holographic screen behind his subordinate. At this time, the light computer holographic screen showed the logo of Voice Communication Connection, and it was not difficult to judge from Prince Mold's words that the person he was talking to should be Baiyi. Baiyi said, in a light tone, "Then let him pay the price for his lack of vision." Prince Mold sneered, "I can hear that you really hate Milou. It's rare. There are not many people that you, Baiyi, hate so much. But it happens that I hate him too." Prince Mold waved his hand to his subordinates. "Go, change the materials for them. By the way, don't forget to tell my 3rd nephew who is temporarily imprisoned about this matter." The subordinates took the order and left. Prince Mold explained to Baiyi very considerately, "It just so happened that some time ago, my subordinates secretly discovered Milou's green oxygen sales chain according to the information you gave, and also got the formula of that green oxygen addictive product. It's too rough. I asked my subordinates to change the formula and imitate a few bottles, and now they are used." Baiyi did not say a word about this. Lin Wei, who was far away in Hylon 2, had no idea about the turbulent situation caused by power. Lin Wei has been very busy recently. After returning from the extremely dangerous Star Island, with the start of the breeding of various new fruits and vegetables, Lin Wei's life has been basically busy during this period. If he simply helped Bai Yi to screen the gene stability of fruits and vegetables, it would actually be very easy for Lin Wei. Lin Wei was busy mainly because, as Green Source successfully bred more and more fruits and vegetables, Green Source's overwhelming advertising and publicity increased the public's acceptance and recognition of fruits and vegetables. Smart people smelled business opportunities, and large-scale planting bases and small plantations sprang up. The demand for various fruit and vegetable seeds has steadily increased, and gradually it can be clearly felt that the seed production of the breeding base has begun to fall short of demand. However, the breeding base is so small that if these kinds of fruits and vegetables are planted, there will be no room for those kinds. Obviously, expanding the breeding base is imperative and urgent. Lin Wei just noticed that the breeding fields were not enough, and before he had time to mention it to Bai Yi, he found that Bai Yi had already made preparations for this matter. Since the capital star is very expensive, it would cost a lot to expand the breeding base or build another breeding base here. Bai Yi bought land on several nearby second-tier stars early on, and even completed the preliminary construction of the breeding base. After learning about this, Lin Wei couldn't help but curiously ask Bai Yi, "When did you start preparing?" Bai Yi pointed at the floor plan of a breeding base displayed on the holographic screen with his slender fingers and said, "This one was prepared 2 years ago." With a flick of his finger, 2 more floor plans of breeding bases appeared in front of Lin Wei's eyes. These 2 were prepared after you mentioned selling fruit seedlings and unifying the quality of fruit seedlings. Lin Wei stared at the last 2 floor plans of the breeding bases, feeling somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that she also contributed to Bai Yi's preparations for a rainy day. However, the breeding base and the seedling base were both there, but problems also followed. There are not enough planters, so they need to recruit new ones. And the job of planter is still a new type of job in the current environment. Of course, Luoyuan offers a generous salary, so there are many applicants, but the quality varies. Lin Wei has been busy recently recruiting new employees with the person in charge of the breeding base and providing pre-job training for the newly recruited employees. How to say it? Newcomers, new atmosphere. Although most of the newcomers are novices in planting, they are young and eager to learn, and they often have some wonderful ideas in their learning. So despite being busy, Lin Wei is still very keen to go to the breeding base every day to punch in and teach newcomers. That day, after get-off work and dinner, Lin Wei sat in front of the optical computer, as usual, and opened the video material document, preparing to edit the half-made video last night before she felt sleepy. As Luoyuan successfully bred more and more fruits and vegetables, she had to keep up with the progress of the planting videos related to it under Phylan Weiwei's account. However, Lin Wei does not publish entertainment planting tutorials for every kind of fruit and vegetable. After all, some large fruit trees and vegetables such as corn, wild rice stems, taro, etc. are not particularly suitable for indoor planting. If they are forced to be planted indoors, it will mostly be torture for the growers and the fruits and vegetables. The planting tutorials currently released under the Weiwei account are all carefully selected by Lin Wei, which are easy to grow, beautiful and edible. For example, the strawberry planting tutorial that Lin Wei is currently editing is a strawberry planting tutorial. Strawberries grow low in their roots, and stems are not well developed. They are a kind of fruit that is very suitable for potted planting. Its leaves grow in clusters, and can be appreciated as foliage plants. It blooms small white flowers with yellow stamens, which are also very lovable. Of course, the most important thing is the fruit it produces. Ripe strawberries are bright red, fragrant, and sweet and sour. In Lin Wei's opinion, few people can resist the rich fragrance and deliciousness of strawberries. Even if some people have special tastes, it is not a bad idea to simply use strawberries as ornamental leaves, flowers, or fruit pots. After uploading the edited video to the background of Phylan Weiwei and setting the release time, Lin Wei stretched his body. Switching to the front desk, Lin Wei glanced at the number of fans of Phylan Weiwei's account now, more than 90 million, almost 100 million. Although the population of this world is far more than the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, the entertainment industry here is also very developed, and video creators, like Lin Wei, are even more numerous. Therefore, Lin Wei is very happy that he can have such a large number of fans. This number of fans in this world is almost catching up with some well-known third-tier actors in the entertainment industry. This also means that every time Lin Wei releases a video, the income obtained through clicks, rewards and incentive plans is quite considerable. Sometimes, Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh as she looked at her increasingly full personal account. When she first came to this world, she only had 200 star yuan in her personal account. Now she makes more and more money, but Lin Wei discovered something sad. In the past world, Lin Wei felt that she was still very materialistic. After making money, she would buy herself expensive branded clothes, bags, jewelry, and the best food and drink. But after coming to this world, especially now, Lin Wei sadly found that her material desires seemed to become very weak. There's a lot of money in the account, but she doesn't know how to spend it, and she doesn't have the leisure time to think about how to spend it. So what bothered Lin Wei the most recently was whether she should buy 2 houses in the capital star first, or save the money and buy a private star island directly. Anyway, the money must be spent after earning it, and it can't be spent without spending it. While worrying about spending money, Lin Wei browsed Phylon. A certain popular term suddenly entered Lin Wei's field of vision. Hylon 2 by Xiang Jing. Bonsai Appreciation Meeting? Lin Wei murmured the popular term. Chapter 82. The next day, when Lin Wei went to the research center to help with the gene stability screening of fruits and vegetables, he casually mentioned to Bai Yi about the Beixiangjing potted plant appreciation meeting. To be honest, Lin Wei was a little upset after reading the popular entries last night. Under that popular entry was an invitation letter that Beixiangjing publicly sent to some companies and individuals in the Star Federation. In Lin Wei's opinion, the purpose of this public invitation letter was undoubtedly to build momentum for Beixiangjing's potted plant appreciation meeting in the Star Federation. The social accounts of most of the invited companies and individuals forwarded this invitation letter and expressed their honor. Some even posted the more formal electronic invitation letter that Beixiangjing sent to them privately. And these are not the point for Lin Wei. The point is that under this public invitation letter, there are many comments that mention their green source, and there are quite a few comments that are not so friendly to their green source. Lin Wei also learned from the comments that Beixiangjing's annual bonsai appreciation meeting invites Lai Yuan to participate almost every year. However, Lai Yuan has never been there since Bai Yi succeeded as the chairman, and almost never responded to Beixiangjing's invitation. So, is Lai Yuan pretending to be dead again this year? I feel that Lai Yuan is very rude. Even if you don't go, at least forward and respond. Lai Yuan, what's wrong with pretending to be dead every year? Lin Wei was very angry when he saw these comments saying that Lai Yuan pretended to be dead and was rude. He thought to himself, what do you know? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that Bai Ye's father was assassinated many times back then, Lai Yuan and Beixiangjing can be considered a feud. Lai Yuan just didn't go or respond. In Lin Wei's opinion, this was Bai Ye's greatest restraint and tolerance towards Beixiangjing. Of course, not all comments were attacks on Green Source. There were also some netizens with clear minds who supported Green Source. Lin Wei clearly remembered one of the comments and first posted a screenshot. The screenshot was a response from Green Source Phylon account to the invitation letter of Beixiangjing Bonsai Appreciation meeting 1 year before Bai Yi succeeded as the general chairman of Green Source. At that time, Green Source should still be managed by Bai Ye's mother. Thank you for the invitation, but our company has no achievements in the flower and grass potted plant industry, and has no intention of getting involved in the flower and grass potted plant industry for the time being. Please, Lai Yuan has already responded, okay? Isn't this rejection obvious enough? Lai Yuan is in the fruit and vegetable business, okay? You asked Lai Yuan to participate in the potted plant appreciation meeting. Do you want Lai Yuan to use the selected fruits and Beixiangjing's ornamental flower potted plants to compare which tastes sweeter and more fragrant? Or do you want Lai Yuan to use the selected vegetables and Beixiangjing's ornamental leaf potted plants to compare which has greener leaves and which tastes better after being picked up in water? Funny. Lin Wei gave this comment a thumbs up, thinking that you were my Skynet mouthpiece. If you can talk, just say more. Bai Yi raised his eyes from the full screen of genetic data. His eyes fell on Lin Wei's slightly dazed face. Want to go? Lin Wei, who was recalling the comments on the hot items, came back to his senses. Hearing Bai Ye's question, Lin Wei pursed his lips and thought seriously, then shook his head decisively. I don't want to. In the past, when she first arrived in this world, she had heard about Beixiangjing, the green plant apostle, and the powerful and mysterious leader, and she really yearned for it, dreaming that one day she would go to Heilantu and Beixiangjing to have a look. But now, even if she put aside the assassination of Bai Ye's father and the new addictive drug case, Lin Wei was not very interested in the bonsai appreciation meeting in Beixiangjing. According to Lin Wei's understanding of the Beixiangjing bonsai appreciation meeting, it was actually just a large-scale flower and potted plant trade fair, mainly aimed at continuing to hype and drive up the prices of flower and potted plants. What's the point of that? Not only is it meaningless, it also runs counter to her vision of future flowers and plants. Bai Yi saw Lin Wei shaking his head, and only responded with a low and continued to analyze the dense data on the holographic screen. Lin Wei glanced at his profile, which was more clearly outlined by the weak light of the holographic screen, and suddenly felt a little curious. What if I say I want to go? I heard Bai Yi said directly, I can't go. Lin Wei was surprised. Bai Yi said, I have deleted the electronic invitation letter. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. After a moment of silence, Lin Wei seemed to think of something. Is the evidence we dug out from Wang Weili still not enough? Otherwise, how could the head of Baixiangjing still have the leisure to hold a bonsai appreciation party at this moment? Bai Yi paused, his fingers tapping the projected keyboard, and said, it will take some time. That means the evidence is still not solid enough, not ironclad enough. Lin Wei sighed secretly in his heart. Thinking about it, Bai Yi is equivalent to a transnational pursuit of the murderer. The other party is a powerful noble in the neighboring country. It must be difficult to bring the other party to justice. But there must always be hope, and we cannot give up easily. Lin Wei then comforted Bai Yi, I believe that evil will be punished. It is not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. This may sound empty, but it is a belief. To be honest, when Lin Wei comforted Bai Yi, of course he also hoped that his words would come true. But Lin Wei did not expect that this prophecy would come true so quickly. Less than 3 days before the opening of the Baixiangjing Bonsai Appreciation Meeting, the news that Baixiangjing Association's leader Mi Lu used addictive drugs to poison 3 princes and intended to kill the emperor was instantly exposed on the Heilan All-Star Network, and the related hot discussions also spread to the Star Federation's Skynet without surprise. When Lin Wei learned about this, the heat of this matter had been fermenting on Skynet for a while, and the top 10 popular entries on Phylan were all related to this matter. Full video analysis of the Baixiangjing Association's leader Mi Lu's regicide incident. Baixiangjing Mi Lu. Baixiangjing Association's leader Mi Lu's green oxygen addictive drug. Baixiangjing Association's leader Mi Lu's scam. Heilan, many people accused Mi Lu of evil deeds. The screen was full of Baixiangjing and Mi Lu, and Lin Wei couldn't help frowning. Without hesitation, Lin Wei clicked on the hot entry. It was an event explanation video with a duration of more than 1 hour and 30 minutes. Before watching the content of the video, just looking at the length of this video, Lin Wei thought it was almost as long as a blockbuster movie. It can be seen that the creator of this video has put a lot of thought into editing it. The beginning of the video is a concise personal introduction of Mi Lu, and it also intersperses some important time nodes of the development and growth of Baixiangjing Chamber of Commerce under Mi Lu's leadership. Lin Wei was not very interested in this part. She had checked the relevant information on Tian Wang before, so she clicked fast forward. It was not until the video creator began to formally tell the story of this incident that Lin Wei canceled the fast forward and watched it carefully. More than an hour later, Lin Wei, who had watched the entire video, closed her sore eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. According to the whole incident in this video, Lin Wei learned that 2 days ago, Heilan Tu's eldest prince, the second prince, and the 5th prince suddenly suffered from malignant hypoxia. Although they were saved, the sequelae will accompany them for life. The 3rd prince, who had a close personal relationship with Mi Lu, jumped out at this time and revealed the fact that Mi Lu used green oxygen to make addictive drugs in front of the heartbroken king, and pointed out that the sudden hypoxia attacks of the 3 princes were all caused by Mi Lu. Because the evidence presented by the 3rd prince was very comprehensive, Mi Lu's crime of using addictive drugs to poison the 3 princes became an indisputable fact. Mi Lu had no way to defend himself, and was detained on the spot. As for the claim that Mi Lu killed the king, the creator of the video said in a voiceover, there seems to be no evidence for this. I believe everyone should know that the king of Heilan Tu has been ill for the past 2 years. Mi Lu is considered a confidant of the king of Heilan Tu. So there are conspiracy theories on the side of Heilan Tu, thinking that the king's illness may also be related to Mi Lu. This is why there is the claim of regicide. At this point, the charges against Mi Lu, with conclusive evidence, have already included poisoning 3 princes and manufacturing and selling green oxygen addictive drugs. The video progress bar is not even halfway through, so there is obviously a follow-up. Mi Lu used to be the head of Baixiangjing Society and held a high position in Heilantu. Even if he did all kinds of evil things, ordinary people could only swallow their anger to protect themselves. Now seeing Mi Lu's downfall, ordinary people who had new and old grudges against him have stood up and accused him of all kinds of evil deeds. The video creator said helplessly that there are too many people accusing me Lu on Interstellar. There are videos with sensational content and short articles with every word of heart-wrenching. There are real victims and fake victims made up for the sake of popularity. He has no way to cut all those contents into the video, and only selected some real and horrifying, relatively typical cases to present to everyone here. After watching this video, Lin Wei was deeply impressed by 2 videos of complete transfer. In one of the videos, the narrator was a haggard woman. According to the woman, her mother once cultivated a very special and high-quality ornamental flower pot. That potted plant is very special. At the beginning of cultivation, it almost died. My mother was ready to clean it up, but was pricked by its thorns on the branches. My mother's blood dripped into the flower pot, and then guess what? It survived. Lin Wei was stunned when she heard it. If she was not mistaken, the potted plant the woman mentioned should be a very rare species that chose to transform into a plant on its own, and the key item for its transformation was blood. The woman in the video continued to narrate. My mother used her own blood to water it and let it grow. Later, it bloomed, as if it didn't want to disappoint my mother's expectations. Its flowers were large, gorgeous, and had a special fragrance. My mother named it Lady Scarlet. The fragrance of Lady Scarlet is very special. It can make people feel happy after smelling it. Even if you have any discomfort in your body, smelling its fragrance will relieve it. Later, the leader knew about the existence of Lady Scarlet, and he invited my mother to bring Lady Scarlet to the banquet. The woman said this with a sad look in her eyes. My mother didn't come back. She was not seen alive or dead, and Lady Scarlet was nowhere to be found. My father went to ask for an explanation, and was found dead in an underground casino the next day. I didn't dare to say anything before, because I was afraid that I would die unclearly like my mother and father. Afterwards, the woman also mentioned the gift of flowers and plants that Mila presented to the king, and suspected that the gift of flowers and plants was made from the flowers of Lady Scarlet. At the end of the video, the woman took out her own flat photo of Lady Scarlet. Because it was a video in a video, the flat photo looked a little blurry, but Lin Wei still determined from some details that the potted plant named Lady Scarlet should be a rose. And roses do have certain medicinal value, but it is not high. If the gift of flowers and plants is indeed made from roses, then its efficacy should be exaggerated. Another video that impressed Lin Wei was narrated by a middle-aged man with a full beard. The man told the story of how his brother's family was tragically killed by Milu. But before the man started to tell the story, he played a video first. It was a video shot when Milu was still relatively young. This video was once regarded as proof that Milu was the apostle of green plants in Heilantu. In the video, Milu seems to be alone in a certain alien plant star island. All around him are terrifying mutant plants with bared fangs and claws, but Milu walks leisurely and calmly among them, and no alien plant attacks him. Milu in this video, even Lin Wei can't help but doubt it. Could it be that the other party has the same affinity with plants as himself? And the truth was soon revealed in the man's narration. Let me tell you, this video is a complete scam. According to the man, his brother was a member of a well-known 20-person seed hunter team. Later, the team was disbanded because of the deep exploration of the extremely dangerous Star Island. His brother survived a narrow escape on that extremely dangerous Star Island. He returned with serious injuries. Although the trip to the extremely dangerous Star Island was a nightmare for my brother, he was not without gain. The man said, my brother picked up 2 special crystals from the extremely dangerous Star Island, but he said that they were leaves of alien plants. It was because of these 2 leaves that he was able to come back alive from the extremely dangerous Star Island. That's right, as long as you wear this kind of crystal or leaf on your body, you will not be attacked by alien plants. Apparently, the man's brother's family was killed by Milu because of this special crystal. The man also showed a photo at the end, from which you can see a dark green crystal. The man grinned at the camera. My brother did give me one of them, but I can't show it to you now, because it has naturally carbonized and turned into ash several years ago. But I can guarantee that what I said before is true. If you don't believe it, why don't you ask Milu to go to the alien plant Star Island again? Lin Wei stared at the dark green crystal in the man's photo, and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking for a long time, Lin Wei remembered that this crystal looked like a leaf on the black vine of the willow tree in the extremely dangerous Star Island. Yes, Lin Wei's face suddenly realized that the willow tree and Mau Mau were both top-level evolutionary bodies with 2-way mutations. Since Mau Mau's roots can shock alien plants, the leaves of the willow tree at the same level can naturally do so. Lin Wei couldn't help but think in her heart that the next time she goes to the extremely dangerous Star Island, She must ask the willow tree for some leaves. Her Mau is too small, and Lin Wei doesn't want to keep changing its pot and collecting roots. If the willow tree can give her some leaves, it will be perfect. After watching the video, facing Milu's countless evil deeds, Lin Wei felt a little heavy for those who were harmed by Milu. But now, because she remembered the relationship between the dark green crystal and the willow tree, her thoughts were interrupted, and her mood eased a lot. After closing the fly-through page, Lin Wei opened the communicator and sent a message to Bai Yi. Lin Wei, Milu is finished. Bai Yi, well, evil will be punished. Looking at the words evil will be punished sent by Bai Yi, Lin Wei inexplicably felt a sense of relief that the dust had settled. Chapter 83. Since Milu was involved in many cases, and the green oxygen-addicted drugs led by him were also spread to the Friendly Star Federation of Hylon too, for all these reasons, the trial of Milu was destined to be not perfunctory. It will be an open joint trial. And this world-renowned trial was finally scheduled for 3 months later. 3 months. Lin Wei felt that during this period, Bai Yi seemed to be holding his breath. Originally a workaholic, he basically lived in his laboratory in the research center during these 3 months, working day and night on fruit and vegetable breeding. Lin Wei was shocked and worried more than puzzled. It's not that she didn't persuade him that there is no end to the work, but if the body collapses, then everything will be in vain. However, Bai Yi's response to this is always yeah, okay, and then he turned around and continued his work. Lin Wei persuaded him once, twice, and 3 times, but to no avail, so she stopped persuading him. After finishing her work with a cold face, she walked away, out of sight, out of mind. 3 months passed in a flash in the busy work. On the day when Milu stood in the bench to accept the joint trial, the Fruit and Vegetable Special Group of the Green Source Research Center announced that the 52nd fruit and vegetable breeding was completed. Originally, Bai Yi should have sat in the plaintiff's seat of the joint trial that day. The solid evidence that Milu set people to assassinate the former general chairman of Green Source many times was submitted by Green Source early on. Bai Yi was absolutely qualified to participate in this joint trial of Milu, but he did not go and only entrusted an agent to come forward. The completion of the breeding of the 52nd fruit and vegetable is of course a good thing. But for the researchers of the Fruit and Vegetable Special Group, they have completed the breeding of dozens of fruits and vegetables in the past 6 months. Even if there is more joy, it is inevitable to become accustomed to the dullness of sharing it with many research results. However, some researchers found that their general chairman, Mr. Bai Yi, who never smiled, had a clear smile on his face that day. Before this, when they completed the selection of fruits and vegetables, and when they were excited, Mr. Bai Yi always looked ordinary. Why was he so happy this time? Is there something unusual about the 52nd fruit and vegetable they selected? It is indeed unusual. Lin Wei thought that it was not that the fruit and vegetable they successfully selected was special, but that the 52nd fruit and vegetable sequence had an extraordinary meaning to the current general chairman of Green Source. The moment she noticed the relaxed smile on Bai Yi's face, Lin Wei suddenly realized it. Cultivating 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables was an agreement between Bai Yi and his mother, but it was also a heavy yoke imposed on Bai Yi by Milu. Now, Milu has been sent to the court, and his outcome is no surprise. Bai Yi obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to remove the shackles and chains that bound him, and from now on, he could devote himself to his dream with ease. Lin Wei could understand Bai Yi's thoughts, his eagerness to break free from the shackles of many years, and his almost stubborn sense of ritual. Understanding is a fart. She didn't understand. What's wrong with having a good sleep and completing the fruit and vegetable breeding agreement a day or 2 later? Just to catch up with the day when Milu was tried, just to achieve that damn sense of ritual, working to the point of not caring about life, Lin Wei looked around at the young researchers around her. They all had some fatigue on their faces. They had not had an easy time in the past 3 months, but when they were tired, there were people who could take over, and they could barely have some time to breathe and rest. Only Bai Yi, who is the core of the special team, has to maintain the normal connection between Lin Wei's plug-in and various research data. No one can take his place. He can only rely on himself to carry on the 3 months of high-intensity work. When she thought of this, Lin Wei felt inexplicably depressed. She didn't say hello to anyone, and left the laboratory with a cold face. It was late, and it was time for Lin Wei to get off work. Back in the apartment, Bai Yi opened the message sent to him by the agent 2 hours ago. The final sentence of this joint trial for Milu was exile to the desolate energy star for 1 year of heavy labor, and then execution by hanging. The agent said in the message that according to the criminal law of the Heilanta Empire, Michigan Lu would be directly sentenced to death for his crime. According to the star law of their star federation, for Milu's crime, he would serve heavy labor until he was on the verge of death, and then be sentenced to death. Milu's final sentence was the result of the comprehensive balance of the trial court. After reading the message in full, Baiyi closed the interface. At this time, he was standing by the window. This apartment building is very tall, and the top floor overlooks the large night view of District 1. An advertising airship flew by in the distance, and the gorgeous colored lights left mottled light and shadows on the transparent window, and also reflected on the side face of Baiyi's squad leader. Baiyi's eyes were long, as if he was trapped in a certain memory. At that time, Baiyi and Prince Mold were video chatting. Why keep him for another year? Prince Mold was puzzled by Baiyi's proposal to torture him and let him endure the punishment. Probably few people know that the current sentence for Milu, that year of heavy labor, was the result of the secret mediation between Baiyi and Prince Mold. After all, Milu committed many crimes, involving a wide range of people. Usually, for such serious criminals, the joint tribunal would execute them as soon as possible without delay. First, it was the pressure of public opinion, in order to calm the public anger, and second, it was for the diplomatic relations between Hylon II and the Star Federation. Delaying the execution of serious criminals would always give people the illusion that Hylon II wanted to save Milu, and it might even make Hylon II bear the stigma of condoning evil and sheltering criminals. Prince Mold had been friends with Baiyi for several years, and he thought he knew Baiyi well, and he was also very clear about the grievances between Baiyi and Milu. But it was precisely because of this that Prince Mold was even more puzzled by Baiyi's proposal. Keeping Milu for 1 year, letting him drag his old body to perform heavy labor, letting him go through hardships, and the only end he could see was death. This was indeed quite satisfying. But using such a secretive method to torture people was not in line with Baiyi's usual style of doing things. In the video, the stern-faced young man faced Prince Mold's doubtful scrutiny, and said in a deep voice, "I want him to see the flowers and plants he held on the altar fall to the ground overnight." Flowers and plants fall to the ground? Is that what I mean? Prince Mold looked unconvinced. You want to make flowers and plants fall to the ground in just 1 year? Is that enough? Baiyi is indeed capable, but as far as he knows, Baiyi's father has been doing research related to flower and plant breeding for decades, but ended in failure. Faced with Prince Mold's questioning, Baiyi did not answer immediately. As if he remembered something, there was a flash of warmth in his deep eyes. Enough, Baiyi said. His tone was firm and confident. Seeing this, Prince Mold said no more, only said, "Okay, then for the sake of our many years of friendship, I will help you again." After a pause, however, I think we can still talk about the price of energy stone conversion technology. Obviously, the latter sentence is the focus of Prince Mold. Okay. Baiyi nodded slightly. Prince Mold was satisfied and said with a smile, "Then I will stay here first and wish you to plant flowers and plants as soon as possible." As the Prince of Helantu, and even the future king, Mold is not stupid. He doesn't care whether flowers and plants continue to be placed high on the altar, or grow everywhere and disappear in the world. Although in recent years, due to his brother's indulgence of Milu and Baixiangjing's repeated hype, Heilanta seems to rely on flowers and plants for a living in the eyes of outsiders. But in fact, the main source of their Heilanta's economy and livelihood has always been the export of energy minerals. In fact, anyone with a little brain can think it through if they think about it seriously. Baixiangjing cannot sell high-quality potted plants in large quantities in a stable manner. With only 1 pot of high-quality potted plants produced in a year, even if it can be sold for hundreds of millions of yuan, how much benefit can it bring to the people's livelihood of the entire Heilanta Empire? Therefore, in Prince Mold's view, flower and grass potted plants are at most icing on the cake for the Heilanta Empire. There are many energy or stars in the Heilanta Empire, and their energy ores are even exported to outside the Gamma Galaxy. From the beginning to the end, Prince Mold has always been targeting Green Source's energy stone conversion technology. The added value of exporting raw energy ore is too low, and the energy stone refined by Green Source's energy stone conversion technology can be exported to foreign countries at a price several times higher than that of raw energy ore. Because of this, Prince Mold was not stingy in providing Baiyi with a little help and convenience. After all, it is a win-win situation for both parties, so why not do it? The colorful lights of the advertising airship disappeared in the sky, and Baiyi withdrew his thoughts from his memories. He turned on the communicator and dialed a voice call. Soon the voice call was connected. Silence. Neither party spoke immediately, and only the shallow breathing of each other could be heard. "Mother," Baiyi called softly, and his tone seemed calm, But if you listen carefully, you would find the complex emotions hidden in the voice. Milu has been sentenced. Bai Yi stated, I have completed the selection and breeding of 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables as promised with you. The other party was still silent, but Bai Yi could hear the unstable breath in his ears. He said, after that, I will start the selection and breeding of flowers and plants. After a long time, the other end of the voice communication seemed to have calmed down, and it was a suppressed and somewhat hoarse, but still gentle female voice. Bai Yi, you are excellent. You have always been the pride of your father, and I wish you success. Bong Yeren seemed to be both happy and sad, and said, also, I'm sorry for my child. The agreement to select and breed 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables was indeed beyond her control, but it was undeniable that she was incompetent as a mother and could not protect her child well, so she could only stop him from pursuing his dream in the name of being a good parent. Bai Yi took a breath and said, I will succeed. After returning to the apartment, Lin Wei took a shower first, and then ate something casually for dinner. Originally, after dinner, according to habit, she should have edited the video. But she was upset that the new video was directly edited into pieces, so she simply didn't edit it and just browsed Phylon. As a result, Phylon was full of discussions about Milu and Baixiangjing. Lin Wei refreshed it several times, but didn't find any topics that interested her. Phylon was closed and stopped. At this time, Lin Wei squatted on the terrace and stroked the few leaves of Mao Mao from time to time. Lin Wei came to get close to it. At first, Mao Mao was very happy, twisting and turning the sharp thorny vine like a caterpillar, as if dancing. But soon it stopped twisting, as if it felt Lin Wei's emotions. Lin Wei seemed unhappy. Mao Mao then stayed still, and let Lin Wei occasionally rub its leaves without knowing how hard it was. Anyway, its leaves were strong, and Lin Wei was not afraid even if he pulled them directly. The small leaves rubbed Lin Wei's fingertips from time to time in response, as if to comfort Lin Wei, Mao Mao let you touch it, you will be happy soon. Lin Wei felt the slight itch on his fingertips, and his inner irritability was calmed down a lot. At this time, the doorbell rang. Lin Wei seemed to have sensed something, and continued to play with Mao Mao's leaves, not in a hurry to get up and open the door. Lin Wei, the person outside the door is Mr. Bai Yi. Do you want to open the door? Even though Lin Wei had no intention of getting up, there was an extremely hard-working intelligent robot Misha in her apartment. Lin Wei sullenly let go of the fluffy leaves and stood up. Without getting a response from Lin Wei, Misha did not open the door without permission. Lin Wei walked to the entrance. The doorbell had stopped ringing, but Bai Yi outside the door did not leave. He was standing outside the door. Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi through the video doorbell, and suddenly realized that in the past month, except for working hours, she had hardly talked to Bai Yi privately, and Lin Wei did not want to open the door. But her reason mocked her in her mind. Why not open the door? What are you angry about? Bai Yi's body is his own. He can do whatever he wants to do with it. What does it have to do with you? Why are you angry? Amidst the rational ridicule, Lin Wei opened the door. Through the thin door frame, their eyes met, and they were speechless. It was as if the two were competing. Neither of them wanted to be the first to speak. The only difference was that one didn't want to speak, and the other didn't know how to speak. Feeling the gaze on his face, Lin Wei tilted his head, but the gaze immediately caught up. Lin Wei was upset by the gaze that followed him like a shadow, and finally said impatiently, What are you looking at? The rare fierce tone made Bai Yi stun for a moment. For a long while, as if he had racked his brains, Bai Yi finally said only one sentence, Don't be angry. It was an extremely unskilled coaxing tone. Lin Wei sneered in his heart, so you still know that I am angry? Lin Wei did not respond with a downward turn of the corner of his mouth. Bai Yi suddenly took a half step forward. The two were only a little distance away from each other by the door frame, and with Bai Yi's half step, they were standing toe to toe. Lin Wei was startled and subconsciously raised her eyes. What she saw was Bai Yi's extremely tired face. His cheeks were bloodless, revealing an unhealthy paleness, and the thick dark circles under his eyes were almost black with a sense of layering. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight, and his jawline was sharper. Quickly retracting her gaze, Lin Wei felt more and more irritated. At this time, Bai Yi's low voice sounded in her ears, No more. Bai Yi repeated in an extremely serious tone, No more, I will listen to you in the future. Really no more. No more. Lin Wei lowered her eyes, listening to Bai Yi's repeated promise that he would not do it, and inexplicably felt her cheeks a little hot. Okay. The unfamiliar shame that surged in her heart made Lin Wei unable to bear it, and finally stopped him. Stop talking. No more. After saying it for the last time, Bai Yi tilted his head and carefully looked at Lin Wei's face, Don't be angry, okay? Lin Wei took a deep breath, and finally responded with a and then said to Bai Yi unhappily, go back and catch up on your sleep. His face was as pale as a ghost, and she couldn't bear to look at him. Okay. Bai Yi responded with his mouth, but he didn't move. Lin Wei rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that it came again, and he only moved his mouth, so she stretched out her hand and pushed the person standing like a wooden stake in front of her. What Lin Wei didn't expect was that she didn't use much force on her hand, but Bai Yi was pushed by her and staggered, and almost fell down. Are you okay? Lin Wei hurriedly grabbed Bai Yi's arm to help him stabilize his body. It's okay. Bai Yi, who barely managed to stand with the help of Lin Wei, said, I just felt dizzy just now. Lin Wei wanted to scold him for what he deserved. He thought he was an Iron Man and worked all night for 3 or 5 days. How could he not feel dizzy? But after moving his lips, facing Bai Yi's pale and thin face, Lin Wei finally said nothing, just lowered his head and helped Bai Yi back to his own apartment. However, Lin Wei didn't say anything, but Bai Yi, who was always taciturn, said a lot that day. You are right, I should combine work and rest. Your body is your own, and there is no end to the work. I remember it. Unless there are special circumstances, I will get off work on time in the future. Lin Wei listened silently, and the corners of her mouth tended to rise, but she quickly pursed her lips and strangled it in the cradle. Facing Bai Yi, who was already lying on the bed and wanted to speak, he ordered with great force, shut up and go to sleep. Bai Yi, with his eyes slightly closed, seemed to be about to fall asleep, and said in a low voice, Lin Wei, tomorrow we can do the selection and breeding of flowers and plants. Before he finished speaking, he fell asleep in a second. Lin Wei looked helpless, but couldn't help laughing. Yes, tomorrow will come soon. Chapter 84. 9 months later. For 3 consecutive days, the most popular entry on Phylon was January 1st. It has been 3 days, and the meaning behind January 1st has long been known to the netizens who want to know. However, there are always some people who are too lazy to click on the entry to read it carefully, and they like to post status on their Phylon personal homepage to ask questions. What happened to January 1st? Every time I go to Phylon, the most popular entry is January 1st. What's going on? January 1st is coming soon. Is there something big going to happen? Some enthusiastic netizens who know the inside story will jump out at this time to answer the lazy people's questions and solve their doubts tirelessly. The video pointing to Liyuan Wei Rui is a big surprise. Liyuan super low-priced potted plants will be on sale on January 1st. After watching it, you will understand why January 1st has been the hottest one for 3 consecutive days. I feel that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or even longer, January 1st will not drop in popularity. Finally, I want to say, January 1st please come soon, my child is almost suffering from hypoxia, crying. The lazy people then slowly followed the guidance of enthusiastic netizens, and searched for Liyuan Wei Rui's personal homepage. Before clicking on the video, most lazy people would secretly mock themselves in their hearts, thinking that they are rational. Super low-priced potted plants? How low? Any potted plants with grades, even the most ordinary medium-quality potted plants, will sell for tens of thousands at the lowest price. After all, they are the existence that ordinary people can only look up to. However, when the video starts playing, no matter if they were slumped on the sofa browsing the internet or lying on their backs in bed browsing the internet, almost all of them sat up straight, straightening their backs that seemed to be suffering from rickets and all. The video starts with a bird's eye view of a large planting base from high in the air, with countless planting sheds appearing in the picture. Soon, the camera zoomed in to a planting shed. The next scene was a scene that made the lazy people collectively stand in awe. The planting sheds were crowded with potted plants. These potted plants, with flower pots and plants, looked very small compared to the busy robots moving between them, and might be as big as a human palm. The camera quickly passed over the small potted plants, making it difficult to see the specific appearance of the potted plants. At this time, the barrage of comments on the video was exactly the voice of the lazy people who were too lazy to post barges. So small, there are such small potted plants. Maybe they were still in the growth period when they were filmed? Am I the only one who thinks that these small flower pots and small potted plants are so cute? In front, you are not alone. The video's screen gradually blurred at this time, and some words emerged from the blurred screen. After years of painstaking research, Liyuan successfully mass-produced the first batch of potted plants. Safety and stability. No worries. Liyuan products must be high quality. Then, the screen suddenly darkened, and a promotional poster with black background and white text appeared. For this promotional poster, Lin Wei made several variations and mini versions. After comparing them, he finally chose the current version. Black background and white text, concise and clear, but also eye-catching. The promotional poster stated the specific time of the potted plants going on sale, the links to the 2 online stores selling potted plants, the number of potted plants on the shelves, the sales method of potted plants, and the sales prices of potted plants of different qualities. Undoubtedly, among the rules and regulations stated in the promotional poster, the most eye-catching one is the pricing of potted plants. The lazy people stared at the potted plant prices on the promotional posters, as if they couldn't believe it, and read them over and over again. A large number of barrages passed by. Is this price serious? Am I seeing it right? Is it so low? Is it true? I seriously suspect that Wei Rui missed a digit. The promotional poster clearly stated that the potted plants were on sale for a big discount. The original price of the good potted plants was 20,000 star yuan, and it only cost 18,888 star yuan after the discount on the day of sale. The original price of the medium quality potted plants was 6,000 star yuan, and it only cost 5,555 star yuan after the discount on the day of sale. The ultra-low price that made the netizens who watched the video seriously suspect that their eyes were defective was actually adjusted and raised after Lin Wei and Bai Yi discussed it. Lin Wei's original price was even lower than this, mainly because the planting cost of the potted plants they were about to sell was very, very low. We can't just set the price based on the planting cost. Bai Yi analyzed this to Lin Wei at the time. Most people still look up to potted plants. We have just started, and the market we face is infinite. If the price is too low, it will easily cause market chaos. Don't underestimate the ability of those speculators. They will seize every opportunity to gain market benefits. Lin Wei was convinced, and deeply realized his naivety. Just like now, even if the price has been raised, the first reaction of netizens after seeing it is still questioning, and they can't believe how potted plants can be sold at such a super low price. Of course, some netizens understand the pricing of potted plants. Although, looking back at the planting base at the beginning of the video, and the number of potted plants on the shelves above, this pricing does not seem impossible. Don't doubt it. It's obvious that Liyuan has made a major breakthrough in flower and grass research, and it's also shown in the video. Liyuan can breed potted plants in batches. We are blessed. I just want to say that Liyuan is strong. Our Liyuan is directly far ahead of Heilong 2 Baixiangjing. Baixiangjing is a thing of the past, right? I still can't come back to my senses from the super low price of potted plants, and the black bottom promotional poster in front of me is blurred. The clear picture has not yet appeared, and the barrage has filled the screen with screams of ah ah ah, which has aroused the curiosity of lazy people. The picture tends to be warm, and the warm indoor scene is in sight. The video blogger Wei Rui, who is familiar to fans, sits at a long table. The scorching sun shines in from the floor-to-ceiling window next to her, sprinkles on Wei Rui's body, and sets off her white face even more transparent and flawless. To be honest, our Wei Rui's face is really good, and it is not inferior to those little stars in the entertainment industry. Beautiful, beautiful, Wei Rui is the most beautiful. Hug the beautiful Wei Rui. Ah! Are those potted plants on the table? Really? Really? Only half of the long table is in the picture, but sharp-eyed netizens still found some clues where the long table meets the picture. It is obviously a pre-edited video, but Wei Rui in the video seems to be able to interact with netizens. She seemed to be able to see the netizens' comments, and smiled and greeted the camera. Hello everyone. That's right, today I mainly introduced to you several potted plants that Liyuan will soon sell. Before the voice fell, the whole long table appeared in the video screen, and with it appeared 8 potted plants lined up on the long table. The barrage exploded immediately. Even the lazy people who were watching the video couldn't help but follow the comments of their predecessors and shouted, "Oh! It's really small, but so cute. How can there be such a cute potted plant? Is that a flower? Although it's small, it looks so delicate. Don't stop me, let me say. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. It's so cute. Is this really a potted plant? It looks different from the ones I've seen before. They look so dreamy and cute. My personal account is ready. So Wei Rui, as an old fan, can I enjoy the qualification to buy in advance? Neil, Wei Rui in the video has a calm smile. She only sees that she gathers all 8 potted plants that are less than the size of a palm to her chest, and then says to the netizens in front of the video with a malicious heart, "Cute, it's a pity that you can't touch it." The comments immediately attacked her. Too bad, too bad. I unfollow you now, bye. I see through you, Wei Rui. I unfollow you after I buy the potted plants. Okay, I won't joke with you guys anymore. Wei Rui in the video said seriously, now I will formally introduce these little guys to you. Wei Rui pushed the potted plants that were held in front of her chest to the camera so that netizens could see them more clearly. As you can see, most of them are chubby and cute, so they have a general name called succulents, succulent potted plants. Of course, in addition to the general name, they also have their own names. I will introduce them to you one by one. Its name is Zilu. Wei Rui picked up the small succulent potted plant with purple leaves on the table and turned the flower pot to show everyone a full range of things. Then change a pot. It's called Monroe. Doesn't it look very dreamy? After rotating the pot, change the pot again. This is Huangli. With fleshy yellow leaves, it looks particularly beautiful. There are so many varieties of succulents that even Lin Wei can't remember all their names. The 8 kinds of succulents that Green Source is about to sell are all carefully selected by Lin Wei, which are both easy to grow and beautiful. As for the origin of these succulents, they are the unexpected surprises of Lin Wei's second visit to the extremely dangerous Xingyu. In the Willow's Paradise, just accidentally pushed aside a bunch of lush flowers and leaves, and a large area of succulents appeared in front of him. Lin Wei stared at the succulents at the time, his eyes lit up, and at the same time, a plan appeared in his mind. If you want to make flowers and plants go from the altar to the ordinary, the fastest way is undoubtedly to breed them in large quantities, and then put them on the market. However, it is not easy to breed flowers and plants quickly and in large quantities. After all, it takes time for flowers and plants to grow. But they found succulents. That was different. Succulents have a strong reproductive capacity. Just one leaf can grow to the point of bursting the pot. Succulents grow very fast, and in this world where plant growth is accelerated, it is even faster than expected. When Lin Wei returned from the extremely dangerous Xingyu for the second time, he immediately began to cultivate high-quality succulents. Hard work pays off, and Lin Wei obtained several high-quality succulent potted plants in a very short time. When the ban on Baye's selection and breeding of 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables was lifted, they immediately began to breed succulent potted plants in batches. Now, in just 9 months, the breeding volume of the Green Source succulent planting base has reached a level that would be jaw-dropping if it were told out. If not for this, the number of succulent potted plants that Green Source will sell in the first batch would not be set at 200,000 pots. After Wei Rui introduced 8 potted plants one by one, the video was coming to an end. At the end, she did not forget to remind the netizens who watched the video while advertising, at 10 a.m. on January 1st, everyone is welcome to go to Lvayuan Wei Rui Flowers and Grass and Suabian Flowers and Grass to buy your favorite succulent potted plants. By the way, it is 10 a.m. on January 1st, Capital Star time. This woke people up from their dreams. Netizens who are not native to Capital Star immediately realized the time difference problem. Who knows what time and date is 10 a.m. on January 1st on Yadaya Star on Capital Star? Same question. What time and date is it on Bailu Star? What about XXX Star? Are you stupid? Just adjust the time zone to Capital Star directly on the communicator. Yes, it seems that everyone has to live in Capital Star time recently. Hee. Chapter 85. It was January 1st in a blink of an eye. To be honest, the date of January 1st for the sale of potted plants was set by Lin Wei, and it didn't have any special meaning. The main reason was that there were few special holidays and anniversaries in this world, and it happened that all their preliminary preparations came to an end in mid-December. Lin Wei looked at the calendar and thought that January 1st was the beginning of the new year, and the first day of the new year to sell potted plants could be regarded as a new year, so he decided it. At 10 a.m. on the Capital Star, all those who paid attention to the sale of potted plants by Lvayuan were ready. Especially those who had already decided to buy potted plants, opened the shopping app early and entered the Lvayuan Wei Rui Flowers and Plants or Suabian Flowers and Plants shops that they had collected and followed in advance to wait. At this time, whether it was Lvayuan Wei Rui Flowers and Plants or Suabian Flowers and Plants, 16 gray product display windows marked as temporarily unavailable for sale could be seen on the homepages of both shops. The 16 product display windows are divided into 2 corresponding rows, 8 in each row. The 8 succulent potted plants sold in one row are all good quality, and the 8 in the other row are all medium quality. The countdown is displayed in the lower right corner of the product display window, and at this time, there are less than 5 minutes left before the scheduled sales time. Some impatient buyers have begun to refresh the store homepage, as if they are afraid that the store will start selling in advance, and they will miss the best time to buy. Like all buyers, Lin Wei is also checking the situation of the store. The only difference is that buyers are looking at the store front desk, while Lin Wei is looking at the store backstage. Lin Wei carefully confirmed the number of goods on the shelves of all product display windows one by one, which is also her job as the nominal store manager of Green Sourceway Flowers and Plants. But apart from that, all Lin Wei needed to do was to watch the store, literally. After the store was officially launched, Lin Wei didn't need to worry about the more troublesome things like pre-sales and in-sales customer consultation, logistics and freight communication, and after-sales service, because the mature customer service team of the Green Source Sales Department would handle them. Less than 3 minutes before the sale, Lin Wei, who had confirmed that the number of items on the shelves was correct, received a message from Xia Yujia. Xia Yujia, it's about to start. Are you nervous? I'm a little nervous. Nervous? Lin Wei didn't believe it. Based on her understanding of Xia Yujia, she usually only believes Xia Yujia's words 3 points. Don't look at him saying he was nervous in the message. Maybe he was still playing in the holographic online game the second before. So Lin Wei replied to him. Watch the store well. Don't make Xiaoyu too busy. Subian Wako is not like Lvaiyuan Wairuhuako, which has the professional customer service team of Lvaiyuan Sales Department as its backing. Subian Wako only has Xia Yujia, Xia Xiaoyu, and 2 senior customer service staff temporarily transferred from Vaiyuan. Although Subian Wako has only 50,000 pots on the shelves, far less than the 150,000 pots of Lvaiyuan Wairuhuako, 50,000 pots is not a small number after all, and everyone is selling potted flowers and plants online in bulk for the first time, so any unexpected accidents may happen. Thinking of this, Lin Wei, who was not nervous at first, is really a little nervous. However, although Xia Yujie is usually careless and unreliable, he still knows the importance of the matter at critical moments. What's more, there is Xia Xiaoyu, who is experienced and trustworthy, watching there, so there should be no major mistakes. Subian Wako is the first franchisee of Lvaiyuan Wairuhuako. Xia Yujie was well informed. When he learned that Lvaiyuan was going to sell potted plants in bulk, he immediately ran to Baiyi and Lin Wei, and his words showed that he wanted to get involved. And his reasons for lobbying Baiyi and Lin Wei were reasonable. The business of flower and grass seeds is not easy to do. After everyone buys your Lvaiyuan potted plants, my store's business will definitely be even quieter. The hiring fee of Lao He and others is not cheap. Suabian Huachao will definitely not make ends meet in the future. This sounded like Xia Yujia was a responsible and good boss, who was worried about the livelihood of the store. If Lin Wei didn't still remember the first time he went to Suabian Huachao to buy seeds, the other party's outstanding ability to drive away customers, and Xia Shuyo's complaints about his theory of selling goods at random, he might have really believed Xia Yujia's nonsense. But in the end, they still agreed to Xia Yujia's joining. Of course, friends are friends, and business is business. Xia Yujia still has to pay the franchise fee, technical fees, etc. Lin Wei and Baiyi had already agreed on the franchise issue. Baixiangjing was a lesson for them. They would not follow the old path of Baixiangjing, monopolizing technology and becoming the only one in the market, because that would only be a dead end. So the result of the two people's agreement was that all planting technologies that should be sold, and those that should be authorized. Those who want to join can join as long as they pass the qualification review. For some potential companies that want to get involved in the flower and grass industry, Luyuan will also have relevant investment and support plans. In short, they will not make less money. After all, Luyuan is such a big company, and many employees are waiting for salary to support their families, but profit will never be their primary goal. Let the flowers and plants be everywhere. The countdown to the sale is back to 0. Staring at the backstage of the store, Lin Wei saw that the number of potted plants of all categories on the shelves was rapidly declining at a frightening speed. The sales volume refreshed every 3 minutes constantly stimulated Lin Wei's eyes. From the beginning of breaking 1 million to tens of millions, as the backstage system refreshed again and again, the sales data that came into Lin Wei's eyes became larger and larger, and the 8-digit number jumped to 9 digits in the moment when Lin Wei's breath was stagnant. Breaking the 100 million, Lin Wei glanced at the time. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed since the sale, and the sales volume had already exceeded the 100 million, and this data was still growing. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. Looking at the rising sales volume, Lin Wei leaned back in her chair and breathed a long sigh of relief. She had imagined that the sales of the first batch of succulent potted plants would be very popular, but she did not expect it to be so popular. You should know that although their pricing is super low for potted plants, it is still a price that requires some consideration for ordinary people and ordinary families. 1 hour after the sale started, The sales growth refreshed by the store back-end system has slowed down. Lin Wei closed her eyes, which were sore from staring at the sales for a whole hour. When she opened her eyes again, she no longer stared at the sales, but opened an electronic document and read it from time to time. At this time, there were buyers who had received the goods on file and posted their orders. Among them, the most popular posting status, the buyer was obviously wealthy. The 8 types and 16 categories of succulent potted plants that Liyuan is selling are limited to purchase, and each person is limited to 1 pot of each category. The buyer was very wealthy and bought 16 pots at once, not missing any category. Just look at her order status. In the 9 square grid photos, 16 pots of succulent potted plants, she arranged them into a circle, a heart shape, or a pile. In short, no matter how the cute succulent potted plants are arranged, their photos can trigger envy in the comment area. Aw, so cute. I'm so envious. She actually bought so many pots. Money really can do whatever you want. Rich sister, are you still missing leg pendants? The kind that can eat and sleep and like succulents. I also want to buy succulents, but poor students can't afford them. Damn it! Why wasn't I born in the capital planet? The freight reminder here will take 16 hours to arrive. It's dry. It's so cute. I was a little hesitant about whether to buy it because of the price, but now I've decided. Even if I have to eat instant noodles next month, I will buy a pot of it. Clenched fist, Xiao Mei, a buyer who posted a status on Filan and received a lot of envious and jealous comments, was staring at the succulent cultivation manual that came with the order from Liyuan Wareaway Flower and Herb Shop, or more accurately, she was doubting her life. Is this true? So, right after her highly popular status, Xiao Mei posted another status. Have you all read the succulent cultivation manual? Is there anyone who wants to share their thoughts with me? I have read it. And I am shocked. I am shocked. So if, according to the manual, every leaf can, then how many potted plants did we buy for the price of 1 potted plant? If it's true, it's worth it. It turns out that the succulent cultivation manual given by Green Source not only has detailed tutorials on how to maintain succulent potted plants, but also methods on how to breed succulent plants by yourself. Xiao Mei glanced at the 16 pots of succulents next to her, and then thought of the contents of the succulent cultivation manual, and her heartbeat inevitably began to accelerate. She commented in her own state, "Will everyone try it?" "Yes, but I'm a little worried about safety issues." "Yes, I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle sudden mutations at that time." "Will it mutate?" "Terrible. You should turn to the last page of the manual and have a look." "You should have more trust in Green Source." Xiao Mei asked this question because she was worried about the safety of breeding succulents by herself. At this time, she turned to the last page of the succulent cultivation manual according to her comments. A huge electronic official seal from the highest security inspection department of the Star federal government suddenly appeared in front of her. What does this electronic official seal mean? It means that the contents of the succulent cultivation manual have passed the strict review of the highest security inspection department of the Star Federation government. These contents are safe and will not cause any risk of harm to individuals, or even the Star Federation. At that time, Lin Wei, who was flipping through the electronic documents, happened to see this electronic official seal of extraordinary significance. The succulent cultivation manual was written by Lin Wei, but this electronic official seal is the result of Baiye's continuous research in the laboratory day after day. In fact, not long after Lin Wei and others returned from the extremely dangerous Star Island for the first time, she and Baiye had basically determined that the high-quality potted plants she cultivated were different. After returning from the extremely dangerous Star Island for the first time, Lin Wei and Baiye went to his Calyx Star Island. There, Lin Wei saw the relics left by Baiye's father. Baiye's father, Mr. Bairui, devoted himself to the selection and breeding of flowers and plants for decades. Although he failed, he still cultivated a lot of flower and plant potted plants in those decades. It's just a pity that most flowers and plants have a limited growth cycle, so after so many years, the relics of Mr. Bairui left on Huayeshingyu are only some perennial flowers and trees. Lin Wei saw plum trees with elegant branches, maple trees with fiery red leaves, tall pines and cypresses, and evergreen magnolias on Huayeshingyu. But among all the flowers, trees and potted plants in the entire Huayeshingyu, there are only 2 excellent ones. One is the evergreen magnolia, and the other one, Lin Wei had a chance encounter with it, that is, the pot of green radish that was sunburned by Xia Yuchia. This pot of green radish is not Mr. Bairui's relic. It was cultivated by Baiye before he succeeded as the chairman of Green Source. Lin Wei and Baiye came to Huayeshingyu to see these 2 excellent plants, or more precisely, to see the status bubble emoticons of these two excellent plants. As they expected, the simple white figures of these two excellent plants had more or less traces of black unicorns on them. In other words, they were the same as the wild flowers and plants that Lin Wei had seen on the alien Xingyu. Obviously, this is why ordinary excellent potted plants cannot be propagated stably. After returning from Huaye Xingyu, Lin Wei planted the sunflower seeds and iris seeds that he had collected early in the morning. All the seedlings grew steadily after germination, and none of them showed signs of mutation. After that, Lin Wei tried to propagate the branches of the offspring of roses and gardenias, and also divided the offspring of irises. Although not all the branches survived, as long as they took root and survived, there were no signs of mutation. The survival rate of division is higher than that of cuttings, so all the branches of the offspring of irises survived, and similarly, they did not show any signs of mutation. So far, so many examples are enough to show that it is not a coincidence. The high-quality potted plants cultivated by Lin Wei can indeed be safely and stably propagated like fruits and vegetables that have completed breeding. But the problem is that Lin Wei and Bai Yi know this fact, but they can't tell it out loud. After all, it involves Lin Wei's plugin. How can they explain to others why Green Source's high-quality potted plants can be safely and stably propagated, but other high-quality potted plants cannot? You can't tell others that it's because the status bubble emoticons of the two are different, right? So, in the past 6 months, Bai Yi has been concentrating on studying in the laboratory to verify the difference between the superior potted plants and offspring cultivated by Lin Wei and ordinary superior potted plants and wild flowers and plants. Fortunately, this is a study that has already had results and reversed the argumentation process, which should be easier, but in order to prevent Lin Wei's cheating from being known to others, this study was completed by Bai Yi alone from beginning to end, which was still difficult after all. Lin Wei still remembers that day deeply. Bai Yi knocked on the door of her apartment, with a relaxed and relieved smile on his face, and said, "Domestication mark." Bai Yi's research finally produced results that day. As he told Lin Wei, "Domestication mark." He found a string of data with regularity in the genetic data of the superior potted plants cultivated by Lin Wei, which is more complex and changeable than that of fruits and vegetables. But that is indeed the special code for the superior potted plants cultivated by Lin Wei to safely and stably breed offspring. Afterwards, Bai Yi submitted a detailed research report to the Star Federal Government's Top Security Inspection Department. After going through layers of review, the research report was finally stamped with the electronic official seal that was of great significance in front of Lin Wei. Chapter 86. As more and more buyers posted their orders on Phylon, some buyers not only posted the value in succulent potted plants they had received, but also took screenshots of the contents of the succulent cultivation manual to attract attention. This post, especially the content about self-breeding succulent potted plants in the second half of the succulent cultivation manual, made the entire Phylon and even the entire Tianhuang netizens explode. On Phylon, other social platforms, forums, and even some private groups, almost without exception, all heatedly discussed the contents of Leviuan's succulent cultivation manual. What you don't know yet? I tell you, it's the kind of succulent potted plants that Leviuan is selling hot. Not only are they low-priced, but they can also be bred by themselves. Super value. Don't believe it? Look, this is posted by someone who has already bought it. Aren't succulent potted plants cute? Look at these screenshots. They are all taken from the succulent cultivation manual. Did you see it? Leaf cutting propagation method, root cutting propagation method, division propagation method, sowing propagation method. Now you believe it. Is it safe? It must be safe. The succulent cultivation manual of Leviuan is stamped with the electronic official seal of the highest safety inspection department. In this case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy Leviuan succulent potted plants. If you miss it, you will lose a lot. Similar conversations appeared in every corner of Skynet at the same time. Netizens were busy, calling their friends and flocking to the two online stores officially designated by Leviuan. At that time, Lin Wei had just pulled her thoughts out of the memory of the electronic official seal, and a quick reminder sound came to her ears. She immediately closed the electronic document and switched back to the store background to check, and then Lin Wei was stunned. Hiss. Lin Wei couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at the cleared shelves in the backstage of the store. Lin Wei lowered her eyes and glanced at the time. It had only been more than 2 hours since the sale started, and they were sold out? That's a full 150,000 pots of succulents. Lin Wei turned on the communicator to ask Xia Yujia about the situation, only to find that Xia Yujia had sent her a message before that. The number of random flowers and plants on the shelves was small, and they were sold out earlier than Liuan flowers and plants. Xiaoyujia, sold out. All 50,000 pots were sold out. In less than 2 hours, more than 400 million in sales. Xiao Yuran was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Comfortable, so comfortable. Fortunately, I was smart and joined you early, otherwise I would have missed this great opportunity to make a lot of money. Ha ha ha. This person, after getting a bargain, didn't forget to praise himself. Lin Wei smiled, and shook his head helplessly. But then again, not to mention Xiaoyujia, even Lin Wei is now a little dizzy with excitement. Looking at the total sales statistics of the store back end, Liuan flowers and plants has a total of 150,000 pots of succulent potted plants on the shelves, of which 50,000 pots are good products priced at 18,888 star yuan, and 100,000 pots are medium quality potted plants priced at 5,555 star yuan. All of them were sold out, and the total sales on that day was 1,499,900,000 star yuan. More than 2 hours, more than 1.49 billion. Forgive Lin Wei for being short-sighted, she has never seen so much money, let alone making so much money in such a short time. Take a few deep breaths. Lin Wei sobered up her mind that was overwhelmed by the huge wealth. Then, she immediately opened her file and personal homepage, thought about it, and edited a long status and posted it. On the other hand, after both online stores of Liuan were sold out, in addition to the large number of buyers who posted their orders on Filan, netizens who failed to buy Liuan succulent pots also began to post their unwilling wailing status. I didn't get it. It's so painful. Why, how fast are you, my succulent pots? Ah! When I entered the store, I saw that there were still a few thousand left, but in the blink of an eye, really, I'm not exaggerating, I just blinked, and it was gone. Wow, why didn't I go earlier? I want to buy succulent pots. Ah, Liuan, please restock. Liuan, please restock. Is Liuan still selling succulent pots? When will they be restocked? I don't need a discount price. I'm fine with the original price. Does anyone know? Sisters, the customer service finally got back to me. It is said that because there were too many people asking, the customer service system was paralyzed. The customer service lady said that they would restock, but the time is to be determined. I'm just asking, is there anyone willing to sell succulent pots? It's okay if the price is a little higher. Please PM me. Please kindly sell me a succulent pot. Save this child who didn't get it. There are more and more people looking to buy succulent pots, and speculators who have smelled the business opportunity have taken action, selling 3 medium quality and 2 good quality Liuan succulent pots, not yet in stock. The categories are as shown below. If you are interested, PM me, bring your lovely price. I won't take it back if you don't take it. 5 Liuan succulent pots have arrived. Big sale. The pictures below are all taken by myself after they arrived. If you are interested, PM me, the highest bidder wins. Liuan succulent pots for sale, PM me if you need them. All of the above are obviously waiting for a price. Of course, there are also some with direct and clear prices, such as 58 pots of green source succulent potted plants for sale. All categories are available. Medium quality 25,000 star yuan, good quality 68,000 star yuan, no bargaining. Support the guarantee of buying, safety, efficiency. Buy as soon as possible. It is obvious that this is a professional middleman, and judging from the number of potted plants in his hands, he is still organized and has a gang. Most netizens who want to buy green source succulent potted plants immediately quit when they saw the price in this status. Why don't you go and grab it? There is a limit to the price increase. This price is too exaggerated. Green source's price is only a few times higher. The middleman replied to the comment and said, you can buy it or not. This is a medium quality potted plant that can reproduce by itself. Green source has been sold out, and the price of these potted plants will only get higher and higher in the future. My price is already conscientious enough. In a word, if you can't afford it, please turn left and don't let me go. Don't affect my business. Netizens are all furious with this middleman who asks for a sky-high price. However, there are always people who are not short of money and will take the bait. I want to buy a good Monroe, but I have found several resellers who can't find any. I have already sent you a private message. The netizens watching immediately commented to dissuade me. Sisters, don't encourage this kind of trend. This price is too outrageous. Don't fall into his trap. As long as we are determined not to buy, he will definitely lower the price if he can't sell it. So wait a little longer, sister. The girl replied helplessly, but I really like Monroe. Well, this is why I can't persuade him. At this time, a netizen threw out a screenshot and commented, "Screenshot, don't buy, don't buy, don't buy, Lvayuan will restock it in 3 days, and the original price will remain unchanged." The official accounts of Werue and Lvayuan Filan have posted a status saying so. The netizen clicked on the screenshot, and saw that it was indeed a long status posted by Werue, which was posted just 10 minutes ago. "Werue, thank you for your support. The first batch of 200,000 succulent potted plants sold out immediately. To be honest, I was shocked by everyone's enthusiasm. I saw many people asking when they can restock. Well, please be patient. Our potted plant inventory is still very full. It's just that everyone's active rush to buy has put a lot of pressure on logistics and freight. Freight robots also need to recharge and rest. I hope everyone understands. So, in order to avoid a backlog of freight orders, our restocking time is set at 10 a.m. 3 days later. Of course, it is still the capital star time, and the price remains unchanged. In addition, we will restock at 10 a.m. every day to ensure that everyone who wants to buy Green Source potted plants can buy their favorite potted plants. It is worth noting that we at Green Source support everyone to exchange planting experiences privately and exchange potted plants with like-minded people, but we firmly resist speculation and the bad behavior of driving up the price of Green Source potted plants. Once discovered, Green Source will hold them accountable in accordance with the Star Law. Please be informed. Finally, a friendly reminder, if you buy more than 10 potted succulents and place them all indoors, remember to extract their green oxygen appropriately to avoid a large difference in indoor and outdoor air quality, which may have adverse effects on the body. Werue's post was so timely. Netizens who saw the screenshot said that it was very satisfying. And the girl who originally wanted to buy the high-quality Monroe at a high price despite the netizens' dissuasion, now gave up the idea and decided to wait for the official store of Green Source to restock before buying. Some netizens who were just angry at the second-hand dealers wanted to comment and ridicule. "Ha ha ha, you deserve it. You stocked up so many pots, and wanted to resell them at a high price. Did you see that Lvayuan has sufficient potted plants in stock, and your stockpiled plants are destined to rot in your hands?" As a result, the edited comments were not published. The middleman was frightened by Lvayuan's statement of accountability, so he deleted the status and ran away. On the other side, Lin Wei, who had posted a long status, leaned back on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm so happy." Lin Wei wanted to share her joy with Bai Yi and Xiao Qiao, but Xiao Qiao had joined the crew more than a month ago and was in a closed shooting, so she couldn't contact him at all. There was no way around it. Xiao Qiao also had her career to be busy with, and she had her dreams and pursuits. As for Bai Yi, Lin Wei sometimes wondered if all people who were obsessed with scientific research were like this, with grand or even empty ideals and ambitions. Anyway, Lin Wei didn't understand other scientific researchers, but she was sure that Bai Yi was such a person. After completing the research on the domestication marks on the high-quality potted plants cultivated by Lin Wei originally wanted to say that Bai Yi could finally take a break. As a result, he turned around and started a new research project. This time, Bai Yi wanted to try whether he could use technical means to brand flowers and plants with domestication marks, just like what they speculated that their ancestors did to fruits and vegetables. Lin Wei was puzzled at first. With her and her plug-in, they could easily brand flowers and plants with domestication marks, right? But Bai Yi was not looking at the present, let alone the present. He looked far away. According to him, life is short, and there are many kinds of flowers and plants. Even if Lin Wei spent his entire life, it would be impossible for him to brand all kinds of flowers and plants with domestication marks. However, if they mastered the relevant technology, it would be different. Even if they passed away 100 years later, as long as the technology was still there, their descendants would continue what they did and fulfill their lifelong wishes for them. Bai Yi hoped that more and more flowers and plants could be branded with a lasting domestication mark like fruits and vegetables. In this way, even if a terrible strong electromagnetic storm swept the world again one day in the future and plants mutated again, people in later generations could use the domestication mark to complete the rebreeding of fruits, vegetables, and flowers faster. Lin Wei was filled with emotion after listening to Bai Ye's words. Bai Ye's thoughts and visions were so far away, his ideals and ambitions were so big that they were even a little illusory. But Lin Wei was willing to support him with all his strength. Because of this, even on the big day when Green Source started selling the first batch of potted plants, Lin Wei was still doing experiments with Bai Yi in the laboratory the day before. In Bai Ye's new research project, Lin Wei is indispensable. Her main task is to plant seeds of flowers and plants collected from the wild in the experimental field. When these flowers and plants sprout and show signs of mutation, she needs to remind Baiyi so that Baiyi can capture the changes in genetic data before and after she chooses the flowers and plants. Similarly, similar operations are performed when key items are needed for the transformation and breakthrough of flowers and plants. Whether it is useful or not, and whether it can produce results in the end, Lin Wei doesn't know now, and she thinks Baiyi should also have no way of knowing. But at least they are working hard for this, which is enough. Lin Wei thought of Baiyi's quiet and focused profile in the laboratory, and decided not to disturb him. It's not too late to share the good news with Baiyi after he gets off work. Anyway, since Baiyi promised her that he wouldn't do that, he rarely works overtime on his own and almost always gets off work on time. Chapter 87. It has been more than a month since the succulent potted plants were put on sale. Vaiyuan and Phylon have jointly held a prize collection activity. From now on, Phylon users can post a status with the topic "Show off the succulents I bred" and show pictures or videos of the succulent potted plants you bred yourself. Not only will they have the opportunity to receive Star Yuan rewards, but they will also have the opportunity to draw 1,000 succulent combination potted plants provided by Vaiyuan, including 6 new succulent potted plants that Vaiyuan has not yet put on sale. See picture. As soon as the activity was launched, it immediately received support from the majority of netizens, and the popularity of the entry showing off succulents on Phylon remained high. However, netizens who participated in the activity said, "We don't want the Star Yuan rewards. Can we replace them all with Vaiyuan's new succulent combination potted plants? We only want new succulent potted plants." In response, Vaiyuan's response demonstrated its magnanimity as a large company. The Star Yuan rewards for the activity remain unchanged, and the number of new succulent combination potted plants drawn is directly doubled, from 1,000 to 2,000. Netizens were overjoyed and praised Vaiyuan. So generous, it is worthy of being the company with the highest reputation in our Star Federation. Vaiyuan is the best. Lin Wei, who was browsing the flyer, looked at the netizens' praise for Vaiyuan with a smile on her face. The idea of this prize collection activity was naturally hers. She borrowed the marketing planning on some social platforms in the world where she lived in the past, mainly to let more buyers, who bought their Vaiyuan succulent potted plants, start to grow them. Even if Vaiyuan's succulent cultivation manual was stamped with the electronic official seal of the Supreme Safety Inspection Department, there are still a large number of people who dare not easily try to breed potted plants by themselves because of the deep-rooted shadow of mutant plants in their minds. Lin Wei wanted to use this prize-winning collection activity to eliminate the concerns of this group of people. Let them see the results of self-breeding by others around them. Let them see with their own eyes the safety of potted plants produced by Vaiyuan, and let this group of people contribute to their flower and grass landing plan. If you want to make flowers and plants landed early and thoroughly, it is not enough to rely on her and Baiyi and Vaiyuan's efforts alone. It still depends on everyone, and everyone must work together. Vaiyuan's super low-priced potted plants are selling like hotcakes, and the online prize-winning collection activities related to them are also very successful. And all of these were screenshotted and forwarded to their own Xinguang by Heilante's powerful netizens. At first, when netizens on Heilante Xinguang saw the screenshots of Vaiyuan selling super low-priced potted plants, most of them did not believe it or sneered. After all, in their memory, the Star Federation has never had a decent flower and grass industry. When it comes to flower and grass potted plants, it has to be Heilante's Baixiangjing. As for Vaiyuan, it is indeed a large company, and its industries are also very wide, but if I remember correctly, Vaiyuan seems to have only been engaged in fruit and vegetable trading. When did it start to do flower and grass business? However, as more and more screenshots were forwarded from the Star Federation Skynet, the netizens of Heilan Star Network could no longer deceive themselves. Especially the grand occasion on the day when Vaiyuan's super low-priced potted plants went on sale, the large number of screenshots of buyers posting their orders on social platforms were like a huge slap in the face of those Heilan netizens, who were still analyzing that Vaiyuan could not have done the flower and grass business so quickly the day before. So many screenshots of posting orders could not be faked, and there was no need for that at all. In other words, Vaiyuan of the Star Federation is really selling super low-priced potted plants, and these potted plants are mass-produced, and they are said to be able to reproduce safely on their own. With the ironclad evidence in front of us, it is meaningless to forcefully deny it. However, there are still some Heilante netizens who are trying to save face and find fault with the succulent potted plants posted by netizens of the Star Federation in the screenshots, and even lie with their eyes open. The potted plants sold by Vaiyuan are too small. What's cute? It's so ugly. Can you praise this with your eyes closed? The people of the Star Federation have seen too few potted plants. Just look at this appearance. Tisk, it's just cheap stuff in our Helantu. No wonder Lyuan sells it at a low price. Some people think they have caught Lyuan's handle. The potted plants sold by Lyuan only provide quality certification, not specific attribute bonus data, so they are conspiring against Lyuan. I just want to say that the potted plants sold by Lyuan only provide quality certification, and the test paper for testing the quality of potted plants is produced by Lyuan. You can taste it. This clearly shows that Enyang Lyuan is falsifying the quality of potted plants. The potted plants they sell are not of good quality at all, so the price is so low. And this conspiracy theory quickly gained the support of a large number of Helantan netizens who were trying to save face. That's right, the potted plants sold by Lyuan might not be of good quality, but these netizens who were trying to save face obviously overlooked that even if they were of poor quality, no flower and grass company in Helanta could mass-produce them. In fact, the reason why Lyuan did not conduct specific attribute addition tests on potted plants is very simple. It's just to reduce costs. The instrument for testing the attribute addition of potted plants is exclusively sold by a certain machinery manufacturing company in Helantu, and is expensive. Each time this instrument is tested, the loss and energy consumption are not small. Green Source sells hundreds of thousands of potted plants at a time. If each pot is tested for attribute addition, at least hundreds of such instruments will be needed. After all, the price of Green Source potted plants is worthy of its quality, no matter what attribute addition the potted plants have. After Lin Wei and Bai Yi discussed it, they decided to give up the attribute addition test on mass-produced potted plants. Isn't it necessary? Besides, Green Source has already made this clear before the sale. If you care about the attribute addition of potted plants, be careful when buying. The netizens of Hylon 2 are very powerful, and the netizens of Star Federation are also not to be outdone. Soon, the comments of the netizens of Hylon 2 that Enyang Green Source is falsifying the quality of potted plants were screenshotted and posted on the internet by the netizens of Star Federation, who were very angry. For a time, the netizens of Star Federation were very excited. You know, Green Source's reputation in the Star Federation is now at its peak. In the eyes of Star Federation netizens, Green Source is a conscientious enterprise that is rare in a century, and a reputable enterprise that benefits the people. Enyang Green Source is tantamount to slandering the Star Federation and humiliating the Star Federation people. How can this be tolerated? At that moment, all Star Federation netizens were unprecedentedly united and faced the outside world in unison. Spray. Spray to death those self-righteous Hylon 2 people. A war of words without gunpowder kicked off between Hylon 2 netizens and Star Federation netizens. Hylon 2 netizens mocked the succulent potted plants sold by Green Source for being ugly. Star Federation netizens immediately posted a large number of beautiful photos of succulent potted plants from multiple angles without dead ends, and mocked back. This can also be called ugly. Is the aesthetic taste of you Hylon 2 people not on your buttocks? Hylon 2 netizens accused Enyang Lyuan of falsifying the quality of potted plants. The wealthy netizens of Star Federation immediately took the Lyuan succulent potted plants that they had finally bought, and went to the appraisal agency to do a potted plant attribute bonus test, and threw the test results in the face of Hylon 2 netizens. Look, Hylon 2 idiots, this is the result of your tester. See, the medium quality and good quality products are absolutely true, and I am very lucky. The main attribute bonus of several potted succulents is all green oxygen release. Ha ha ha, envy. It's a pity that you don't have it. Hylon 2 netizens were defeated in this verbal battle, mainly because they were not right in the first place. Lyuan is a company of Star Federation. It sells potted plants in Star Federation. As long as the people of Star Federation are willing to buy it, what does it have to do with them, Hylon 2, whether it is true or false? And some Hylon 2 netizens who did not participate in the verbal battle but just watched, looking at the beautiful photos of succulent potted plants posted by netizens of Star Federation, they were envious. If only Green Source could sell these low-priced potted plants to their Helantu. Prince Mold looked at the content of the online quarrels compiled by his subordinates with great interest. He was so amused, and just laughing, he couldn't help but murmur with emotion. When he said a year, I secretly mocked him for being too conceited. It's not even a year yet, but only 10 months, and he has made the flowers and plants fall to the ground. Prince Mold's smiling eyes flashed with respect. It seems that I have to talk to Bai Yi again when I have time. He is not interested in high-priced potted plants, but he must not miss the low-priced potted plants that Green Source mass-produced and can be safely bred. After all, green oxygen is a good thing that can benefit future generations. Prince Mole threw the electronic notebook in his hand to his subordinates, and said coldly, "Give it to our former leader of Beixiangjing. He won't live for many days." The energy wasteland where Milu was exiled was remote. When Prince Mole's subordinates arrived after receiving the order, there was less than a month left before Milu was hanged. In the cold visiting room, Milu looked at the contents on the electronic notebook and trembled all over. In less than a year, the heavy labor and torture made the former leader of Beixiangjing, who was once vigorous even at an old age, become withered and weak, worse than an ordinary old man. Impossible, impossible. The electronic notebook slipped from his trembling hands, and Milu muttered and repeated as if he was possessed by a demon. The mission was completed. Prince Mole's subordinates didn't care about the reaction of a dying person. He took the electronic notebook and left the visiting room without looking back. Oh, by the way, he is no longer an ordinary prince's subordinate. Just 2 days ago, the old monarch, who was bedridden, passed away. After the national mourning, Prince Mole will succeed to the throne, and he will be promoted to the new monarch's personal guard. After the personal guard of the new monarch left, Milu sat paralyzed on a metal chair that was not comfortable at all. He stared at the void with his eyes, as if recalling his glorious life. Few people know that Milu also did flower breeding when he was young. However, after many failures, he decisively gave up and later found another way to expand and develop Beixiangjing. He looked down on Bo Rui and thought that this person was a fool. It was impossible for him to succeed in breeding flowers and plants, but this person did not listen to advice and insisted on going against him. But what was the result? Dead. He died young without accomplishing anything. In fact, he had always laughed at Bo Rui in his heart, laughing at his stupidity and paranoia, laughing at his overestimation of his own abilities. But now he couldn't laugh, because Bo Rui's son, the young boy whom he had never taken seriously before, actually succeeded. Milu leaned back in his chair and panted heavily. For a moment, he seemed extremely unwilling but had to accept his fate, and slowly closed his eyes with a dejected face. 2 years later. On the wide street of District 1 of the capital Star, 2 girls walked shoulder to shoulder, and even with masks on their faces, they could not hide their youthful aura. They were obviously out shopping. Although the air quality outside was worrying, it was hard to stop the young girls from wanting to go out and play. As the 2 girls walked, they noticed strange movements on both sides of the street, as if they were under construction. One of the girls looked at the busy workers and robots on both sides of the street and asked in confusion, "Do you know what this is for?" Her companion noticed that the workers and robots all had the Green Source logo on them. After thinking for a while, she said uncertainly, "I checked the flight list before and saw someone said that Green Source applied to the Star government to carry out some kind of urban greening pilot project in our District 1. Urban greening? What does that mean?" Her companion shrugged. "I just glanced at it, but didn't look closely." The 2 chatted as they walked, and soon they had their own understanding of what urban greening is. The construction of the road ahead has been completed. It can be seen that the original projectors and projection columns on both sides of the street have been dug out, and they are replaced by fresh trees. On the left side of the street, a small tree with straight branches and duckfoot-like leaves was planted, and a circle of lush green shrubs was planted under the tree. On the right side of the street, large white flower pots with long necks were built. The 2 girls could not recognize the small trees and shrubs on the left, but they were very familiar with the plants in the flower pots on the right, which were succulents. The succulents of different varieties were crowded together, filling the entire wide-mouthed flower pot. There were also trees planted next to the flower pots. The 2 girls could not help but stop and take a closer look at the tree next to the flower pot. The tree was so beautiful, with slender branches drooping softly and thin leaves. The branches swayed gently in the breeze. "So beautiful!" the 2 girls exclaimed at the same time. The girl who asked the question earlier summarized her understanding at this time. So the meaning of urban greening is to plant trees and flowers on both sides of the road to make the whole city green, right? Her companion agreed. That should be right. The girl lowered her voice and asked her companion quietly, "Do you say they are graded? Is that right?" The companion was not sure at first, but when she caught a glimpse of something in the corner of her eye, she was sure of her tone. "Yes, they are graded." She pointed to an electronic warning sign next to her. "Greening improves the environment. Green oxygen belongs to everyone. Please do not climb and dig green vegetation at will. Green Source biology. Things that can release green oxygen must be graded." Both girls showed joy in their eyes. "Then can we go out without wearing masks in the future? With so many graded trees and flowers on the street, the air quality outside will definitely improve and become better and better." "Yes, We can go shopping as we like in the future. Great. Liyuan is great, praised Liyuan. Thank you, Liyuan. The two girls walked away laughing. A staff member who was planting succulents in a flower pot smiled and looked up at another staff member beside him and said, "Did you hear that? They are praising you and thanking you." Another staff member corrected him seriously. "They are praising and thanking Liyuan. You are the general chairman of Liyuan. No need to be modest. You can represent Liyuan." That's right. The two staff members who spoke were Lin Wei and Bai Yi, who originally came to inspect the progress of the project. However, during the inspection of the progress of the project, Lin Wei felt itchy and helped the staff to plant succulents together, and Bai Yi naturally accompanied her to plant together. Planting the last succulent in his hand into the flower pot, Lin Wei patted the mud on his hands and suggested to Bai Yi, "Shall we take a walk too?" "Okay." The two seemed to be strolling leisurely without a purpose, but they stopped in front of an open square at the same time. This is the central square of District 1 of the capital Star. At the same time, this is also the place where the vicious incident involving Mr. Bairui occurred. For Bai Yi, this place obviously has a special meaning. Back then, Mr. Bairui was terminally ill. He applied to the Star federal government to build a greenhouse here. He would donate all the potted flowers and plants he had cultivated for many years for free. Mr. Bairui's intention in doing this is very obvious. Just like Lin Wei and Bai Yi are doing, he is making his last effort to try to make everyone understand that flowers and plants should be shared by everyone, rather than privately owned at a high price. As time goes by, Bai Yi can now analyze this matter calmly. My father was too anxious at the time. Yes, too anxious. Lin Wei thought, but Mr. Bairui was seriously ill at the time, and was eager to fulfill his wish. It is not difficult to understand that emotion overcame reason. At that time, Baixiangjing was in full swing under the leadership of Mi Lu, and the price of flower and plant pots was driven to a peak by a group of profit seekers. At such a time, Mr. Bairui placed a large number of flower and plant pots he cultivated in the greenhouse in the central square that was completely open to the public. It was like piling up precious metals and gems in the open air, which would almost inevitably cause people to scramble. Although the flower and plant pots were eventually recovered safely, the scramble and riots caused a very serious trampling. This is why Mr. Bairui was linked to the vicious incident. Fortunately, the current situation is very different from that year. After more than 2 years of preparation by Green Source, according to official survey data, every household in District 1 of the capital Star now has at least 2 potted plants purchased from Green Source. With Green Source's vigorous promotion, the number of potted plants bred by everyone is countless. Obviously, at least in District 1 of the capital Star, potted plants have become common in the eyes of the public, which is why Green Source chose District 1 as the pilot for urban greening. Otherwise, the two girls who walked by before, as well as passers-by, would not only be amazed and grateful when they saw the trees and flowers on both sides of the street, but also not greedy. Of course, petty theft is inevitable. Even in the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, flowers and plants were everywhere and worthless, and there would still be people who would steal newly planted street trees and flowers in public flower beds. However, they can't just stop eating because of choking. If warning signs, monitoring, and moral propaganda are not enough, then increase the punishment. After all, everything will get better slowly. You can see the place in the middle of the central square. The gold and stone slabs there are different from those in other places, and they seem to be updated. That is where the greenhouse was built. Soon, the gold and stone slabs there will be removed again. On the drawings of Liyuan's urban greening project, a beautiful large flower bed will be built there. Although it is a little late, they will eventually fulfill Mr. Bairui's last wish. Lin Wei turned her head to look at Bai Yi beside her. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to have felt something and looked at her. The two smiled at each other. The afterglow of the scorching sun reflected the profiles of the two people. Lin Wei said in a relaxed tone, "It's time to get off work, go back." "Yeah." The sunset stretched the shadows of the two people walking together, and they could vaguely hear their whispered conversation. "When will the flower bed be completed?" "About 10 days. We must come to see it on the day it is completed. It feels very memorable. We will take a photo as a souvenir." "Okay."